Let's break it down. The broken baker's coming to town. From Denmark with love, watching courts go wild. American drama got me hooked like a child. Twists in the courtroom, objections all day. Live on the screen, come and join the fray. Step one, grab your coffee, settle in tight. Step two, laugh at the chaos left and right. Step three, Danish take on the law so crazy. Step four, hit subscribe, don't be lazy. Oh yeah! He's a broken baker, breaking down cases, real truth shaker. Witty and fun from across the sea. The broken baker set my free. Hey, hey, broken baker, Danish style so smooth. Legal madness in the groove. Yeah, join the live today. The broken baker's here to slay. High profile trials, witnesses spin. Alibis cracking, let the fun begin. Outside of you with a humorous twist. True crime fans, you don't wanna miss. Even when it's broken, we find the fun. Danish baker baking truth for everyone. The broken baker, yeah. Hit that bell, let's go
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and welcome to day 5. Day 5 in the Matheau Moore case. The case where we know there's a victim. We know there is a history of self-deletion. We know there's a lot of trauma in the family, and we know that she didn't usually walk around with her mobile phone. We know he smoked cigarettes inside the house. We know they had been out having a good night the day before, celebrating her birthday. And that's about how much we know after 4 days. That's hey Farley. That's where I am, and I think a lot of chat is there with me. 60% said not guilty, 25% said I just don't know. 10% said guilty. But I have a hard time figuring out what they believe happened, because it's just so weird, and especially if he was staging the crime scene, it's really hard. Remember, she was found with her hands tucked inside of her shorts, which to me seems very smart if you're staging a crime scene, because that would be one of those, as I said yesterday, people would stop their hands into their pockets or into their, and then they showed that's actually what she did. How did I know? Don't talk about it. That would be a very smart thing if he could do, if he could stage the scene like that. But could you do that? Then you would have to wait for Rigger to go away and then do it later. We know she likes some weird pink beer. Yeah, that's what we know. Oh, thank you, Paula. Farley, stop being a naysayer. Am I right to think we've seen no evidence other than the body being in the condition it was, which looked like no signs of animal going at it. Yes, that's what I would say. The only because when I saw that, because I didn't see that the first time I saw the pictures, that her hands were stuffed inside of her skirt, shorts, whatever she was wearing. When I saw that, and I had just sat like an hour before talked about that's how you could do it in a very low unaliving, is because of course your body will try and fight against it. But if you sit down, stuff your hands inside your pants, and just lean forward, it'll be really hard trying to fight to get them out to protect yourself. And someone mentioned her legs were kind of like in an M shape. That could be from her trying to get her legs under her. When your body, it's the same when you're out drowning, for instance. Your body will try and save you. And actually, when you drown, it's most likely because your body gets so desperate for air that it'll do this and you'll drown because you'll swallow a shit ton of water. And the legs being kicked out could be from her trying to get on her feet, but still with her hands tied as they were with her pants to her side. And if she's on her knees, you can't really get free and get any momentum to raise you up. And that's the thing I'm saying about this one is, after seeing the pictures yesterday and being made aware that she had her pants over her hands, I'm leaning self-deletion. I have to say that. Oh yeah, he drank vodka straight from the bottle. I forgot that very important part. Hey. Yes, I saw the one about the dentist in Ohio. I saw it when it happened New Year's Day, and I thought, oh, that's going to be interesting when that pops up. I know Mo was covering it. Think Melanie Little covered it yesterday as well, but looks really interesting. Normally, I don't go into cases that early. And Carol Sue, yes, if you're trying to share something in chat, chatbot won't allow you, and it'll just delete it. Only mods have the right to share links, just so as a precaution, especially because I had a guy, girl, whatever it was, come in and try and use the N word in my chat last night. So yeah, that's why. Well, Baker went on hiatus and I took over because out of Texas they said, "Oh, we have a guy down here who's going into his retirement home," and he took a month off because he wasn't man enough to spend his time on the interwebs. Could you please make him feel more welcome by looking a little bit older? And I said, sure, everything for Zach. What is it with dentist assist? It's a murder case that seems really odd. The father and wife was killed, but the kids was left alone, and they have some really bad CCTV surveillance. But again, it's very, very fresh. And normally I don't do crimes, I do cases. So I'll wait for more of it. We may get about 4 feet of snow on the pass near me today. I was looking at going up and looking at a house tomorrow, and then they gave a warning that that part of Denmark might get a snowstorm. So I said, nah, I'll wait. You didn't try and chat. Why the hell did it do it then? Oh, I can see why. It's because you said where I'm stuck is the USB cable has thin wires in it. I can see where the cable would do, and then you put a punctum. You put a dot and then no space, and then you wrote it dot. So Nightbot isn't that smart, so it'll read that as you're trying to put in a website, because that would be .com, .org, .whatever. So that's why it picked it up as an attempt to share a link. Also, he drank vodka from the bottle. Yes. So you weren't trying, but it's if you write anything. You had written it like this, and it'll say, okay, they are trying to share a link. But if you had just done do space it point again, it would have said it's fine. So that's why it gave you a warning and deleted your message. It's Nightbot. It's helping me, but it's not that smart. I don't know why yours doesn't get deleted. Hey, T-Rex. Well, at least that's someone who wants to blow you then, Lefty. Yeah, dentistry might be a gateway to crime. Oh, an update. Remember, I talked about the day before New Year's, the guy who was unalived 500 meters from my house. Kind of interesting. There's a new some interesting things are coming out about that case now. Apparently, he was violently attacked earlier last year after arranging a meetup with someone online. Normally, people who get beat up after meeting someone like that is either a gay bashing incident or pedo hunters. And we know that because that has been reported before, that there was a 30-year-old man who came and visited and lived with him at times. So I'm leaning that it might have been some kind of online gay bashing thing that he was attacked by earlier. Apparently, he used to be quite high up in a civil service in another place in Denmark. So, but they don't believe it's related to the violent attack earlier last year. So, but if that was some kind of gay bashing incident, it could be that 30-year-old was his lover, boyfriend, whatever, and he did it. So kind of weird. Stupid question: is night or real? Okay. Hey, Side-Eye. Is Nightbot real? Nightbot is an automated bot that'll just keep everything a little hampered down. Yeah, I'll try to see how much I can get about it, but they are a little stingy right now with informations. But enough about that today. Let's get back to this monstrosity of a case.
For the record.
My name is Charles Carlson, Carlson.
And how are you employed?
I'm a medical legal death investigator for the Delaware County Coroner's Office.
And prior to becoming I'm going to say investigator for the Delaware County Coroner's Office, what was your occupation?
Okay.
And you were
Officer of then as much as I can, so that way Dr. Hickman, our coroner, can determine the manner and cause of death for that individual.
You kind of preempted my next question, but who is the Delaware County Coroner?
Dr. Mark Hickman.
Is that his only job?
No, he's also a primary care physician here in town. So he actually works in the office 40 hours a week. So we review cases in that during his off days, after hours, that kind of thing.
And when you attend a death scene, do you have a general procedure that you follow?
To investigate, to get control of the body for the extreme.
And once you collect the body and you leave a scene,
The office. Sorry, Montgomery County's done a great job for it. Yes, I have.
and after an autopsy,
From the case,
Let's just get
Is it
to the
correct?
case.
I can't remember the intersection there. On
16th of 2020, did you respond to a death scene at that time?
I did.
And where was that at?
It was on County Line Road. I can't remember the intersection there. Cobblestone or something. I don't remember the actual intersection there, but it was County Line Road there in Delaware County, Westerville.
And when you arrived, were there other personnel on the scene?
Yes.
And do you recall who? Just generally.
Generally, there was several Westerville patrol officers. There was caution tape. I believe there was some Westerville fire trucks in the area. There was, remember, there's media there. I think there were some media trucks there, but they were kind of outside the area there. And then the detectives for the Westerville Police Department.
And do you recall what time of day generally you arrived at the?
No. If you put it in Lefty and you saw a creepy looking dude, it was Lefty. Kind of like a raccoon who got drunk and slept in a dumpster that was on fire. That's how Lefty looks on a good day.
It was evening. It was around 8 p.m.
Was it dark yet?
No.
And when you arrived at the scene, what was the first thing that you did?
Okay, the first thing I did was go find who was in charge. I think it was Detective Alloway. I was the first person I probably spoke to at that point to try to get more information. You know, where was the body? You know, just more general information. You know, kind of what we're looking at. You know, just more detail about in general, just of the scene and you know how it came about that they found the individual.
And then did you respond down to where the remains were at?
Yeah, we did take I walked down with a couple of the detectives. We did take a general look at the body, the decedent, and at that point we knew that BCI was was already contacted and they were en route. So we returned back up to the sidewalk area and waited for BCI.
And then you did return down with BCI.
Correct.
And do you recall who from BCI you were with?
It was Agent Holcomb, Chad Holcomb.
And was Agent Holcomb documenting the scene while you were there?
Yes. Yeah. Correct.
And you were documenting the body.
Correct.
Now, at some point, describe how were the remains there generally when you arrived?
So it was advanced decomposition. So it was very hard to make a whole lot of detail out of the individual. There was some skeletonization as well as some mummification going on. She was in a kneeling, seated position with what appeared to be a cord around her neck.
And that cord was hanging down from a tree branch?
Correct.
And then at some point, were you there when Special Agent Holcomb cut the cord to release the remains from the tree?
Yeah, I was there when he did that, yes.
And did you assist him in doing that?
Correct.
And then after the cord was cut, did you assist in putting the remains into a body bag?
Yes.
And who assisted you in doing that?
I think it was Chad, and there might have been one of the detectives. I'm not sure exactly. There might have been another detective there as well. So.
And once the remains were placed into the body bag, what did you do next?
At that point, I photographed the front of the body, and then at that point, due to the advanced decomposition, we weren't going to do too much of an external examination by manipulating the body at all. So it was determined at that point just to photograph it and then seal the bag at that point and have it taken down to Montgomery County.
And when you say seal the bag, what do you mean?
So
Close the bag.
body bags have 2 zippers, and then we have a lock for them. So that way, once the bag is locked, if it gets entered again, then it would be the seal would be broken, and then we would know that somebody had been into the bag without authorization to do so.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? As shown, counsel was previously marked as State's Exhibit 122 to be.
The scene.
Okay.
It's an evidence lock.
Yeah, from
Evidence
what?
bag. From what? From the scene.
Okay.
Yeah.
The September 16th
Yes.
scene?
Sorry. Yes.
All right. And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the lock you placed on the evidence bag on September 16th of 2020?
Yes.
Permission to publish to the jury? Go good. Oops. All right. Mr. Carlson, can you just again explain to the jury what they're looking at here?
So the tag identifies the DCCO, is of course Delaware County Coroner's Office. The seal number, none of the seals have the same exact number. They go in sequential order. There's 2 zippers at the end of the top part of the loop, and it goes through both of those loops and then through the hole here at the top of the evidence of the cadaver tag, and then it locks. So you can pull on it and make it tighter, but you cannot loosen it without breaking it.
Now, once you put the remains into the body bag and you lock it, what happens to them?
So we typically call transport at some point, our mortuary transport service. Once they arrive, one of two things happens. We'll either assist them, or multiple people will assist the transport individual getting the cadaver pouch, the body bag, into their vehicle, which is typically a livery van, a mortuary funeral van.
And is that what occurred on September 16th of 2020?
That's correct.
And where then do the remains go, and how do you know?
So they go to Montgomery County Coroner's Office, which is in Dayton, Ohio. How do I know? What was the question? Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah. How do I know they get there?
Yes.
So they document. Montgomery County documents the time and date and time of when the body arrives.
And does the store transport go straight to the Montgomery County Coroner's Office?
Yes.
If you know.
Yes.
So they don't take the remains home and sleep at night and then
No.
take it.
No, they go directly there. That's in their contract. They go directly to the Montgomery County Coroner's Office.
And you do not personally transport the remains.
Yeah, our office does not transport. Correct.
Now, were the remains in this case transferred to the Montgomery County Coroner's Office?
Yes.
For what purpose?
For an autopsy?
And did you subsequently attend an autopsy then down there?
No, I do not.
Now, after the autopsy was performed, though, did you collect any items that were obtained during the autopsy to aid in the identification of the remains?
I did.
And what were some of those items?
So I believe that day I collected X-rays and X-rays that were conducted there. Also, down the line, days later, I collected for the identification of Emily. I had to collect. They typically want a large toe bone and the root of a tooth in order to extract to compare DNA. So.
And you provided those items to the Bureau of Criminal Identification and Investigation? And subsequently, you learned that the remains were identified as.
Rephrase your question. I didn't hear the whole question. Sorry.
If you know, were the remains identified?
Yes,
And who were they identified to be?
Emily Noble.
Now, if you know, was the Montgomery County Coroner's Office able to complete a full autopsy on September 17th of 2020?
They were able to do an autopsy, but a complete autopsy, I don't believe so. I'm not sure. I can answer that question.
Fair enough. Did it come to your attention as the investigator for the Delaware County Coroner's Office that the remains were going to be transferred to the Ohio State University?
Correct.
And if you recall, whose request was that?
The request was, we had a discussion between Montgomery County and Dr. Hickman, and then I believe that's how we determined that OSU was going to do a further autopsy or of Emily. Sorry. Yeah.
So the remains were then transferred to OSU?
Correct.
All right. At some point, though, did you receive a report from OSU regarding their findings?
I did.
Do you recall what date that was?
I believe it was the 11th of January,
Of what year?
2021.
Now, up until this point, had you received a post-mortem examination or autopsy report from the Montgomery County Coroner's Office?
I did.
Before you got the
no.
OSU report? So after the OSU report, then you received a post-mortem examination or autopsy report from the Montgomery County Coroner's Office?
Correct.
And what else did you do in this matter to assist the Delaware County Coroner?
So,
Did you obtain records?
yes, medical records. Yeah, we obtained medical records for Emily. Once in order to secure medical records for an individual, you have to know who the individual is. So I think we had to wait until she was identified, and then I was able to start getting those medical records for Emily.
And that's standard procedure in any
Yes.
death scene? All right. At some point, did you return to the scene with the OSU anthropologist?
I did.
And do you recall that date?
The 25th of March,
And what was the purpose in returning to the scene on that date?
to see if we can recover any other remains from Emily from that scene.
And you said March 25th, but what was the year?
Oh, 2021, sorry.
And did you recover additional bones from the
Yes,
scene?
we did, yes.
All right. And did you document
Yeah.
the scene and the items that you found?
Yes, Dr. Agnew identified the items, I photographed the items, and they were collected, yes.
Your Honor, I've previously shown counsel was been marked as State's Exhibit 123A through R. Well, hold on a second. I think then I started to use 124 at some point. May I?
We were at
Where exactly is that?
the same scene that we were at on the 16th of September 2020.
All right, and so then State's Exhibit 123A and 124B through R. Do those fairly and accurately depict the scene that you returned to on March 25th of 2021?
Correct.
All right. Your Honor, I'm going to show a few of these, but permission to publish to the jury?
Any good?
I'm placing State's Exhibit 123A on the overhead. And can you tell the jury what they're viewing there?
So this is the area that Emily would have been seated at, approximately seated at when I found her on the 16th of September 2020.
What's the purpose of the flags?
The flags are to mark areas that Dr. Agnew identified as possible bones.
124B.
I believe this photo was a close-up photo of one of the bones that were recovered, that were marked from the larger picture you saw before.
And now you can see there's a flag marking it.
Yes, correct.
Can you circle the bone? Your screen is a touch screen.
It's an 8-day trial. We are on day 5. Please, no spoilers.
And 124D.
This would be a view looking straight to the ground, showing the flags with some scale to kind of give it an overall picture. The flags indicating bones that were recovered.
And it might be more helpful if I show you the photograph.
So bones had fallen off of her? I should stop answering the phone.
Are you able to say what those items are in the photograph?
They were bones.
All right. And then 124E, Your Honor. Well, I'm going to change that to 124F, please. And then, Mr. Carlson, what is depicted in State's 124F?
Two.
That's why the rings were on the ground next to her. Yeah, this is a tooth. Why the hell would her teeth fall out?
Separate bones or bones remains.
And after you returned to the scene on September 25th of 2020, did you receive another report from the OSU anthropologists?
Yes.
And then after that, did you receive any other reports relevant to the remains of this case?
Yes, I did receive another one in May, towards the end of May, from Dr. Smock,
And what year?
2021.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Yeah, but why would her teeth fall out? Normally, when you file skeletons, you find them with their teeth still in.
Good morning.
Morning.
Diane Menashe. We met briefly yesterday in the hallway on behalf of Matt Moore. Just wanted to go over your background, just so the jury understands. You have no medical training, correct? You've never been to medical school.
No, I've not been to medical
You
school.
were not a doctor.
Correct.
You have been a medical legal death investigator since March of 2019.
Correct.
And before that, from 1990 to 2019, you were a detective.
Correct. Well, I was a police officer and
You
a
were,
detective.
you were a police officer initially, and then you were a detective.
Correct.
Right? And was that for the state of Ohio, or a local law enforcement?
That was the state of Ohio.
And I know that you talked about St. Louis University with respect to your training. I just want to make sure I understand your.
Not that I remember they talking about, but we're gonna get the ME is gonna. I think that's the next guy coming in. No, well, we're gonna talk more about it. I think we're getting one from the Death Ranch as the next one.
education. Your undergrad was in criminal justice, is that right?
Correct.
And you have no master's or advanced degree.
Correct.
Moving to Mark Hickman, who is the Delaware County coroner. Mark Hickman is a primary care physician here in Delaware County.
Correct.
He is not a forensic pathologist.
Correct.
He is also not, in his capacity as a Delaware County coroner, doing any autopsies.
Correct.
He's also not a forensic anthropologist, is that correct?
That's correct.
As I heard in the testimony, Delaware County doesn't have its own forensic pathologist, and that's why you contract with Montgomery County.
That's correct.
Just so so I'm clear about the testimony, I know that you did not attend the autopsy that was done by Montgomery County coroner. If you know, it's also true that Mark Hickman did not attend that either.
That's correct.
So neither of the Delaware County, you or Mark Hickman, attended the actual autopsy that was done in this case.
That's correct.
There was only one autopsy done, and that was done at Montgomery County coroner's office.
That's correct.
I want to be sure we're clear about that, because in your testimony on direct, you indicated, just to clear it up, that the remains were sent to OSU, and I thought you said for an autopsy. But you would agree with me that OSU did not perform an autopsy.
That's correct.
The only autopsy was at Montgomery County coroner's.
Correct.
I want to go to the scene on September 16th of 2020. When you got there, you indicated that it wasn't dark yet.
Correct.
You stayed at the scene, though, long enough for it to get dark.
Obviously, yes.
Yeah. And as it got dark, there was...
Yes, I know there will be one, but it's in Superior Court, so I haven't tried to find a Zoom link. I think some people are trying to find the Zoom link or potentially showing up at the court. I think Justice Served is one of them. But because it was Superior Court, I thought, nah, they're not going to show it. And I saw the judge filed an order that each defendant and each side must provide one lawyer. It's going to be a Zoom call anyway. So either it's going to be a good, interesting, long hearing, or it's going to be like all the others, just kick the can down the road.
A significant amount of lighting, was there not, that was shine? That was
Illuminating, yes.
Illuminating. Was it shine or shone? Illuminating the area.
Correct.
You would agree that when it was dark, what time did it get dark? Do you remember? Just approximately.
9:30.
So like 9:30, when it's dark, it was
You didn't miss
necessary to
anything.
have bright lights illuminating that area for you to be able to see what was down in there.
Correct. No. Repeat, sorry.
Sure. Without the lights, the area where the remains were, when it was dark, it was really dark in there, was it not?
It was dark, yes.
Yeah, and it's a wooded area with lots of branches and vines, and the trees kind of created a canopy, did they not?
Correct.
You indicated that you assisted with cutting the cord that was around the bottom of her chin and then kind of up like this. Do you remember seeing that visual?
Yes.
How did you assist? Did you hold on to her when you cut the cord? Tell the jurors how you assisted.
So I held her by the shoulder blades to make sure that when the cord was cut, that she would not fall forward or backwards, to have her remain in that position so I could slowly bring her down into the cadaver body bag.
And so by the shoulder blades, her back, you just shoulder blades. I just want to know how you had her hands. So if I'm the remains, if I may approach, Your Honor, how did you have your hands? So on the sides of her shoulders.
Backside.
Okay. And then the agent cut the cord that was around her neck.
Correct.
Sorry to make you lose your phone. Can you, as a visual, just hold your hands, just in terms of
I
size?
watch hands.
Yes. And then, as you're holding on to her, the cord is cut. Where is the agent when the cord is cut?
He'd be on the front side of her.
He's on the front side, and then he cuts it. And then, are you the individual that lays her back into the body bag?
That's correct.
The body bag then is already placed on the ground. Is that right?
That's correct.
So that you're lowering her and placing her into the bag.
That's correct.
You were talked about. Do you have the tag photo? You weren't shown a photo, but I believe as the remains went to Montgomery County Coroner's office, there was a band that was placed on the remains, was there not?
That's correct.
And did the band that was placed on the remains, it said Emily Noble?
No.
It did not?
No, we did not.
Which wrist was the band placed on?
I don't recall.
Okay, and who placed the band on the wrist?
I did.
So tell me the information that was on the band.
Typically, when you have an unidentified individual, you put John or Jane Doe
And do you remember putting Jane Doe in the band?
That sounds accurate.
Okay. And we don't, I'm looking for the picture of it, but State's Exhibit 122 is just the tag on the bag.
Yeah, that would be the outer bag. Yeah,
Right.
that's correct.
But there was also a band on her wrist, and I'm sorry, I don't have a picture handy, but, and that went with the remains as well, right?
That's correct.
And then the contract, the entity that you talked to the jury about that you pay essentially to transport the remains, took the remains from the scene to Montgomery County Coroner's Office?
That's correct.
And that is like a 50, 60-minute drive?
More like an hour and a half.
Okay. It's an hour and a half drive. And then from the Montgomery County Coroner's Office, they were then taken to OSU
Eventually, yes.
in October.
That's correct.
And that same or similar type distance of a drive?
That's correct.
Right? I want to talk about moving from 9/16 going all the way to March of 2021 when you go back to that same scene. Are you aware, and if you're not, when Matt Moore was arrested in this case?
I'm not aware.
But I want to be clear. I'll talk to you about September 16th when the remains were found, and then on this end, I'll bookend June 17th, just for purposes of my question. In between there, in March, you go back to the exact location where Emily was found.
That's correct.
And you're shown a series of photos, 123A, and then 124B, C, etc. I'm going to show you. Showing you just, for example, 124E. Right here, those appear to be teeth, right?
That's correct.
So you go back to the scene in the wooded area. October, November, December, January, February, March. 6 months after she's originally found. And there, everything is, right?
That's correct.
It's not like that area was disturbed at all. Well, let me be clear, right? It's the items of evidentiary value that you were specifically looking for were in that area.
That's correct.
When you went back in March, I want to be really specific about who was with you. Could you give me the names of the individuals that were with you?
I believe it was Dr. Hardin from OSU, Dr. Agnew from OSU, myself, Detective Grubbs, and I'm not sure who else. There might have been another individual there. I'm not sure.
Before you went back to the scene on March 25th, you participated on March 9th, did you not, in a telephone call with a Dr. Smock?
That's correct.
And Dr. Smock is an expert that has, assuming that you know, has been retained by the state of Ohio.
That's correct.
So, and who's all on that call?
I don't recall all the individuals who were on that call.
Maybe Detective PG, Detective Grubbs, the prosecutors.
That sounds accurate.
And it was a Zoom call, do you remember that?
I believe so.
And that's before you go back to the scene. You're on that call with Dr. Smock.
That's correct.
You would agree with me in your capacity as with the Delaware County Coroner's Office and as a death investigator that in the state of Ohio, the only person that can determine the cause of death is the medical examiner.
That's incorrect. It's the coroner.
The coroner, I'm sorry, right? The coroner. So in this case, the entity that did the autopsy was the Montgomery County Coroner's Office.
That's correct.
And there's actually two forensic pathologists at the Montgomery County Coroner's Office. Would you agree with me, Dr. Richmond and Dr. Lehman?
That's correct.
So either of those two individuals, under the law in Ohio, could determine the cause of death.
The cause.
Bad M-Spire. Bad M-Spire. This is a good Christian channel.
That's correct. Yes.
The cause. And I understand there's difference of cause and mechanisms of injury, but the cause of death, that's for the coroner to determine. Is that right?
I think your question's a little. I'm not understanding your question. You're referring to Dr. Lehman and Richmond as pathologists, and then you're referring to Dr. Hickman as the coroner. So I'm not sure exactly what you're asking.
The coroner's office that Delaware County contracts with is Montgomery County.
That's correct.
Okay. That's the coroner's office. And we already know that Mark Hickman did not do the autopsy.
That's correct.
He wasn't even there, right? He's just reviewing the work of other people. Fair to say.
He's reviewing all the documents. Yes.
Nothing further.
Just briefly, Your Honor, counsel was asking you about who makes the determination as to the cause of death for bodies that go to Montgomery County Coroner's Office.
That'd be Dr. Mark Hickman.
All right, and so Montgomery County Coroner's Office performs the autopsy, correct?
Correct.
They make findings, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You provide all of the information that you gather in a death scene and provide it to Dr. Hickman, correct?
That's correct.
If that includes consulting with experts, that information is provided to him too.
That's correct.
And then at the end of the day, who determines the cause of death?
Dr. Mark Hickman.
And who determines the manner of death?
Dr. Mark Hickman.
No further questions.
You would certainly agree with me that a coroner's work is to be objective.
Yes.
So when you were just asked by the prosecutor about Mark Hickman receiving information through investigation or perhaps through experts that have been hired by the state of Ohio, you would agree with me, just based on your experience as a detective for 29 years, I believe, and then your experience as an investigator, right, that objectivity is different from subjectivity.
Objection outside the scope of redirect.
Because you're going somewhere.
Yeah.
I'll permit it.
Right? Objective means you just look at the facts, does it not? Without any other bias.
I guess I'm not 100% sure on the difference between the two words at this point, but I'm sure you'll explain that.
Well, you were just asked these questions about the information that Mark Hickman was provided, and those included information from experts, perhaps experts that have been hired by the state of Ohio.
That's correct.
Are you familiar then, if you're not familiar with objectivity or subjectivity, are you familiar with the word bias can mean?
Yes.
Nothing further.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, any questions you may have? We'll take them now. Ms. Carlson, a couple questions that I'd like to ask you. You testified about a Zoom call that took place. Was Dr. Richmond or Dr. Lehman on that call?
I don't remember. I don't remember that date.
Okay.
Specifically, sorry.
Oh, yeah, answer the question. From your work at the scene, can you answer how long the body had been there?
I can tell that it was several months, but not.
Yes, there's no foundation for
We
that.
all consent to the questions being asked.
Well, you can cross. When you went back in March of 21, were you able to determine what part of the body the bones that were found came from?
I was not able to determine that, but Dr. Agnew was, since that's her expertise, but she did share that information, yes.
All right. Was the left hand of the body intact, similar to the right hand, before the body was removed in September of 2020 when you first arrived at the scene?
Intact, yes, but was there bones missing? That I can't answer, just without looking at the pictures and that, but I don't remember.
Obviously, you were there in September of 21, I mean 20, when the remains were first discovered. What prompted you to go back in March of 2021?
That was discussed between the prosecutor's office, our office, and other entities that were there on that call, and it was determined to go back to make sure that we recovered everything that could have been there.
And the final question, when you first arrived at the scene in September of 2020, do you recall, was the left hand of the body covered with a white cloth, the left hand, the left arm?
That's in the picture, I don't recall.
Okay, thank you. Does that raise any questions for the state?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor. You were asked a question about how long the body, if you know, and I know I already asked you about you're not a forensic anthropologist or a pathologist, or, you would certainly agree that you do not know, and tell me if you have any information that someone else knows. You cannot say that the body was there on May 25th, 2020, correct?
That's correct.
Nor May 26th of 2020.
That's correct.
Or the 27th?
That's correct.
The 28th?
Correct.
The 29th?
Correct.
The 30th?
Correct.
The 31st?
Correct.
Moving into June, correct?
Correct.
The 1st?
Correct.
The 2nd?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Thank you very much. You may sit down, sir. You call your next witness?
Example, Dr. Agnew.
Dr. Agnes. Hopefully we'll now get some answers to something. Don't know what this was about, but that took a long time.
Including the defendant are present. I believe someone wanted to make a record.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Your Honor, in this case, with respect to Dr. Agnew, I've been supplied a report pursuant to Criminal 16K that is dated January 11th, 2021, and then there's an addendum, although that's dated May 10th, 2021. I would just proactively object, Your Honor, to any any testimony with respect to further observations or testing or conclusions that she's made since authoring her report. Not only do I not have notice with respect to any report as to that additional work or photographs that have been taken, but I met with Dr. Agnew on August 5th, 2022, so earlier this month in person, and I interviewed her for over an hour, and at that point in time, she had told me that she had not looked at the bones again since performing her work. It now appears, based on what we know from just a bit earlier, that she has taken some subsequent photos and or viewed the bones again. I would object to any testimony as to what she has recently done, as I have not been put on any notice and given a report, and certainly have not been able to discuss that information with my expert, and it doesn't comply with 16K. I just wanted to put that on the record as my objection before we begin.
Judge Feeney, just for the record, none of what Dr. Agnew did recently had any impact on her written report, her findings, her opinion.
For you, Spire, I went to dinner last night and ordered a beer and a sausage. It took the waiter 20 minutes to bring me my beer, and I was afraid the worst was yet to come. Spire.
In this case, what she said is that she took some additional photos as a way that she was trying to be able to more easily explain some of the things that she's talking about. We've removed those two subsequent photographs from the slides. I don't intend to ask her any questions about re-examining the bones, but I do want to make it clear that none of that had any impact whatsoever on what the opinion was that she offered in this case that was provided probably a year ago with discovery or whatever. So we don't have a 16K issue with any of the things she's going to testify about.
So you're agreeing with what the defense has raised?
I have no issue saying we're not going to talk about any subsequent examination or any further photographs that she took in recent
Okay,
times.
well, I think we've resolved it.
And I'll go let our witness know that too to make sure that she knows that.
Okay, before you go, let me just get the template, since I think we got a lot of experts in our future. As an expert testifies, I want the proponent of that party to have the 16K report handy. If the other side says that individual is saying something that wasn't in that report, we'll have a sidebar. I'll have the person who doesn't like what the witness is saying say what it is they're about to say or they are saying, and then I'm going to ask the proponent, is that in writing in that report? If it is, it comes in. If it's not, it doesn't come in. Okay, now we're resolved on this witness, as I understand it. But I just want to let you know that's the template we're going to do for these types of issues that come up with other experts down the road. Okay, go ahead and whenever.
A judge who can set up a baseline that they have to go by. What is this? Oh, it's just because it was boring before. I put it at 1.25. Put it back down to 1.25. It's just when it's boring, people who talk slow.
You're ready?
Do you require state tenders the expert and then a voir dire, or I just want to know your process?
Well, you don't have an issue with the qualifications of the expert, I presume.
No, because I can address that in cross-examination.
Well,
Already used that.
I don't know what the reports say. So, however, using this.
Congratulations, Cindy Lou Woohood. And as we have started making it a tradition, everyone in chat will now join in and sing a birthday song for Cindy Lou Woohood. I dag det Cindy Lou Woohoods fødselsdag. Hurra, hurra, hurra. Hun sikkert sig en gave for, som hun har ønsket sig i år, med dejlig chokolade og kager til. Hvor smiler hun, hvor er hun glad. Hurra, hurra, hurra. Men denne dag er også rar, for hjemme venter mor og far med dejlig chokolade og kager til. Congratulations, 23 never looked better than you make it look. And enjoy the beach. Take an extra little bit of frolicking to kind of settle into your 23rd year on the planet.
Example, since you're the not the proponent of the expert, and you anticipate that something's about to be said, you can make your objection.
Okay.
Does that work for you?
It does. I
Okay.
just want to know your procedure.
Yeah, either they say something or they're about to say something. If you want to raise the issue, we can do that. It'll be a short sidebar. I mean, in light of what the template is. So whenever you're ready.
You can grab a jury right now. I'll be back in before they get here.
Okay, that's good.
Yes, I do.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Amanda Agnew, Agnew.
And what is your current occupation?
I'm a professor at The Ohio State University.
And in what field?
Human anatomy, biomedical engineering, and forensic anthropology.
And how long have you been employed at The Ohio State University?
For approximately 12 years.
Approach to what's marked as Exhibit 125. I hand you what's been marked as Exhibit 125. Take a moment to look that over.
Hey, KDB. Jamie's favorite school. Sadly, she couldn't go there. She only got accepted to Michigan, but she will always be a Cornhusker. Buckeye will always be a Buckeye.
Doctor, I'm not showing you Exhibit 125. Can you tell the jury what it is we're looking at here?
My professional resume.
Is that the first page of your professional resume?
Yes.
Yep, we're skipping all the way through all of this.
Ohio
boring
State
stuff.
University is where biomedical.
I don't know if you need to voir dire her, but I believe she is a professor and she knows what she talks about. So let's just skip through all of her 20 years resume.
From grad career review.
Page 35.
And we just heard the defense said, nah, we have no problem with this expert witness. Just keep her confined to the parts we know about. So why are we spending... I skipped 13 minutes ahead already.
Basically has
Quote unquote
somewhere
of apology
from apartment
of how you yes, certainly.
Feel you.
somewhere between 50 and 100 times probably. Of course, yes.
And
Taking typically 5 or from But I'm not sure the proper foundation has been laid for forensic anthropology.
anthropology.
Your Honor, I have no objection to her being qualified as an expert in skeletal biomechanics, but I'm not sure the proper foundation has been laid for forensic anthropology.
Well, do you wish to voir dire the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's go ahead.
Can I see your resume?
So she doesn't accept her as a witness, expert. She just said that.
Good morning. Good morning.
We've met before.
Yes.
I came to your office, I think it was on August 5th of this year. Does that sound right? It was a Friday.
I don't recall the date.
Okay. Well, within this month, we met each other.
Recently.
So showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 25. 125, I'm sorry. And I'm going to focus on the forensic anthropology part of your testimony. Fair to say, you indicated on direct that you are a professor and you said forensic anthropology, but your resume, this is a current version of your resume, is it not?
Correct.
So I just want to make sure that in terms of your academic positions right now, you are a professor at the School of Health and Rehab Sciences and the College of Medicine. And your screen is a touch if you'd like to use it as well. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then it is in the Department of Anthropology. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And then the director of the graduate programs, correct?
Correct.
And then you have your position in the research laboratory, which is in the Biomechanics Research Center.
Correct.
And in fact, your work in this case is under the larger umbrella of biomechanics. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
Just want to go now to, and those are your current positions as a professor. Is that right?
Correct.
I want to go to the classes. Give me one moment, Your Honor. This is double-sided. Can you page to direct me?
Close to the end.
Your resume. You would agree, and let me scoot it up so we're sure to see the full page of 25, that of these courses, in terms of your teaching experience, the only one that even says the word forensic is the Intro to Forensic Science 3211. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
None of these classes are in forensics, let alone forensic anthropology, correct?
Correct.
Then going back to the page of 26, because I know that your teaching coursework continues on 26, and I want to make sure that I'm not missing anything with respect to your teaching. There's no classes in forensic anthropology, correct?
Correct.
and again, I guess I just top of 27, with respect to where it does appear, is that there was a presentation at a CLE. Would you agree with me on that? Sorry.
I'm sorry, at what venue?
Yep, let me get the pages right. The double-sided is hard for me. With talked about the forensic coursework, the casework that you talked about. I just want to make sure I heard your testimony right. You talked about 90% of your work is research. Correct. And then you've talked about articles that you have done, presentations that you've done, so that would be in that 10% bucket, right? Outside of research?
No, the presentations, publications, and funding are all considered part of research.
And that's in the 90%?
Correct.
With respect to the questions that you were asked about cases where you've been consulted for forensic work, forensic anthropological services, your testimony was about 50 to 100 times you've made contributions. Does that sound accurate as to what you've testified to?
Yes.
You remember that when we met, I had asked you if you'd ever worked on a criminal case before. Do you remember that?
No.
Do you remember that you talked about, you've never worked on a criminal case before, have you?
I have.
You have. And is
Yeah.
that listed in your resume, that case?
No.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert in forensic anthropology in a court?
No.
Have you ever testified as a forensic anthropology in a court before?
No.
You can't testify as a forensic anthropology because that's the field of study.
One moment, Your Honor. Nothing further as to this.
What is that?
Sure, it's a subfield of biological or physical anthropology, dealing with the biology of the human legal context.
And so, when you are performing work as a forensic anthropologist, is it similar to the way that you examine skeletal structures and bones in the other parts of your field?
It's not only similar, it's the assessment is almost exactly the same. The only difference is writing a case report that will be submitted.
And so, that's the kind of work you do all the time and have done all throughout your career at Ohio State and anywhere else.
Yes.
And there are times.
Yeah. This is it's because to get her approved as a expert, that's where they do the 20 minutes of blah 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 blah. I did a course, I did this, I did that, and then they say I want to have her approved as a forensic, and then the defense this time said, I don't think she has laid foundation. Normally, it's just a matter of facts that they do in front of the jury, so the jury thinks, oh, she went to school longer than me, she's smarter than I am. But this time, I really like this defense attorney because she said, fuck you. You never, ever did anything like this before. And because it's going to be in front of the jury now, they will sit there and say, oh, she's a little shady. Shady minx. So it's not a real voir dire because you would have had that outside. But as she said, we had no problems with her as whatever they said, but they did as a forensic anthropologist.
Which you have, you said, contributed in forensic anthropology. Can you tell us who you've worked with or for in those contexts?
As I said, I've consulted with the Department of Homeland Security, with the Smithsonian Institute, with, here in Ohio, approximately 15 different counties that have requested forensic consultation, various coroner's offices, potentially medical examiners in other states, specifically New York City, BCI. I can't recall the specifics of each individual case.
Generally speaking, when you do those consultations, do you write a report?
Not always. Sometimes the consultation is requested simply to identify whether the remains are human or not. And if the outcome is that the remains are not human, in some cases, a report is not requested.
Has any of your work in the field of forensic anthropology ever ended up in a courtroom?
No,
So this will be your first time actually having to testify about any of the work that you've done.
correct.
And so the forensic anthropology work that you did in this case is the same type of thing you've done thousands of times throughout your career examining skeletons.
That's correct.
Your Honor, at this time I will again offer Dr. Agnew as an expert in the field of forensic anthropology.
I note your position. Ladies and gentlemen, as with all witnesses, when expert witnesses testify, it is your sole duty to determine the weight to give to the testimony of that witness. And so you look at each witness, including expert witnesses, accordingly. I will permit, the court will permit you to proceed forward.
Thank you. Dr. Agnew, I'd like to talk about what was asked of you in this case. So did you get involved in examining some remains that were found in the wooded area in Delaware County?
It was not known to me where the remains were found. I was asked to assess remains.
And who asked you to assess those remains?
Dr. Harshberger at Montgomery County,
And who is Dr. Harshberger at Montgomery County?
the coroner.
What specifically were you asked to look at by the Montgomery County coroner?
I was asked to assess a biological profile. It was my understanding at the time that the remains were unidentified. So a biological profile was requested to assess sex, age, stature, and population affinity. And additionally, then specifically, I was asked to prepare the remains and analyze them for any trauma present.
I want to talk generally before we talk about the specifics of this case, but if you're looking for trauma to bones, first of all, can you explain what trauma is?
Sure. Skeletal trauma to the bones in particular is any defect that's present on the bone from an external force.
And what do you do to examine a skeleton for signs of trauma?
Each bone is examined.
Am I just getting a feeling this is not a good expert? I have a. She seems very unsure of what she's gonna say. Kind of like she doesn't really know what her field covers. Okay, she's never been questioned before as a forensic anthropologist. I get that part, but she seems very unsure of herself, the way she answers these questions. And it doesn't make it really clear what it is that she's looking at, in my opinion. But what I know, I'm just a dumb baker.
Examined very specifically and usually using some sort of stereo microscope or some.
Yeah, I think the defense rattled her, and that's the job of the defense, and I think they do a good job. And she will be here for a long time, and then I think we'll have a guy who's going to come and talk about the injuries to the neck. But she's going to be here for a long time, and if they already got her rattled within the first 5 minutes, it's going to be a long day.
Some sort of equipment that can allow you to see more closely than what you can with the naked eye in every foramen or hole and over the surface of the entire skeleton.
Based on your examination, looking for trauma to bones,
Either he strangulated her or she hung herself in a USB cord in a wood. So far, no evidence has really persuaded a lot of us. 10% yesterday believed he was guilty. The rest of us are like, either I can't figure out what the state is trying to say, or not guilty. So, yeah. Did I happen to come upon the Dr. Hustle trial? It might be one to watch for a quiet period, although it was rather lengthy but incredible trial. That's the 10 murders doctor that the defense attorney protected earlier, probably gonna be. I don't want to do like a 5-week trial. Like a week trial is okay because we can get through it. But just like with Karen Reed, sitting here for 8 weeks watching the same stuff, I want to go spelunking with a USB cord. Don't say that, Baker. You could be qualified as an expert in forensic anthropology in Ohio with your background. But I don't want to go to Ohio. It's close to where Lefty lives.
Do you opine on the cause or manner of death?
No, never. That's outside of the scope of a forensic anthropologist's role.
And why is that?
That's generally left to the pathologist.
When performing work, when looking for trauma to a skeleton, do you look for something about timing of trauma?
Yes, the interval is usually also assessed.
So generally speaking, can you, actually let me approach this to see the one. Dr. Agnew, I'm going to hand you what's marked as Stage 126. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
And generally speaking, what is it?
These are examples I provided, just publicly available images, examples of different timings for trauma.
And would Stage 126 help explain to the jury these different trauma windows or intervals that we're going to talk about?
Yes.
And I just have to ask the public Stage 126 to the jury. Doctor, I'm going to start at the top left. You've got 3 different words there. Can you tell us what those are?
Oh, we're going back to Adam
Sure.
and Eve.
Mortem simply means death. And so these 3 different prefixes indicate different timings for trauma relative to the time of death. Antemortem referring to a defect that occurred prior to death. Perimortem referring to a defect that occurred around the time of death. And then postmortem referring to damage to the skeleton that would have occurred after death.
So let's start with antemortem, and that's in blue. So is the picture in the blue box in the top right corner the one talking about antemortem trauma?
Correct.
Can you tell us what antemortem trauma looks like, or how you determine that something is antemortem?
Because the wound
classify-
the wound has healed. Can we skip this? Does anyone not know what before death, during death, and after death means? 19 months from Treasure Eileen. Come on, Eileen. What are we supposed to say with these member posts? Always tell me how much Sue has harassed you for the last year. That's what membership posts are for.
A fracture as antemortem or occurring before death, it has to have evidence of healing. So those rounded edges that you see.
No, she's a forensic anthropologist. She looks at skeletons. That's her job. But she doesn't tell you how she died, because that's not her job. She's just looking at the bones and said, yeah, that finger was broken before she died, or after she died, or during when she died. Hey, Sky Bell.
In the defect has
Red looks like
a
a date or a window.
The window refers to, again, when the bone is in its biomechanically fresh condition. So that could be days before death, if no healing has occurred, or days or months after death. And so it behaves viscoelastically, and all trauma mechanisms.
Injury.
It would be damage. Yes, that's a good analogy. It would have brittle.
Basement.
Can we get to the trial?
Means in this particular case.
Okay, now we get to the trial.
The remains were received in a body bag.
And do you know where the remains came from?
That took 45 minutes.
A funeral home driver, if I recall, transported them from Montgomery County.
So you received them after they had already been to Montgomery County.
Yes.
Hanging marks, the marks stays at 127 and 128. Take them all, look at those. Do you recognize those documents?
Yes.
I think it's because of the decomposition. They need someone to tell you why the body indicates what the body indicates, and that's not a dead doctor takes care of recent dead people. This one can look at old dead people, maybe.
And generally speaking, can you tell the jury what they are?
Photos that were taken upon simply unzipping the body bag to see the remains in situ when they arrived at my lab.
And what does in situ mean?
In the condition that they arrived in before we did any analysis or any processing, sort of a pre-photo.
That's a postage of 127, 128 to the jury.
Go ahead.
Showing you what's most things at 127, can you tell us what's reflected here?
The tag that was accompanying the body bag.
And did it indicate tentative on that tag?
Yes.
And then State's Exhibit 128, can you tell us what it is we're looking at?
Again, these are the remains as they were when we unzipped the body bag.
You receive remains that are in a condition as seen in Exhibit 128. Do you immediately get out your microscope and start looking at them?
No.
So what has to happen with the remains before you can begin your assessment?
First, we'll take pictures such as these and assess what we can visually without
Good morning, Crazy Amy.
any processing. And then, as a forensic anthropologist, the goal is to isolate the skeletal remains so that they can be assessed and examined in detail. So, in order to isolate the bones, there's a process of processing, essentially, to remove all of the soft tissue so that only the bones are left.
And generally speaking, can you describe what that process is?
There's numerous processes that can be undertaken to do that. In this case, we used maceration.
And what does that mean?
That means simply that we put the remains in this case, a room temperature water bath to soften up all of the soft tissue that had become mummified so it could be removed from the bones.
This guy doesn't look like a killer, but I don't know. Most people don't look like a killer. He actually looked more like a killer when he allegedly killed her. But look at Ted Bundy. Didn't look a lot like the killer. Look at the Iceman, the mob hitman. Didn't look a lot like a killer. Look at Sue. 45 unconfirmed hits during her time in Vietnam. Doesn't look much like a killer. So skin and looks can be deceiving. Maybe you need to come down a little bit. They should have Professor Dr. Toscos or Baden. They should just get to the case. Yeah, she got really rattled. That's because I am a gentle giant.
Let me show you what's more season at 129. Hey, what's the mark to season at 129? If you take a moment to look at that. And do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Generally speaking, can you tell the jury what it is?
This is the skeleton after all of the soft tissue has been removed, laid out in general anatomical position.
That's the post is at 129.
Can we just get to something?
Now, Dr. Agnew, show you season at 129. Now that the jury can see, you can tell them what it is we're looking at here.
Yes, after processing and all of the soft tissue has been removed, the skeleton is laid out in anatomical position, and this is an overview photo of all of those elements.
That's weird. That look how short that lower rib is compared to the other side. Is that normal? I don't know. I don't understand women, so I don't know if that's normal. What are these? Are the finger bones? And YouTube, this is just Halloween decor. It's not anything else.
During this process, the bones were placed in a liquid,
Yes.
and the bones got wet during that time period.
Yes.
Does the fact that the bones got wet again in any way impact your ability to see the types of trauma to the bones?
No.
Can you explain that for the jury, please?
The moisture content that's important in this scenario is the moisture that's there when the defect or when the fracture actually occurred.
That's one of the things that every time I see it, I think I want to make like a big compilation of all, because I think it's a massively underreported problem we have with especially female teachers. And I don't get it because it's female teachers who are like 7 to 9s, pretty women who's banging these 13, 14, 15 years old, getting pregnant by high school kids. There's another one, that case is probably going to run in a bit, who, even though her neighbor was caught banging a high school kid, she kept doing it. And I think it's one of those things that goes very unreported, because if a man does it to a girl, it's grooming and it's rape, and it's, if a woman does it to a man, well, he just wanted it. Young men would love to have an experienced woman. And I'm not saying that some men wouldn't, but why isn't it grooming, and why isn't it an outrage? Especially when you see the amount of punishment that are given to female contra male sexual predators. I really think it's very, very disheartening to see the justice system has this inbuilt, well, men can't be victims of sexual assault. But it's popping up all over the place. But remember that piece of shit who had molested the girls at the Olympic camp? Everyone wanted to kill him. Those women, well, I wish my science teacher had been that hurt. Well, I'm pretty sure you didn't when you were 13 years old and she got you into bed. I'm not calling Danny a groomer. She's just she just likes her meat young, but she's not misusing her position as a teacher. Who? Grape is grape, yeah, but grape is not seen as grape, because if a man is a victim, it's the same with if DV happens. Well, she's a woman. How much can it hurt when she punishes you? I really think that in 2025, 2026 now, where we are fighting for equal lefts and equal rights, women should have exactly the same prison time as a man for exactly the same crime. Sadly, it's vastly lower for females. So the system is condoning female violence, female sexual attacks, and I don't think it's right. We haunted the Catholic Church and their priest for good reason. We sent that guy out, what's his name, to catching a predator. But every time there's one of these school teachers, I saw another one, she worked at a youth church and used that as her way in, 33 years old or something like that. And we are always saying, well, boys likes it, so who wouldn't have liked it? No, we should all treat them equally. Sorry. I just get, yeah. Yeah, but you didn't bang him when you graduated high school. That's a difference. No, Brandon, what your au pair taught you was beautiful. She didn't misuse her power. You were sitting in there with your lollipop, and she said, "Oh, Monsieur Brandon, you want to show how you can lick a Tootsie Roll?" And you said, "Yes, mistress. Come on over here, Monsieur Brandon. Get on your knees." And you said, "Yes, mistress." And that's why you are the way you are today. Ba, 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 ba. Well, a couple of female teachers, I would have slipped a length. I had probably one teacher who were decent looking back when I went to school. She broke up our teacher's marriage. So well, and she actually we do cougar classes now together.
Dehydrating it later, one will never make the bones go back to their original condition because we can't replace bone marrow and fat in bone. And two, we're not causing any fractures or damage to the bone after, while they're wet. All of those defects occurred earlier during the event, and that's how we're assessing those fractures.
Skipping ahead to the end, but did you ultimately author a report in this case?
Yes.
My hand was marked as State Exhibit 130. If you could take a moment to page through that, please. Do you recognize State Exhibit 130?
I do.
And generally speaking, what is it?
It's the forensic anthropology report for this case.
And you were the primary author of that report?
Yes.
All right, at this time, I'd ask to publish State Exhibit 130 to the jury. Dr. Eddie, I want to start with the top here. Can you tell us what it is we're looking at?
Yes, this is the beginning of the forensic anthropology report.
Does it indicate that you were requested that the remains undergo a forensic anthropological analysis, including a biological profile and skeletal trauma analysis?
Yes.
And is that what you conducted in this case?
Yes.
The next section of the report indicates a description of remains. Can you tell us generally what's contained in that section of the report?
Yes, it begins with describing the remains as we received them, as partially skeletonized and mummified in this case, and then continues to outline how we processed the remains, and eventually then presents the list of elements that were present versus not.
And so when you say elements, does that kind of mean what bones were there and what bones were missing?
Yes, bones and teeth.
Bones and teeth, okay. What does it mean for something to be mummified and partially skeletonized?
That means that a lot of the moisture that's in the body has not been retained, and so it takes on a similar texture to, a very, very dried leather, essentially.
And that was the condition of the remains that you had received in this case?
Yes.
Now showing you page 2 of the report. Can you tell us what it is that we're looking at here?
Yes, this is a diagram.
Well, always with the caution that things can change. The next will be the Brandon life story. The au pair and man of the house who unalived his wife, trying to set it up and make it look like a BDSM sexual encounter gone wrong, and then he had to unalive the one who unalived his wife. It should start next week, but we just saw that Sarah Grace, was that her name, that got pushed to August. So that's why so far it'll be Brandon's life story about the au pair that we're covering next. But other than that, always with the caution that we don't know when things get pushed. So she was really, really, really dehydrated, is what you're saying. Yeah, if she looks like old leather, she's been there for a minute.
Showing the inventory of bones that were present versus the overview photo that we saw before.
You didn't have to. Just saying.
Page 3 of the report, does this reflect that biological profile that you were speaking about?
Yes.
And just generally speaking, what was determined with regard to the biological profile?
That the remains represented a middle adult female of European ancestry.
And top of page 4 of the report, what's listed under stature?
This is an assessment of how tall this individual would have been during life based on the remains.
Next, we want to talk about the trauma section. Let's start. I want to talk about perimortem trauma. And we'll show some photos and get more details here in a minute. But generally speaking, can you tell the jury where you observed perimortem trauma on this skeleton?
The majority of the perimortem trauma, or those fractures that occurred around the time of death, were in the neck region, with some additional on the face.
Where specifically in the neck? What elements or structures did you observe perimortem trauma on?
The hyoid bone, which is very high in the neck, sort of underneath your jaw, as well as the laryngeal cartilages that surround your voice box, essentially, a little bit lower than the hyoid in the neck.
And those are two separate structures in the neck?
Yes.
Is the hyoid bone connected to anything? Any other skeletal elements?
No, the hyoid is one of the only bones in the skeleton that does not directly touch any other bone in the skeleton. It's suspended by ligaments, and it has numerous muscle attachments that help with breathing and speech, but it does not articulate with any other bone.
The hyoid bone is not connected to the shin bone. Hyoid bone is not connected to the thigh bone. Hyoid is just in your neck. Is it me or is she helping the defense? So far, she hasn't really had any opinions. She's just said, we looked at a body. She's been on the stand for almost an hour, and she hasn't said anything that is relevant to the case other than she looked at the body.
You also mentioned generally some perimortem trauma to the face. Can you tell us generally what that was?
Yes, there was some perimortem trauma on the nasal bones and around the nasal aperture, or where the nose is on the face.
What did you do to examine these bones and determine whether the trauma you were seeing was perimortem or something else?
We used a stereo microscope that allowed us to essentially zoom in, like with a magnifying glass, to look at the features of the fracture very, very specifically, because these are such small structures.
And can you tell us what a stereoscope microscope is? Can you describe that for the jury?
It's essentially a fancy magnifying glass.
And does that allow you to see things you may not be able to see with the naked eye?
Yes.
During your assessment of skeletal trauma, do you also attempt to take photographs or document your findings?
Yes, of course.
And is it always possible to see as well in photographs what you can see when looking through a stereoscope?
No, of course not. Photographs are two-dimensional in nature. So what I can see with my eye, the naked eye, or through the stereo microscope would be three-dimensional and allow me to move the bones to see them from all different angles with different lights. Something that cannot be depicted as well on a two-dimensional photo.
What's your trauma?
Go through those photographs. photographs?
Yes,
Generally speaking, what are they depictions of?
the hyoid bone.
At this time, it has to publish states exhibits 131 and 135. The jury. Dr. Idu, I'm now showing you what's from our State Exhibit 131. Can you tell the jury what it is that we're looking at here?
This is a superior view of the hyoid bone, or if you were looking at it from above and looking down on it, how it sits in the body.
And how many fractures are present here in the hyoid bone?
2.
And you can draw on the screen, if you could you draw where those fractures?
I can solve this puzzle. There's one over here because this piece of bone is not connected to this piece of bone. So there's a fracture right there. And over here, this piece of bone is not there at all. So that's a fracture. I can be a forensic anthropologist in Ohio.
Fractures are present? Is the entire hyoid present here in this photograph?
No, it's not.
Can you tell us what is not present?
The right side greater horn is missing, so that would be here. So that this structure would be, if it were complete, more symmetrical than it is now.
Where would you describe the location of the 2 fractures that are present on the hyoid?
They are in the greater horn of the hyoid.
And the greater horn being the like what I term the pieces that are sticking off the end.
This area.
Okay. As in not in the center in the middle, but they're on the sides.
Correct.
Well, it's better to hit your funny bone than your fanny bone. I kill myself.
Show you State Exhibit 132. Can you tell the jury what it is that we're looking at here?
This is a stereo microscope photograph. So again, essentially looking through the magnifying glass of the fracture margins of that hyoid fracture on the left side. Both pieces are present here.
And then State's Exhibit 133. Can you tell us what it is we're looking at here?
That same fracture.
She's not a ME, she's a forensic anthropologist. So she's just there to tell you how the skeleton looked after the ME had looked at it, to see, like this, is there any breaks in it? Did it happen before, during, or after the unalive thing?
But with the separate pieces a little bit closer together to visualize how they would be if the structure was complete.
Now showing you State Exhibit 134. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at here?
Yes, this is the fracture margin on the other side of the hyoid.
I think we quite literally could just skip everything she says. All you need to know is the hyoid bone was broken because that's an indication of a strangulation.
And then finally, Doctor, I'm showing you State Exhibit 135. Can you tell the jury what it is that we're looking at?
This is, again, the same overview picture of the whole hyoid that was present in the middle, with the arrows indicating the close-up of those fracture surfaces for each side of the hyoid. And the picture in the upper right-hand corner is from an anatomical textbook showing the location of these structures in the neck, essentially. So the hyoid bone is colored in light brown, indicated up there, with the red lines showing the general location of the fracture, both fractures in this case.
And again, you've labeled this in red as being perimortem trauma.
Correct.
Can you tell us how you determined that this trauma was perimortem?
Yes, the fracture margins, or the edges of the fracture, are very jagged in nature, indicating that this fracture occurred while the bone was still in its biomechanically fresh condition.
Right now, I'm going to hand you State Exhibit 136 and 138. Take a moment to put those over. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
And generally speaking, what are they?
Those are stereomicroscopic images of the fractures to the laryngeal cartilage.
And what is the laryngeal cartilage?
The laryngeal cartilage is the large cartilage as part of your larynx that on the very front of it, usually in males, has a more prominent feature, and that's what the general public refers to as their Adam's apple. So that's that same structure. It is a cartilaginous structure, but in many cases it can turn to bone. That's not an abnormal process per se, and so it had started to turn to bone or ossify in this individual.
So going back to page 4 of your report, you wrote the ossified thyroid cartilage. So can you tell the jury again, what does that mean for this cartilage to be ossified?
It just means that it had turned to bone.
And generally speaking, how does that occur, or why does that occur? Or?
It's an age-related process, but it's very variable between people, and many different structures in the body that start as cartilage can turn to bone, including the cartilages on the front of the chest wall that attach to the ribs, and it's also very common for many of the cartilages in the larynx to turn to bone with age as well.
Now, would you characterize that as a normal process?
Yes?
That's a published exhibit 136 and 138 to the jury.
Any objection?
Dr. Agnew, I'm showing you what's marked as exhibit 136. Tell the jury what it is that we're looking at here.
Yes, this is one of the superior horns, or the projections that stick up off of the top of the laryngeal cartilage, indicating a fracture in that horn.
Actually, let me show you the. First of all, at the top of page 5 of your report, are those photographs listed there the ones that we talked about with regard to the highway bone?
Correct.
Now, the bottom of page 5 of your report, are those photographs the ones depicting the ossified thyroid cartilage fracture?
Correct.
And so, State Exhibit 136, it's up on the overhead. Can you tell, based on your report, which side that is, which superior horn that is, left or right?
I can't recall just from looking at that picture.
Does your report indicate under those figures there which one is the left and which one is the right?
Yes, so that would have been the
leading-
left.
State Exhibit 136 is the left greater horn of the thyroid cartilage.
Correct.
Did I say that all right?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you State Exhibit 137. Can you tell us what it is that we're looking at here?
That is also a fracture in the thyroid cartilage.
And is that the other greater horn of the thyroid cartilage?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's marked State Exhibit 138. And can you tell the jury what it is that we're looking at here?
Yes, this is those same photographs indicated on the screen, but in the context of the same anatomical depiction in the right upper hand corner showing the thyroid cartilage, which is that big structure in the middle, again with the red lines indicating the location of those fractures.
And so with regard to the thyroid cartilage, how many fractures are present here?
2.
Going back showing you State Exhibit 135, in total, based on your examination of these structures in the neck of these remains, how many total fractures were present?
There were 4 distinct fractures.
Dr. Agnew, you also, is there a word to describe those fractures to those elements? Would there be more than one? If I said to you the highway's broken on both sides, how would you phrase that?
From an anatomical perspective, we would call that bilateral.
And so what does bilateral mean?
Bilateral just means in
Both sides.
In elements and structures that have symmetry on both sides. For example, your left and right hand. When something occurs on both sides relatively equally, we would refer to it as bilateral. So in this case, the horns of the hyoid and the thyroid both experienced bilateral fractures.
So essentially 2 fractures on the left side of the neck and 2 fractures on the right side of the neck.
Correct.
Did you also examine the face?
Yes.
Dr. Eddie, I'm handing you what's marked as exhibit 139 through 142. Take one look at those. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
And generally speaking, can you tell the jury what they are?
Those are photographs taken at various angles of the face.
I got this time to ask the published exhibit 139 through 142.
No objection.
Can someone be strangulated without breakage like this? It's like they're trying to squeeze all the way through. Ew. It's one of those indications you have if it's a manual or it's assisted strangulation with the hyoid bones. So that's one of the things you'll always hear about in a murder case where someone was strangled, if there was any injuries to the hyoid bone, hyoid bones.
Dr. Eddie, I'm showing you exhibit 139. Can you tell the jury what it is that we're looking at here?
That's a nose.
Yes, this is a photograph close up to the front of the face in this direction. So the eyes are here, and what we see here is called the nasal aperture, or where the nose is in the center of the face, looking straight on from an anterior view or frontal.
But normally, if you are on a stepping, let's say someone finds you playing chandelier in your house, they will then check that bone, because if you are doing I'm going to kick the chair out of under me, you will most likely have broken hyoid bones because of the snap. So that's a good indication that there has been some force applied to it really fast.
View.
I'm not showing you exhibit 140. Can you tell us what it is that we're looking at here?
This is a close-up photo of the
Almost.
nasal bones, essentially looking down on top of the nose from this direction. So a superior view, looking down.
And I want to show you exhibit 141. Can you tell us what it is that we're looking at here?
Yes, these are those same images, but with some arrows indicating different timing of fractures.
So let's talk first of all about the blue arrows. What are those blue arrows?
All of the blue arrows are indicating locations where a fracture was identified that was ante-mortem. So there was evidence of healing in all of those, which can be seen by the rounded edges and where the fracture margins have come together and essentially...
She had her nose beaten the fuck up. Someone used her as a punching bag back in the day. That's a lot of breaks in the nose.
repaired themselves.
And then there's another area with a red arrow. Can you tell us what it is that we're looking at there?
The red the red arrow is indicating a location of
Hey, Krista,
perimortem
been a
trauma. So again, it has those jagged edges that can be seen there, and there's no indication of healing. There's none of those round edges that are observable in antemortem or healed trauma.
So you were able to see both.
No, all the blue ones are old healed fractures. So yeah, of course you could have been drunk, but it's just a lot of well, again, if you smash your face, that'll probably break a lot of it, but it's just a lot of healed fractures she has around the tip of her nose. This one down here, it could have happened after as well. Well, it has. They claim it happened after, but could it be an animal that tried to forage on something? Car crash? Yeah.
Able to see both perimortem trauma and antemortem trauma to that structure.
Yes.
I'll hand you what's marked as States Exhibits 142 through 144. You put those for a moment. I did, but it was duplicative of 141, so I hold that. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
And generally speaking, can you tell us what they are?
Those are additional photographs to the face region, simply from different views.
I'm going to show you first State Exhibit 142. Could you orient the jury as to what it is we're looking at here?
Yes, this is a lateral photograph or a photograph from the side of the face. And so again, this is the eye and this would be the nose here. And so we're looking at the left side of the face.
We haven't heard anything about it.
I'm showing you State Exhibit 143. Can you tell the jury what it is that we're looking at here?
This is an extremely close-up view, again, of the side of the face, focusing on the area around the nose. So again, the nose would be out here in this general region. That was a terrible drawing. I apologize.
And I'm going to show you State Exhibit 144. Can you tell us what it is that we're looking at?
Yes, these are those same photos with a reference, again, from an anatomical textbook in the upper right-hand corner. And the red and blue arrows are, again, pointing to evidence of antemortem or healed trauma versus perimortem trauma.
And so again, blue arrows being antemortem.
So she had a big healed fracture on a cheekbone? No. No, that's the eye. That's the nose. Yeah, so over here on her, that fracture there must be in the cheek itself. It's not on the nose, because that's the nose. What?
Red arrows being peri.
No, Emmy hasn't been here yet.
Correct.
This aerial in this location of the picture that I'm circling, is that a reference to that same injury that was previously shown on State Exhibit 141?
Yes, that's that same region.
And then the other arrow that's indicated in the photo on the left is this other area of injury that you've noted on this exhibit?
Yes.
So two different locations of perimortem trauma to the general area that I would call the nose.
Correct.
And again, can you tell us what the difference is? Let's talk about the picture on the left. The difference between the area where you've drawn the blue arrows versus the area where you've drawn the red arrows.
Yeah, the area where the blue arrows are pointing, again, shows those rounded edges in this area here where the healing process has started, as opposed to the area down here with the red arrow where there's no healing and sharp edges along that border.
That's the most
Dr. I'm
interesting.
showing you page 6.
This is the most interesting part of the case so far. How the hell did she break her nose on her cheekbone?
Of your report. Some of those photographs here with circles rather than arrows appear also in the original report.
Photograph.
Yes.
During your review of the skeleton, did you also note any antemortem trauma?
Yes, the antemortem trauma was indicated with blue arrows on the previous pictures, and there were other instances throughout the body of pre-existing trauma that had healed.
And generally speaking, can you remember any of those in particular that you observed in the skeleton?
I think there was a previous ankle injury that had healed, as well as some rib fractures.
I'm going to talk specifically about the ankle.
Maybe she hit something when she leaned forward to get the USB cable to but she just had a lot of healed fractures to her face. I think that's more interesting than the broken parts of her nose, because she was a drunk. She could have fell over on the way in there and said, "F it, I'm just gonna."
Showing you page 9 of your report. Can you tell us what it is that we are looking at here?
These are x-rays taken of the fibula on the top and the tibia on the bottom from the right leg. These bones in life articulate with each other. So the injuries that are indicated with the red arrows in this case are consistent with each other in terms of their location.
And then you note evidence of previous hardware in the red circle. Can you tell us what that means?
Yes, it is very hard to see from this photo, but there was evidence of an advanced mineralization in the form of circles that does show up on the x-ray, despite it being hard to see here, that suggested that there was some sort of previous hardware or something in the body that the bone responded to.
What do you mean by hardware? What's an example of hardware?
A plate and screws, if an injury called for that.
So, if somebody had a previous ankle injury, there are times when someone will get screws or a plate inserted to help with the healing process?
Yes, that's
and
common.
And that can be removed later on?
Yes.
Actually, Your Honor, she's not MD.
I'll sustain that.
So, there was no actual hardware present, just signs in the bones that had been there previously?
Correct.
Dr. Agnew, I'm showing you page 10 of your report under conclusions, and can you tell the jury what the conclusions were that you reached in this case?
Yes, the conclusions were that the bioprofile indicated a middle adult female of European ancestry that sustained perimortem trauma to the neck and face, as well as had evidence of antemortem trauma and some minor systemic reactions in the bone throughout the skeleton.
And so specifically, with regard to the perimortem trauma, you said that it was consistent with a traumatic event involving the neck and face at or around the time of death?
Correct.
I have one more. I have no further questions this time. Thank you.
Mark, this was provided. I just wanted to let you know. One moment, Your Honor, if I can just get set up. I will probably go up to noon. Would you like me to stop then, and then I can continue after lunch?
Right. Yes, you might get started then.
Thank you, Judge.
And we'll monitor around that time.
Just based on scheduling, if she's close, and we continue to get it done by 12:30, so that we have time, so that we can stop before lunch hour. We'll see you tomorrow.
Mark, can I have your exhibit?
I was trying to come back.
Oh, okay. Nope, then I can wait. You can wait. One moment. I'm going to go back to forensic anthropology versus biomechanics.
You've been asked a lot about biomechanics, and you've certainly heard me say no issue with you being having an expertise in biomechanics. Tell the jury what biomechanics is.
Biomechanics is essentially the study of how mechanically a material responds to forces, specifically biological material in the case of biomechanics.
So I know we talked about your teaching, and we went over the fact that you've actually, the one forensics class that you teach is in forensic science. I want to be clear, though, with the jury, so I understand your testimony. There is antemortem trauma, right? There is perimortem, and then there is postmortem, right?
Yes.
So there's the three different, and they're kind of like the evolution, right? Ante is before. We have perimortem, and as you testified to, perimortem could, when we say at or around the time of death, you would agree with me that that could be days from the time of death?
Correct.
That could be weeks from the time of death?
It's possible.
And even months are possible.
Also possible.
So at or around the time of death, days, weeks, or months, that could be included in that umbrella fit.
Yes.
And then separately, we have post-mortem, which is when the bone is dry.
Yes.
Right? Doesn't have collagen in the bone. It's no longer wet. It's just dry, right? Sort of that last phase.
It's dry, but it likely still has collagen in it.
Okay. But it's dry. We can just agree on that.
Yes.
I listened twice. And of course, I know that jurors are listening well, but I heard it first time, and then in 11:06, I wrote it down in your testimony. Let me get to it. That you indicated that perimortem was indicated, and specifically with Exhibit 135. Thank you. You used the word jagged. Do you remember that? I'm
Yes.
showing you what's been marked State's Exhibit 135. If you could dim the lights a bit. Thank you. I appreciate it. Do you remember using the word jagged?
Yes.
And then you used it earlier in your testimony, did you not, to discuss perimortem trauma and observations about jagged edges?
Do you remember that? You used the word twice. Is that correct?
Likely.
So I want to talk about, I presume, you're familiar with Dr. Heather Garvin?
I know of her.
I presume that you are familiar with the Forensic Anthropology Introduction textbook authored by Christensen in 2019.
Yes,
You are familiar with this?
in general.
Okay, and I'm showing the witness what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit BB. It's page 415. At the top, it says, is it not, 13.3. You see that? Just trying to orient the jury. Do you see that?
She's a little bit
Let's
fast.
go down here to the area that I have highlighted. Do you agree with me that right here it starts with talking about biomechanically fresh bone? And then it goes on to say evidence of perimortem trauma includes plastic deformation, hinge fractures, staining on the bone associated with hematoma. Do you see that?
Yes.
Evidence of perimortem. Let's read this section right here. Compared to post-mortem fractures, it says, does it not, fresh bone fractures are often straighter, where dry bone fractures tend to have, and what does it say?
It says tend to have a more jagged appearance.
Dry bone post-mortem, not.
I told everyone not to sub to Lefty. We are trying to keep him less than 500. Less than 500.
Perimortem, right? When we're talking about the definitions of each. Correct?
Is there a question?
There is. Dry bones, post-mortem.
Correct.
I'm going to go back through your report. It is marked as 130. State's Exhibit 130. Let me zoom out.
No, I want you less than 500.
Fair to say this is a copy of your report that was submitted on January 11th, 2021.
Yes.
And I know you testified to, and I wrote down that you were the primary on the report. I just want to go to the last page if we could. First signature on the report is Angela Hardin, is it not?
Yes.
And second signature is yours.
I wouldn't call them first and second, but they're both present.
And I'm just wondering, because there's two signatures, and we know from your resume, I think it's page 17, where you list Angela Hardin as being one of your students. Is that right?
That's correct.
So were you functioning in a peer review capacity in this case?
Yes.
You were. So Angela Hardin is actually doing the work, and you're functioning as a peer in a peer review capacity.
Not only in a peer review.
You would agree with me that peer review is, actually you talked about it with respect to your journal publications, where you write something and then you submit it for peer review and people kind of weigh in and give their thoughts and then send it back to you.
Mm-hmm.
So it's your testimony, though, that your function in this case was in a capacity of as a peer review.
Not in the same sense of reviewing a journal article. In this sense, it was a collaboration of both of us contributing. Of course, since she was my student, I double-checked all of her work. In that sense of peer review, yes, I peer reviewed her contributions to this case.
Because, Mark, did you mark the addendum? I don't believe the addendum report was marked during your direct, but I'm happy to mark it now as Defendant's Exhibit CC. There is an addendum report to the work that was done by your department at the request of the Montgomery County Coroner's Office, was there not?
Yes?
I just want to make sure that I'm not missing, showing you 4 of 4, that your signature does not appear in the addendum.
It does not. She received her PhD at that point.
And you preempted my question, because on this report, January of 2021, the reason why there's a peer review issue is because she's not a PhD. Correct?
I would not agree that there's a peer review issue.
She's not a PhD when your initial report is issued. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So let's go through the report. There's two pictures of that. You would agree with me that you understood at the time of doing your work in this case that being accurate was very important.
Of course.
And I'm assuming that you approach all of your work that way, right?
Yes.
It's accurate that you're consistent with terminology, right? It's accurate that you're consistent with findings,
Of course.
right? And I presume that you have reviewed your report multiple times for any inconsistencies or
Consistencies, and if there were any inconsistencies, you would have fixed them. Is that right?
If there were any meaningful errors, they would have been corrected.
Okay. Let's go through this. Well, I'm going to skip around, which won't surprise anyone. But I'll just go right to this, on the heels of me asking that question. I want to make sure we're straight here. Trauma section, showing you what's been marked page 4 of 10 of your report. You would agree with me that that first paragraph and first sentence is dealing with peri-mortem trauma.
Yes.
Do you see that? You were asked questions about the nose. Just so we're clear, for a visual for the jurors, nasal bones are up top here.
Correct.
The maxilla is what we're talking about, the sides.
Correct.
The aperture is the opening, right? And then right here, we've got what would be called the nasal spine.
Correct.
Peri-mortem trauma. I just want to make sure I'm reading your report right. You don't list in that first paragraph.
How would I know? I'm not Dutch, and I lost all my Dutch viewers, so I don't know. I think it's because of James' hard stance against Dykes. They took it personal.
Any peri-mortem trauma to the right maxilla. You see that?
It's kind of hard to see with all of the red lines on there.
Sure.
It does not appear so, no.
Will it clear? It's on your screen too.
I think you are a little behind us.
Can clear it?
Sure. You can see your report on your screen?
I can, yes.
Yep. So why don't I zoom in so I help you see it here. So I just want to know if in this first sentence you see right maxilla, peri-mortem trauma.
No.
And I just asked you that question about inconsistencies. Let me be more clear here. Down here, at the bottom screen, the left and the right nasal bones and left and right maxilla demonstrate both peri-mortem. You see that?
Yes?
So, and going back to the inconsistencies, I mean, this whole forensic analysis that you've been asked to do
Is to look at trauma, right? Is there antemortem, perimortem, or postmortem? And here we're already learning that in one area you say there is no perimortem to the right maxilla,
and then on the same page 4 paragraphs later, you say there is.
No, it says there's both perimortem and antemortem trauma present to those regions.
Oh, okay. Perimortem trauma was observed on the following skeletal elements. Tell me where you see right maxilla in that first paragraph.
It does not say right maxilla in that paragraph.
Tell me in your report
where the pictures that you've been shown. Well, let me show you your report.
We'll go to this.
No. I'm thinking you are not live with us because you are bringing up points that happened 10 minutes ago. It happens sometimes when people come in a little bit later and they didn't start at the live. That's what I'm just saying. I'm just saying this because we talked about some of it 5 minutes ago. I'm not saying you're wrong or anything. I just see your comments and they seem like they are like a little behind. So maybe I already answered what you talked about. It's going to be at a special occasion.
Do you remember this in your report?
Yes.
Now, going back to your report and the accuracy of it, you included on page 6 of 10 those 4 photographs, did you not?
I cannot see the page number on this.
Let me.
Is it normal that the nose is broken up here as well? And down the spine of the nose? I don't know, because when I was punched in my face, I had it broken clean off up here. So that's why it grew back together so many times wrong, because it was separated from. So mine would probably look kind of like this. Hurts me just to look at it.
May I approach, Your Honor? State's Exhibit 130, so that you can refer to your report. Thank you. As you need it.
No, this is 1.25. It's not that fast.
6 of 10. Do you see those photographs there?
Yes.
These circles right here. What is picture D depicted?
Picture D is showing antemortem trauma
To what area of the face?
to the right maxilla and nasal region.
So I just want to make sure, that again, and let me scroll up so I can be sure about this. So this right here is the right maxilla.
Correct?
You would agree with me?
No, this is the forensic anthropologist, and the defense has her rattled a lot.
That this picture C is the nasal bones.
Correct?
This is the left maxilla, picture B,
Correct?
and this picture A is the aperture.
Correct?
So in your report, in picture D, you are circling antemortem.
Oh, and for everyone who was waiting for the read hearing today at 11, which is in 20 minutes, that has been rescheduled for February the 3rd at 3 p.m. So no read hearing today. No read hearing today.
Trauma.
Yes, absolutely. Which is what the words said on the first page. That there was.
Well, there's a
antemortem.
difference on your trauma section about whether there's peri or antemortem in the right maxilla.
Thank you, Hulda.
The second statement was a general statement referring to both perimortem and antemortem. So I don't see the inconsistency.
So your testimony is that there is no perimortem trauma whatsoever to the right maxilla.
Correct.
I want to, as we toggle back and forth, your report, start from the beginning. You were shown. Where are those pictures of Grace? 1 second. You were shown State's Exhibit 127, and this appears a zipper right here. So this tag is on the outside of the body bag. Does that seem to?
I don't recall.
I've shown you what's been marked as 128. If I could zoom in here, do you see that there is a bracelet around the remains left wrist? Do you see that?
I see the bracelet. I cannot determine what anatomical structure it's on from this photo.
There's another photo. I challenge anyone to stay organized up here. If you recall, and I will work to find it, but here we go. I'll mark this. Defense Exhibit DD. Appear to be, a different view of what we were just seeing in State's Exhibit 128. Do you agree with me on that?
Yes?
I want to zoom into what the bracelet. it says tentative, and do you see how it says noble there?
Yes?
And then WF52. Do you see that? Have
Yeah.
you clear it?
Yes?
So as the remains arrive, it's consistent with the tag on the outside, Emily Noble, tentative, white female 52. And then there's also a bracelet on, well, you can't identify, but would you agree that this is the skull?
Yes.
And there's a bracelet right here that is has indication that it's a tentative identification as Emily Noble. Do you see that?
Correct.
So, going back through your report, if I can, sorry, I'm going to have copies.
Okay. Sorry.
You talk on page 1 about the work that you did in this case, and you lay out the steps here in what is essentially 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Do you agree with me on that?
Yes?
And I want to make sure, though, that before any efforts were made to remove the soft tissue, that there was no trauma assessment done before that work was performed.
Not in the way that I've described the trauma assessment to this point, because much of the bone was covered in tissue. However, we did assess what we could see and what was skeletonized before any processing occurred.
I'm showing you what's been marked as defendant's double E. Does this look like a fair and accurate depiction of what the skull looked like when it arrived?
I have no way to know. I did not take this photo.
And you don't have any independent recollection as to what it looked like when it arrived?
Well, it was certainly in a different position when it arrived.
So, fair to say what you recall is what you have photographed. Does that sound right?
What I examined and photographed, yes.
So then, let's just kind of go through the report, and I'll try to do it quickly. Is slender a word that you usually use in forensic anthropology?
It's a common generalized term to describe a skeleton as opposed to robust, yes.
Going back to 3.
Us fatties prefer big boned instead of robust.
Part of the process that you do, is it not true, is that when you rehydrate the mummified tissue, the next step is that you manually remove the soft tissue from the skeletal remains, correct?
That's correct.
And that's indicated in 3 right there. Is that right?
Yes.
Just want to make sure here, where you talked about the 24-hour period, it says submerged elements for 24 hours in a 1-to-1 ratio of water peroxide. You would agree with me that in your summary, in your detailed report, it doesn't say for a maximum of 24 hours.
It does not say for a maximum of 24 hours. That is implied.
I'm going to go down here to where you talk about the foot bones. Showing you page 2 of your report. There's a number of bones in the feet that are missing when the remains arrive. Is that right?
Correct.
And that is depicted on these figures. That's the juxtaposition between those two figures.
There is no indication in the figure on the right about the phalanges or the toes. So that is only indicated in the overview photo on the left.
And when we say left, you mean this one. You tell the jurors, which photo's left to you? Sorry.
This one.
And so in terms of the toes that are missing, tell the jurors where that's shown.
Only in this photo.
And in the other one,
In the other one, if you push it up just a little bit, it says phalanges are not depicted. Oh, sorry, down to the figure caption. Correct. Dentition and phalanges not depicted.
this right here, right?
Yes, phalanges are referring to the digits of the hands and the feet in this case.
But then you have this red mark up here.
Yes, those are not phalanges.
And what's the red mark indicating?
The red marks indicate missing elements.
But there's missing toes, right?
Correct.
this sentence right here. The maxillary right and left second molars were removed for DNA analysis. You see that freestanding sentence there?
I see it.
But we know, and that's what you included in your report, correct?
Yes, I included that in the report as written. It was verbally told to me.
But I want to make sure, though, you were at the recovery scene on March, were you not?
I was not at the recovery scene for these remains.
That's what I thought you remembered when we visited. You said you were not there. So any witness that previously testified that in March of 2021 that you were at the recovery scene, that was not correct.
I was at the scene in March, which is associated with the addendum report.
Okay, so then let's talk about that. This sentence right here, the maxillary right and left second molars were removed from DNA analysis. That report is issued January of 2021, right?
Correct?
But we know that's not true because when there's the recovery work at the scene in March of 2021,
2022.
22?
I'm sorry. I would have to look at the date on the addendum report. That is the recovery for the addendum that I was at the scene for.
Addendum report is issued in May of 2021.
My apologies. It's March 2021.
Oh, sorry. Okay. So that was unintentional. That was my marked up copy. So now we have oriented. I just want to make sure, because this sentence right here, and I'm just trying to go for accuracy. You know, do you not, that actually the maxillary right second molar was recovered from the scene when you were there in March of 2021?
Which was after this report.
No. Right. So you said in your report that you thought those molars were out for DNA testing, but actually you found one of the molars in the soil.
I was told that the molars were removed for DNA testing, so their absence is noted in the initial report as I received the remains. When I went to the scene, one of those molars, I think, was then recovered.
And I only pointed out, have you ever heard of garbage in, garbage out? You ever heard of that expression?
Yes.
So the information in your forensic anthropological report is based on what someone else told you. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you later learned to be not true because it's in the soil.
Correct?
Can you take a break now?
Sure, you want
Okay.
Sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our
Suicide undetermined. Opinion as to cause or manner of death. Of course, I know this court knows the 5 cause or manners of death: homicide, suicide, undetermined, etc. I will just say that twice in his report, once on page 1 and then again on page 12, he says on page 1, I quote, "who died of a homicidal act," and then on page 12, he says in his report, Emily Noble's death was a homicide, clearly testifying as to cause and manner of death. There is certainly testimony from Charlie Carlson as to who can determine a cause and manner of death. I would also note for the record, and I intended to use it for impeachment purposes, but on April 23rd of 2021, Dr. Smock gave a 14-plus minute YouTube interview. I understand that that was not under oath, but I do have a certified copy. And in that YouTube interview, when he is asked as to whether or not he can determine cause of death, his answer, and I quote on page 7 of the certified copy, is, "It's up to the medical examiner to determine cause and manner of death." The medical examiner determined it was a homicide. We know in this case, Your Honor,
That's not the entire quote.
I certainly agree with the medical examiner's opinion. I believe it was a homicidal death. Your Honor, with respect to Dr. Smock's report, it was issued in May of 2021. The coroner in this county did not render a decision or an opinion as to cause of death until after Dr. Smock issues his opinion. So when he issued his opinion, the cause and manner of death was only from head and neck injuries. It was not, at any point in time prior to him issuing his report, manual strangulation. If the timeline makes sense on that. The Montgomery County Coroner's Office in January of 21 says cause and manner of death, missing cause, is head and neck injuries. That's in January. Smock issues his report in May, and then on September 16th of 2000.
I think it's more bad chain of custody work than someone going back and putting a molar on the scene. This witness is very, very bad in my opinion. She seems very insecure of all her answers, and she seems rattle-dazzled by the defense. I know it's her first criminal case that she's testifying in, but she seems very she seems really weird, as she's not really putting two and two together, in my opinion. She rattles me and not understand. From the first time I heard her talk, I felt the need to listen to her. Yeah, the funny part is the state's presentations are effing boring. The good parts is the defense questions and the jury questions. The jury questions have told me more about this case than any of the evidence provided by either side.
2021, so a year exactly after the remains.
Good. That's what I meant. You were a little you were asking questions that we already talked about, and it's fine. Sometimes people get stuck a little behind. It's kind of like Lefty. He got stuck in first grade.
Were issued. The Delaware County coroner issued cause and manner of death as both head and neck injuries and also manual strangulation. So prior to Dr. Smocks, there is no medical examiner that says anything about manual strangulation, i.e. and or homicide. He's not allowed to render an opinion as to cause of death.
Your Honor, if I may, I realize that's the timeline defense counsel wants to believe that occurred, but honestly, Dr. Hickman will come in and testify as the state's position that he'd come in before to talk about Dr.
He's
Smock.
the county coroner.
He is the Delaware County coroner, Your Honor. He is not a forensic pathologist, so he cannot, he's a coroner. Now, we are calling Dr. Smock out of order because we're running so far behind. But prior to him testifying, if Dr. Hickman were to come in on the stand, he would tell this court that when he received the reports in January, he believed the manner of death to be homicide.
That will be his testimony, the coroner's testimony.
Delaware County coroner Mark Hickman. He will tell you then, they get the report from Smock, and then it is a paperwork issue that takes so long to get this death certificate officially done and signed later. The paperwork issue is because the remains were at Ohio State. In the coroner's world in Delaware County, whoever has remains initiates the death certificate, whether it's a funeral home, whether it's the Montgomery County coroner's office. OSU was supposed to be initiating the death certificate. However, the forensic anthropologist unit at Ohio State University can't do that for whatever reason. So they are going back and forth trying to figure out how to get this death certificate started so that it can come in, be finished and done with. And they learned that they could do it themselves when the remains were not in their possession. And that's what they did, and that's what took so long to get the death certificate. It's not because of Dr. Smock's report. Now, Dr. Hickman will definitely say it was influential, but he...
Thank you, UK Anton, for gifting memberships to Kimmy's a Ladybug, Lalome, Melanie Townsend, Mass. I haven't seen Mass in a while. Evidence pending weather. I hope Mass comes back because Dave is coming to Denmark, so we're going to do a meetup on my island. Any Danish, Swedish people who want to come and celebrate my birthday on the 21st of January in Odense, stop by. Well, anyone, I don't know. We lost all our Dutch viewers, so and we have no plans. I think we're going to see Hans Christian Andersen's house, and I don't know, get Dave drunk. That's normally what we do when we meet up. Jamie, just because you're not on screen, this is still a good Christian channel. Yeah. I'm thinking we are going to see. They built a whole museum around his house. Side-eyed. If you want to spend $1,500, $2,000 to fly to Denmark and go to Odense, meet up with us, look at Hans Christian Andersen's house, and get Dave drunk, you are more than welcome. Let me know if I need to find you a hotel room.
will say after getting that Montgomery County Coroner's Office report and the forensic anthropologist report, he knew it wasn't a suicide, and he would say it was a homicide.
Dr. Hickman.
Yes.
Well,
And
I think
one more
there
thing, please.
Go ahead.
And Your Honor, the state of Ohio isn't a coroner system. So testimony regarding a medical examiner system, as she wants to impeach him with on a YouTube video, I don't think should be applicable. There are differences to both systems, okay? Now, I believe after the court hears from the training and expertise of Dr. Smock, you're going to find he has more experience than most forensic pathologists, than most coroners. And he certainly can opine based on his training and experience. He's a medical doctor. He's done emergency room. I won't get into all of it. You know where I'm going with that.
I guess the original question is, who can testify as to manner and mode of death? And I believe under the coroner system of Ohio, that rests exclusively with the coroner. And it's my understanding, as you just indicated, the coroner's going to say that. I don't think anyone else is authorized to say that other than the coroner. Now, you're telling me the coroner relied upon Dr. Spock's report to render his decision? In part.
In part, Your
Okay,
Honor.
that's fine.
And he does also rely on the Montgomery County coroner's information. He also relies on the forensic anthropologist's information
I assume
in
so.
coming to his conclusion. And he's permitted to do that as the coroner.
I'm not arguing. I don't think we're having an issue with Dr. Hickman at this point. I think he's good, and I think everything you said can come in, and he can testify as to those issues and ultimately his findings. The question on the table is, can your expert witness say what the manner and mode is? And I think that's probably not appropriate. I think that's the sole, under the statutes of Ohio.
January 21st. And genuine, in Denmark, it's bad luck to wish anyone a happy birthday before their birthday. So I'm just saying.
The sole responsibility of the coroner. He can testify as to his findings, and certainly those are the findings that were relied upon in part by your coroner. And so you can get that in, and the coroner can address that issue as to what he found to be instructive in those reports as part of his decision. But I think the testimony of the doctor should be a lot like what we've had with this particular witness, the specific findings that were utilized by the coroner ultimately making that decision. So I think the answer is he shouldn't be testifying as to what his conclusion is as to what the outcome is. Now, he certainly can say, and I presume he would, that tying a rope around your neck is not consistent with the types of injuries down here. I don't know if he's going to say that or not, but I think that's kind of the issue here. Did the ligature cause these injuries, or was another mechanism that caused the injuries? He can talk about the difference between the two, but without him actually saying this is a homicide, because that's.
And you're welcome, Genuine. I know it's because you Americans have a different way. Us Danes are just weird people. So, yeah. Does anyone else in chat do dry January? Well, I've been in a dry spell a lot lately, so yeah, that's sadly what I do.
That's the sole job of the coroner.
Your Honor, and respectfully,
I mean, if a police officer comes on the scene and sees somebody with a bullet hole in the head, I think they can come to a conclusion that, and there's no gun present, it's a homicide, but that's not their role. The officer doesn't say it's a homicide, the coroner does.
Your
So
Honor,
I'm using that analogy. So.
if I may, defense counsel has had this report since the beginning of the case when we first handed over discovery. They're just now pointing these two issues out to the state. I would request 30 to 45 minutes to review some specific case law in the statute, because respectfully, I disagree that an expert outside of the Delaware County coroner cannot offer an opinion as to the manner and cause of death. So if you would please permit us that opportunity, because this is vital. And again, the defense has sat on it.
313.19
That's correct.
indicates that the cause of death, the manner and mode in which death occurs, shall be the legally accepted manner and mode in which such death occurred, and the legally accepted cause of death as delivered by the coroner. So the statute says the coroner will do that, and that's my ruling. The coroner will do that, but nobody else will. Okay?
Your Honor,
Jury.
Shoe kindness, did her husband do it, or did she do it to herself? She has a long history of very unlucky family members. Her husband self-deleted, her former brother-in-law self-deleted, her stepson self-deleted, her dad had a bad accident, and then he passed away. 4 days later, her mom smacks into the back of a truck and passes away. She had a sister who constantly told her, don't do anything bad to yourself, but she didn't think she would do anything bad to herself. And she's found in the woods 4 months after she disappears with her hands stuck inside of her shorts, a USB cord around her neck, passed away. And they claim he must have done it and then placed her in the woods. But they haven't really shown anything so far, and the defense is really good, I would say.
I'm going to.
You can make a record. I made my ruling. If you want to make a record, go ahead.
No, you're not. I understand.
Your exceptions are noted.
I'm requesting time at the end of Dr. Agnew then to spend with my witness to ensure we
Have somebody else
respect
do
the
that.
court's ruling.
Oh, well, sure, you can do that. I think Mr. Sleeper is examining this witness, so feel free to go out and talk to your witness.
I don't think it's fair to ask someone to depart during the trial. Judge, I also.
All right, if you want a break, I'll give you the break. That's fine. I'll give you the break, no problem.
I just want to make sure that I understand the court's ruling. 313.19 says,
The court's ruling is Dr. Smock is not going to be saying this was a homicide.
what he's going to say is a staged suicide. That's not been objected to. So the only thing he's not allowed to say is then that his opinion is this is homicide. That's the only objection. I want to make sure I understand.
Well, I suppose there is a distinction there, but that's fine. There's a lot of examination on direct across that can flesh this out, so we'll let the system do its thing. So, thank you, Mark.
Just make sure I.
Yeah, you got it. You got it. Good question. Good question.
Which animal has the largest chest? A zebra. Thank you.
This in too.
She's right outside.
I see cross-examination.
I do. I have, as I indicated to you just a minute ago, I put a complete copy of your report and also the addendum up there, just in case you need to look at them as opposed to the electronic.
Thank you.
Sure. Looking at page 3 of 10 of the report, I just kind of want to go through the report and just talk about some things that I noticed. Showing you State's Exhibit 127, again, that was the tag that you were, I think you were asked about that, where it says Emily Noble, WF52. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And going to your report, under the age at death section, I just want to, the last sentence, which results in the age of 27.3 to 49.1. That's the age range with respect to, based on your work in this case, that was the age range you're saying. Tell me what the mean is on your results like that. What's your plus minus? Or is the plus minus incorporated in?
For that range, the standard deviation is incorporated in.
Okay, so it's not like 41.1 years plus or minus 3. That's not what it is. This is your range for how old she was.
Correct.
And I just point this out. Obviously, we know from this that it just says 52, which certainly doesn't mean it's true. But obviously, from your work, you did the testing, and you determined her age to be between 27.3 and 49.1. Is that right?
Just to clarify, what I determined was the categorization of the macroscopic indicator on her pelvis, which is listed as a phase 4 from the published methods of Brooks and Suchy. And that method is what then determines the age range, not me.
So you used your literature, right? What do you call the scale? What do you call phase 4?
Yes, it would be a scale.
Sorry. You used the scale, right? Coupled with your experience and training, and this was your determination as included in your report.
Yes.
I want to just, down here, when you talk about the ancestry, just curious with respect to you including the nasal aperture width and the nasal bone contour. If there's so much deformation to that area, would you agree with me that you probably shouldn't have scored that? Or would you disagree with me?
I would disagree. Those particular features aren't only in the areas of antemortem trauma that would interfere with that, but they are part of that method with those 6 different traits. So they were included, but not relied upon solely.
I want to show you what's been marked as 6 of 10. This is in your report. tell me, you, and would you agree that the photographs in your report with respect to any facial trauma, antemortem, perimortem, or the like, are on page 6 of 10? Tell me if I'm wrong.
Are you asking if all of them are included there, or?
In your report, you have, your pictures begin, do they not, on page 5 of 10?
Yes,
Okay. And then we go to 6 of 10, which is right here.
correct.
And then we go to 7 of 10, right? And 8 of 10.
There's pictures on those pages, yes.
No, my question is pictures of the face. The face. Those are on page 6 of 10.
Correct.
The other pictures in your report are either of the neck area or the femur or the scapula. They're of different areas.
There are different areas that are not the face.
So I just want to focus the jurors in when they have your report that page 6 has 4 photos on it. And those are the 4 photos in your report with respect to any head trauma.
Yes.
Okay, so let's look at page 6 of 10. Showing you here, this is the picture in your report, and here you use colored circles, do you not? And when I say here, I mean in your report.
Correct.
And the purple circle in this, in the nasal aperture picture, you are identifying as plastic deformation, are you not?
The blue circle does include some evidence of plastic deformation.
And that was the purpose of the blue circle around the aperture in your report.
Yes.
And plastic deformation, would you agree, is essentially bent bone?
It's not quite as simple as that. No.
Okay, well, what is plastic deformation?
Plastic
That's her job. A defense lawyer is, their job is to trip the experts, and I have to say it's working for me. This lady doesn't seem to know her own work, and when a lawyer can, this is a good lawyer. She's a really, really good defense attorney, and she has actually studied her field. It's kind of like watching Alessi going at the experts in the Karen Reed case. This woman has clearly studied this specific material because she knows she can get to this woman. Because that's the job of the defense. It is to try and raise doubt about what the state's witnesses are saying. And this is not a good witness. She's just not strong. As I've said a million times, don't get experts just to get experts. Get good experts. Don't have people who know everything. You need a great communicator. And every time she tries to say something, the defense attorney just slaps right back at her, and she sits there and says, and I think it works for the jury. We are the jury as well. We are people who don't know anything about the case. So I think she's doing her job really, really well. My point being, dry January is a joke. Well, we got snow, so it's not dry. Forensic testimony can be boring sometimes, you think? I wanted to skip the entire part of the state, but then Sue would have said, ugh. Yeah, she can't explain why anything looks sus to her.
Plastic deformation refers to, in the sense of bone that has deformed to the point where it can't go back to its original state. So bones bend regularly without breaking, and that would not include plastic deformation. So when it is plastic, it's reached beyond the point of being able to return to its original state.
So let's just say that if there's a break in your arm, you can have a break, can you not, reset so that the bone is realigned, right?
She saw the camera, maybe.
You would expect then to see, based on your description of plastic deformation, that if a bone breaks and it's malaligned, as in it hasn't been reset, there could be some plastic deformation there.
That plastic deformation is referring to the change in the bone during the event that caused it, yet we can see evidence for it later.
So just a yes or no, or I don't know, with respect to if there was a break and it heals when it's malaligned, is it your testimony that you would expect or could see plastic deformation? Yes or no?
It's possible.
Here in this picture, showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 39, which is 139, which is a closer, just a single shot of the nasal aperture. Would you agree?
Yes.
And in showing you previously in your report, the circle, and I'm doing a rough circle, but is around the entire nasal aperture. You don't have a picture in your report specifically pointing to the deformation. Would you agree with me on that? You just have it as circle.
Correct. It's just indicating the general area.
So the general area is where you see it?
Specific.
Oh, tell me which one you'd like to use.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Specifically, it's in this area.
So your testimony is the plastic deformation is in, and I didn't need to circle it, is in the, let's do it again so the jury's, I won't circle over.
It's in this area.
That area right there.
We can't see it.
So when you encircle this,
Didn't she have pins or something in her mouth for some reason? I think she had some pins removed. Maybe she got beaten before or was in an accident. I don't know. And Empire says, what do you call a nun in a wheelchair? Virgin mobile. Thank you, Empire. I don't know if that... In Denmark, we never had Virgin as a company, so for all our Danish viewers, it's Virgin, the Richard Branson company. They had a phone department. Yeah, she had pins in her ankle. We know that one. Yeah, so if she might have broken her leg before.
this whole area, really you're talking about this area in terms of plastic deformation. I just want to be clear because it matters.
There is likely also some evidence of it in this area as well, but most of it is in this area here. It's very difficult to see in these pictures, of course.
And right here, of course, is where you have marked in picture C, antemortem trauma.
Yes.
So we have plastic deformation where there's antemortem trauma. Okay? Just want to just make sure, too, in terms of your report, showing you, this is, again, page 6 of 10. The green circles here are showing the viewer of your report antemortem trauma, right?
Correct.
So before. Is that right?
Yes.
Then
With evidence of
today-
healing.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry?
You said before. I just wanted to clarify that there's evidence of healing.
There's evidence of healing. And we know that one of the things that you can look for in evidence of healing is if it's shiny or rounded edges. Would you agree with me on that?
No peen bones.
Rounded
so far.
edges, yes. Shiny, no.
Okay. And because the bones were also put into peroxide, so, well, withdraw that question. So, and then you were shown State's Exhibit 141. And in 141, you're not using circles when you testified today. You're using arrows. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes, those are arrows.
And in your report, you've got 2 circles here. And are there any other circles in that image, C? Or just the 2 antemortem?
There's only the 2 green circles in figure 5C.
And then noticed in what you testified to today in State's Exhibit 141, there's now this arrow here. Do you see that?
I do. That's indicated in figure 5B.
So let's go to 5B. 5B is this photo right here. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So I want to make sure that where you're saying there is the perimortem trauma, I'm very clear on it. So corresponding with State's Exhibit 141, is 141 corresponding to that circle up there?
The red arrow in the left-hand photo in 141 is indicating the top red circle in figure 5B, yes.
Okay, then let's go back and really talk about this. This area right here, would you agree that it's the same area right there?
Yes.
Okay, because your arrow is in two different places, and so I just want to know which of the arrows is
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike the comment. About the location of the arrow, she can ask a question about it, but she's making comments about what the pictures look like without asking a question.
Okay, I'm not sure I followed the question. Would you ask the question
Sure,
again,
Your
please?
Honor. It appears the arrows, right? We know that this general area is the same as this general area. So I'm asking you, and I understand they're in different perspectives, but this area, this arrow appears to be in the middle-ish. This appears to be on the top. Tell me if I'm wrong, because I want to really understand where you see the perimortem trauma.
Along the edge that both arrows are indicating, which is very difficult to see from 2D photographs. So it looks different from different perspectives. The picture on the left is a superior photograph in one perspective, and the picture on the right is an anterior. So one is from the top and one is from the front. So it would be very difficult to get the arrow in the exact same place.
As I recall from your report, that these photos were taken with the stereoscopic camera. Am I right about that? Is that how you say it?
Yes.
Okay, and check your report, but let me know.
Question is?
Yeah. Which camera did you use to take these pictures?
The stereoscopic camera, or the camera attached to the stereoscopic microscope, is indicated in photo C.
And so I thought I heard in your direct examination when you were asked about the stereoscopic photos, you said essentially it's a microscope that allows you to see things that the naked eye couldn't see. Do you remember telling jurors that?
I don't remember my exact wording.
Sound about right? Or no? Does it not sound right?
I cannot remember if I said those words.
The microscope, the stereoscopic microscope, allows you as a researcher to see things under the lens that you might not be able to see with your own eyes. That's literally why you use it, is it not?
Yeah, you might not be able to see it.
And that camera, that stereoscopic microscope, has a camera in it, right? There's a camera that's part of it that captures the same photos that you see through the microscope. Is that right?
Essentially, yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 144. And tell me if I'm wrong, but State's Exhibit 144, this picture, is this picture in your report?
This exact depiction, no.
And do you remember when I came to your office and we talked about this picture in particular?
I vaguely recall it, yes.
Okay. And I asked you, we were talking about Auntie, and I said, well, this appears to be healed here, so this couldn't be perimortem. Do you remember when I asked you that question?
No.
Because one fracture cannot be both peri and antemortem. Wouldn't you agree with me on that?
I wouldn't agree necessarily.
Would you disagree?
It's possible that an existing fracture that had started to heal could again be re-injured.
And then, we didn't ever have this picture in your report, but now we have the arrow here indicating perimortem. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
And then you would agree with me in the companion picture in 144 that this is the nasal aperture, the nasal spine right here. Would you agree with me on that?
That's the anterior nasal spine, yes.
Yes. And there's no circle or arrow or anything there?
No.
No. And this photo is called ante and perimortem trauma, and there's no circle on the nasal spine.
Correct.
Also not included in your report with respect to antemortem fractures, and I know I asked you about this too when we were together, are all the rib fractures that were observed on the right rib, the left rib, the left rib, the left rib. I think there was 4 rib fractures.
Do you agree with me on that? On page 7 of 10 of your report.
Yes, I see that.
And remember, I asked you why there aren't pictures of those ante-mortem fractures in your report, and you agreed there weren't.
There are not.
When we're talking about ante-mortem, peri-mortem, post-mortem, you would agree with me, and we talked about this, that every
Are we going to get into why she has all these injuries? Now I want to know it.
individual's bones heal in a different way. Right?
Correct.
There are different factors that could influence perhaps how my bones heal versus your bones heal. Things like diet, genetics, if I have osteoporosis and maybe my bones aren't as healthy or strong as someone else's might be. Those are all things to consider when we're just kind of looking at issues with respect to bones, trauma, the like, right? We all heal different.
That's a true statement.
And then I guess I'll just jump to this photo, which, page 8 of 10 in your report. Eight of 10. This is, you recognize this as page 8 of 10.
Yes.
Okay. And this is a stereoscopic image of an osteolytic lesion. And I want to give you a closer up photo of this image depicted here, showing the witness what I've marked as defendant's exhibit FF. Dr. Egger, do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
And that's noted in your report, again, on page 8 of 10. You're familiar with osteoporosis or osteopenia, I presume, from your work on skeletons?
Yes.
And tell the jurors what that is, or let's start with osteopenia. What is that?
Osteopenia is a clinically diagnosed low bone mass, essentially.
And low bone mass means what?
It means that the person that's being assessed compared to a similar demographic has lower than essentially the average bone mass.
And in layperson's terms,
If I have osteopenia, my bones aren't as strong, is maybe a same or similar person.
I would not say that.
Okay, well, they aren't, what's the how would you say?
That compared to the average person, that you had been clinically diagnosed as having a lower bone mass.
Okay, a lower bone mass. So, compared to the average person, I have a lower bone mass. And you would or wouldn't agree that that means that my bones aren't as strong as the average person?
No, to me, strong means a different,
Okay.
it has a different meaning.
Okay, this picture right here is depicting what?
An osteolytic lesion on the scapula.
And you noted that because this goes right to the issue that we were just talking about, right? With respect to bone strength, density, etc., right?
No, it was noted because it's an anomaly on the skeleton.
Okay. What about the osteolytic lesions or on this picture showing you what's been marked? I thought you had an osteolytic lesion on the scapula, did you not?
Yes, that's the same lesion.
So tell the jurors on defendant's exhibit GG where it is.
This, sorry. It's underneath my green
Okay.
squiggle now.
And so then this, the other picture that I showed you, is a close-up of that. Is that right?
Correct.
And the stereoscopic camera captures this photograph, and we know that from your report.
Yes.
Okay.
Osteoporosis, doesn't that come with a lot of pain as well? If it starts to, if you're getting holes in your bones and stuff like that, wouldn't that be kind of painful? I'm just thinking maybe there's a reason why she was drinking. And isn't osteoporosis and drinking a bad combination?
Go to. Did you take the X-rays of the fibula and the on 9 of 10?
Haystack, please remember no spoilers, no spoilers, no spoilers.
Yes.
You took those X-rays.
Me personally?
Yes.
I pushed the button, yes.
Okay, that's just what I was wondering, because I want to make sure that you took the X-rays and you personally also took the photos that are contained in the report. Or was that Angela Hart?
Angela and I worked together to take the images of the gross pictures, the overview pictures, the stereoscopic images, as well as the x-rays.
So are you not able to say actually which pictures you took and which pictures Angela took?
I don't recall.
Have you ever done a mummified case before?
Yes,
How many?
I don't recall.
Of the 50 to 100 cases you don't recall, how many were mummified?
No.
How many of those mummified cases that you don't recall did you write reports? Do you recall that?
No.
One moment, Your Honor. What? Be my next.
Yeah, and that's again, we're sitting here, all of us, and thinking, why the hell is this trial going on, and why don't we have any evidence? If she has osteoporosis, her thyroid bone would be more brittle, right? So that normal pressure you would have to put on it to snap it from a big drop, you might not need the same amount of force. We also know that she has been going through a lot of trauma mentally in her life. We all know what the coup did to all of us mentally. And if she's also breaking down physically, especially if they're doing this new let's go out and find our food in the woods, a lot of people don't understand that you actually need a lot of protein, and they will not supplement their food. And especially someone like her who has osteoporosis would need to take care of her diet to make sure that she's covered in all of the bases. That's most of the time when people go on one of those crazy diets or they turn vegan or something, they don't understand that your body actually needs a lot of stuff that you get from other things. And I'm just thinking, if you have the mental stress, you have the physical stress, you have the coof, and it seems like you might also have a little bit of a drinky poo problem. Doesn't it lend more credence to she would go out into the woods and finish herself? The more the state put witnesses on, the more I'm convinced there's a high reasonable doubt that she would do it to herself. That's the thing I'm thinking about. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'm just reading too much into it. Yeah, that's the good thing about being big boned. Just hurts on all the other bones to have to carry them. Her sister was the first one to testify.
Yes. I know we talked about just before the lunch break about your inclusion in your report about the molars and how you had been told that they had been submitted for DNA, and then you later learned that actually at least one of the molars was at the scene. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Ask you the greater horn photo. Well, I'll just use this one. Page 5 of 10. There was testimony about the missing greater horn. Right? You said that it was missing. It wasn't there for your analysis.
Correct.
Showing you your report. Oh, perfect. This is State's Exhibit 131. This is a closer image of it. And in the trauma section in your report, tell me if you need to refer to it. You indicate that it's not present for analysis, right?
Correct.
Where is it?
I have no idea.
So when we're looking at this fracture, without that, you would agree that we don't have the companion bone here.
Correct.
And obviously you testified that you went back to the scene, and it also wasn't recovered at the scene. You are familiar, of course, and something we talked about just generally with respect to any time there is a body that's left in the elements, there could always be insect or maggot or some kind of animal activity, right?
It's always possible.
Always possible. And I just want to be clear that with respect to where that bone is you have no information about that.
No.
And you also testified as to 4 different fractures, and I just also want to make sure in your report that you describe them as consistent fractures with respect to State's Exhibit 131. Do you agree with me on that?
I said or indicated that they were in consistent locations bilaterally.
In consistent locations, and you make that determination without this other bone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And of course, without the other bone, we don't get to see the edge of what would be there.
Correct.
Tell me if you'd like me to approach, but do you see, and this comes across.
Yeah, that was the opening. Was you were afraid she was going to do something to her? No, but didn't you tell her every day not to do it? Yeah, but I never thought she was going to do anything. Sure, Jen.
So bright because the bone is white. This area right here.
Please no spoilers. Please
Is-
no spoilers.
I'm sorry. Is State's Exhibit 142. Thank you, Your Honor. And again, just to
And for
this is the eye socket.
we are on day five, and this is where the heavy witnesses are coming in, and I'm getting more and more convinced he didn't do it. It's really not a good presentation by the prosecution.
socket generally, is it not?
Yes, this region is the eye orbit.
And I know that in your report you don't note any post-mortem trauma, but as you look at that picture, or at any point through your work in this case, do you see or the post-mortem trauma in that eye socket area?
Yes, in this region to the ethmoid bone.
But that's not in your report.
No.
Show the jurors it's where the arrow is. So that's post-mortem trauma. So right?
It's postmortem damage.
Damage. The bone is dry here. Is that
All of the bone is dry.
and this, you've been asked to do a forensic anthropological analysis, and in your report, you don't include the post-mortem damage.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Are all of the photos that you took during your assessment of the skeleton included in your written report?
No.
Or were those photographs included with your written report so they could be reviewed, the ones you didn't pick out and put in the report themselves?
Yes.
You were asked about this missing hyoid bone. Can you give the jury an idea of the size of one of the horns of the hyoid?
Yes, it varies per person, of course, but it's a very, very small, fragile bone, and it's the greater horn.
No, and that's again, and with all the extra evidence that comes in, it becomes more and more clear why the hell they were asking her not to do anything stupid, because she clearly was struggling with a ton of stuff. It's I'm just not buying the oh no she was so happy all the time. I just said it because shits and giggles. Please wait till the trial is over. I know that's because someone else came into to the Discord and gave away the ending of the trial. So please, because you might think, oh, this doesn't mean something, and something might slip, and I just don't want to ruin it for people who have been hanging out with us for so many days watching it.
Is Probably about the size of your maybe pinky fingernail.
So that's, it looks big in these
Yeah, it's
microscope
hard to tell.
photos. That's how tiny of a structure we're talking about there.
Yes.
Was the lack of that horn on the hyoid, did that prevent you from being able to tell whether or not this was a unilateral or a bilateral fracture to the hyoid?
No, because the middle portion of the hyoid was present, where part of that fracture margin was still present. So we only had half of the fracture, but it was still able to be analyzed.
And so with your respect to your determination of that being perimortem trauma to that side of the hyoid, was that finding impacted in any way by the fact that you didn't have the horn itself?
No.
You were also asked a question about animal activity. Is there a term that you would use for post-mortem animal activity that affects a skeleton?
That would likely fall under taphonomic damage, or we would call that scavenging evidence.
And what does taphonomic damage mean? What does that mean?
Taphonomic just refers to any processes that affect the skeleton after death. So in this case, it could be an animal. It could also be a tree root.
In your review of these remains, did you find any evidence of scavenging activity?
No.
Am I wrong? Maybe, am I wrong? But had she tried before, or had she gone to? Now I'm a little confused because I just thought that there was a reason why the sister asked, because she had tried before or she had talked about trying before. Wasn't there something like that?
Finally, you were asked some questions back before lunch about the process of tissue being removed from the bones. If damage had occurred to the bones during that process, what would that look like?
It would depend on the type of damage. I have seen before a scalpel blade accidentally nicking a bone and leaving a very clear, sharp defect on the bone. So that is something that could commonly happen.
Could any damage caused, again, not saying there was, but if there was damage caused during the processing of the bones, would that in any way look similar to perimortem trauma that occurred to those same bones?
No.
So is there any possibility that anything that occurred during processing would make it so you couldn't differentiate between that and the perimortem trauma that you've testified about?
No.
One more. I don't know if we'll cover this time. Thank you.
Yes, Chairman Brief. You would agree with me when you're asked questions about any possibility that you know as a scientist.
Science is not 100%.
Objection, Your Honor. Outside the scope.
The question was, is there any certainty? And you said no, and I just want to make sure that you know as a scientist, you cannot say anything, even with respect to your best area and expertise and training. Nothing is 100% in science. Is that correct?
Nothing is already an absolute, so I can't agree with that.
Nothing is already an absolute. Nothing in life is an absolute, right? Okay. And then I just want to make sure, I thought I heard you on redirect use the word, 1 second. You said fragile bone. Do you remember testifying to that just a second ago, using those words?
I don't recall.
Nothing further.
Ladies and gentlemen, any questions? You have the choice if you declare those words.
Let's get the jury questions and see how they see her.
All right, Dre has a few questions. I'll read these to you, and I'm going to kind of bounce around, so there may not be real consistency to where I'm going from. Were you aware that when you received the remains that there were tennis shoes on the feet?
When I received the remains, there were no tennis shoes or clothing present.
Okay, so would you be able to answer the question of why are toes missing on the report when there were tennis shoes on the feet at the scene? Do you feel comfortable answering that?
I analyzed what was present when the remains were brought to me, and so I have no knowledge of anything that happened before that.
Okay, thank you. Are you able to tell how long ago the ante-mortem nasal trauma occurred?
No, I could not speculate about the amount of time that has passed since that healing started.
What factors influence peri-mortem fractures to appear as peri-mortem trauma? Is it days, weeks, or months later? Does the environment have an impact, or in fact, soft tissue is covering it, have any impact upon that?
Those biomechanical characteristics for the bone to display peri-mortem features cannot happen if the bone isn't hydrated. So it needs to be in its normal, fresh state for that to occur. And in terms of a specific timeline, I can't say how long that fresh state could have been extended under different circumstances.
The environment could have an impact upon that time frame?
Yes.
Okay. How is it possible that no animal scavenger in the body was evident after 4 months in a wooded area?
Good question.
That is surprising, but it is possible, and I'm confident that we found no evidence of that scavenging on the skeleton. I can't say what happened to any of the missing elements, and so we can't rule out scavenging activity completely. I can only say that there was no evidence of it on the remains.
And did you note any rib fractures?
Antemortem rib fractures, yes.
So they were not perimortem?
No, they were not.
Antemortem.
Yes.
And the last question, did you receive the autopsy report from Montgomery County?
No, I have never seen that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. State, have any questions?
No question, Your Honor.
All right. Defense, have any questions?
I think just when you're talking about peri-mortem and you said fresh, and I just want to clarify since it's been brought up again. Peri-mortem, because you can't tell, it could possibly be days or weeks or even months. That time frame at or around that.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Thank you. You may sit down.
Thank you.
We'll call you back in just as soon as we can. Thank you. Convenience, review them for any addition. My final draft of the instructions. So at your convenience, review them for any additions, corrections, deletions, and we can, in fact, if you want to just get them to us by some form or other, I can address that. But at our mutual convenience, we'll have it.
He's a big guy. He looks like a linebacker. Hadn't noticed that. Look at the size of those hands. Ladies, we know what you wish he was grabbing right now.
Charging instruction conference.
Thank you, Your Honor. We did actually have a marked up copy from Sunday that I forgot to tender, but Nicole mentioned that you had now issued a final. So we'll look at that tonight and then adjust our comments accordingly.
Yeah, let's move on. We don't care about the jury instructions.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state
I already hate him. He's way too happy.
your name for the jury and spell your last name?
Yes, Dr. Bill Smock, S-M-O-C-K.
Finally, Dr. Smock. Smock is the big guy. He is the guy who is going to figure all of that. So, gird your loins, ladies. We are going in rough.
Formal name William.
That's what my mom calls me.
I think 2 ricatas was on each side of his head.
I'm going to call you Dr. Smock. Is that okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And where are you from?
Louisville, Kentucky.
What is your current profession?
I am the police surgeon for the Louisville Metro Police Department, the medical director for the Training Institute on Strangulation Prevention.
I know people have been making fun of someone with a bad rock, but it's better to have a bad rock than have this. Brother, man. I don't know if you have it as a joke, kind of like a meta. I know it's so obvious that I'll keep the comb over just so everyone will know I have a comb over. Or you're really thinking you're going to fool someone. Let me say in the ancient word of my people, let it go, let it go. Just clip it off and let it flow. Yes, The Ice Princess is a Hans Christian Andersen adventure that Disney ruined and made into Frozen. Just like The Little Mermaid, you are welcome again for the Danish people, making sure you got entertained. Holly Mac, Holly Jolly, Holly Jolly Mac. Gifted 5 Broken Baker memberships to 304 Mafia. Scony, Mackie Jeb, Walking Away Classy, and Bama Rose. Thank you so much, Holly Mac, for 5 gifted memberships. And I've started doing members onlys on Sundays, just so you have something to use your membership for other than yell at Sue. Remember, you can all give Sue the Sue bird in the emoji part of. Yeah. I wanted to do a rundown of the crusty panties on the Canton Housewives. Sadly, they don't have a transcription on that one, so I would have to sit and listen to all of it. I can't just try and read through it and say, oh, this is so dumb, I need to clip it. And I don't think my mental health could survive watching Canton Housewives and clip stuff. So I'm not sure. It might be the Carrie Roberts episode this Sunday instead, if I survive, because apparently we're getting a snowstorm tonight, and I just ordered a viewing of 2 houses on Saturday, so I don't even know if I'm alive Sunday. Who knows? Who cares? No one. I know, especially Sue. I hate it. I hate it.
And a clinical professor of emergency medicine at the University of Louisville.
We're going to unpack that in just a moment, but I'm going to hand you what's been marked as Exhibit 145.
And what is the date on the top of it?
April.
Yes, but I tried 4 different today. One of them gave me 20 minutes out of a 2-hour. The rest of them wanted payment after, so that's why I haven't done it. So I need to talk to Marissa about what AI tools she uses. But I have tried. I actually did some work today because the parking spot at my gym was totally filled up, and I needed to go fix some other stuff and get some silicone for my BBL and for my door plastic, the seals on the door so it doesn't freeze. So I went home and I tried to make it. That's why I went into the Carrie Roberts, because it has a transcript already. So I do listen to Marissa sometimes. I'll just pretend I don't, because she'll get a big head and say, oh, I know AI.
2021.
So that's current as of April 2021.
That is correct.
How many pages is it?
Oh, I'm getting really high as well.
83?
Double-sided?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Yes, my Brazilian butt lift.
Your Honor, permission to publish to the jury? Medicine to those.
Let's just get him certified as an expert and then move on.
And you also indicated
Because of that training and the information that to Africa, so I don't know, hundreds.
and to continue to consult on those.
Yeah.
Well, let me back up. Do you teach now or international? And who engages your services then?
Those would be defense attorneys. There are portions as the suspect inflicted one.
I want to go back for
Do that just
crime scene and
Sure.
Yeah, let's get her one here.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Diane Menasche on behalf of Matheau Moore.
I know you were asked about your training, but you are not a pathologist.
That is correct, I am not.
You are not an anthropologist.
That is correct, I am not.
You are not a board-certified forensic pathologist, by
That-
extension.
That is correct.
With respect to what a police surgeon is, I know you've been asked this question a number of times. You would agree with me that your
I know it's not for everyone because, as Ricada said one day, you need to play it at 1 point speed so you can get all the infractions. Reading a guy's CV, I don't need it, and I'll skip through it, especially because now she's going to do a voir dire of him, so that if there is anything that's kind of sus, because it's just him reading a CV. I never understood why Yanks needs a doctor to tell them he's a doctor. We tend to believe them if they say it in Denmark. So to me, it's just a big old waste of time. And he has been on the stand for 560, another 45 minutes wasted just going over his CV. The only good part is here because she will find out if there's anything, any holes in it. And I'll go and I'm gonna go and heat my food because it's almost 6 o'clock.
Answer as to what a police surgeon is that you are physician trained in forensic medicine to assist detectives in cases involving living victims, living patients. Is that right?
That is one portion of my duties as a police surgeon. That is correct. One portion.
In cases where you worked with non-living individuals, you were trying, for example, to determine, like in a car accident, who was the driver, who was the passenger in a motor vehicle collision, where both occupants were ejected, one clearly driving. Do you remember, does that sound about right?
Yes, ma'am.
Because your work is in living victims.
My work is with living, but it's also with decedents as well.
And in that example that I just talked about. With respect to crime, you are not a crime scene reconstruction expert, correct?
There are portions of crime scenes that I reconstruct. So, gunshot wounds, car wrecks. So yes, there's a portion of what I do that does reconstruct what happened at a crime scene.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit HH, and these questions are with respect to your qualifications. Do you recognize this page generally?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
You would agree with me that you go onto the Louisville Metro Police Department and this is the page that comes up?
I don't know if it's on the website or not.
Okay, and where do you recognize it from?
I've seen it before. It's a document that's been out there.
Okay, and this is you, right?
It
and
is.
that's you in a uniform, because I heard you say you were a physician in blue.
No, never said that, but clearly I'm wearing a blue uniform.
I'm just curious with respect to your qualifications on this. Where, if anywhere, does it say that you're a crime scene reconstruction expert?
It does not state that specifically. What it states is internationally recognized forensic expert and trains nurses, physicians, law enforcement officers, attorneys in multiple fields, including officer-involved shooting, strangulation, gunshot wound, injury mechanisms, and motor vehicle trauma.
No, I understand that, but you're being tendered. One of the things I wanted to voir dire on is as an expert in crime scene analysis. And you would agree with me that there isn't any indication of your expertise in crime scene analysis.
On that document, that is correct.
Furthermore, just want to talk about in terms of your qualifications right here. Your current employer is the Louisville Metro Police Department, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the Institute of Clinical Forensic Medicine and Nursing. That's a company that you started in Indiana, is it not?
That is correct.
And despite it saying institute, it's just a body of one, right? It's just you.
It is me with part-time forensic nurses.
And that company is called Clinical Medicine and Nursing. It is not any crime scene analysis or reconstruction as that entity is named. Would you agree with me on that?
Yeah, the name is the Institute of Clinical Forensic Medicine and Nursing.
Your Honor, I would object to any tendering of this expert in crime scene analysis.
If you have any further questions, I'm talking to you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Smock, the defense counsel talked to you about being a police surgeon, but that's actually only one of the jobs you've ever had, right?
That is correct.
And that's one job where you actually analyzed crime scenes,
That is correct.
right? And so in your role as a police surgeon, how often do you go to crime scenes?
Could be several times a week. It depends on when I get called.
And so in that role, how many crime scenes have you evaluated?
Hundreds, if not more than 1,000.
How many have you attended?
Again, hundreds, if not more than 1,000.
And again, you actually train and help law enforcement to look at the evidence at a crime scene,
Yes, ma'am.
to decide, what is going to be, what is evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
How is it going to apply?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so being a police surgeon in that one piece of document, just hold it up, that Defendant's Exhibit HH, I mean, this is taken off a website, right?
That is correct.
Did you write your 38 years of experience on this website piece of paper?
No, ma'am.
All right. Now, in addition to being a police surgeon, you're also an emergency room physician.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you have seen individuals report to you with trauma,
Yes, ma'am.
including facial trauma, neck trauma.
Your Honor, my objection, just for clarification, is with respect to any tendering as to crime scene.
Right, this is.
I'm getting there.
Okay, go there if you would.
All right. Yes?
That is correct.
And that's the trauma is what?
Trauma is some force being applied to a human body.
And that can be the result of an accident.
Yes, ma'am.
That could be the result of an intentional act,
Yes, ma'am.
a crime.
Yes, ma'am.
And so in your role as an emergency room physician, those observations you make about trauma, do you use those as you evaluate crime scenes?
Absolutely, I do, because the victim, the patient who comes in, is a living crime scene. We collect evidence on victims who come in. So so the victim is a crime scene, as well as that what we think of as that physical crime scene.
And the injuries speak to you regarding what occurred at a scene,
Yes, ma'am.
and you have observed how many of those in your role as an emergency room physician?
100,000?
Now, defense counsel was, in addition to being a police surgeon, the emergency room physician, you also have your own institute that you started with forensic nurses.
Yes, ma'am.
And does that have anything to do with crime scene analysis?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
And explain that to the jury, please.
When a prosecutor's office, a police officer, or police department, or a federal agency comes to me with a case, part of what they're asking me to do is to evaluate whatever evidence is there, including the analysis of the evidence and the crime scene itself. Is the crime scene and the evidence consistent or inconsistent with a particular history that has been given?
And then you indicated again also that you are the medical director for the Alliance of Hope Institute on Strangulation Prevention. Does that have anything to do with crime scene analysis?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
And can you explain that to the jury, please?
Yes, ma'am. As part of the courses that we give, we teach individuals, whoever comes to the training, police, prosecutors, nurses, doctors, about evidence collection, evidence interpretation, and how that, and then evidence analysis. What does that evidence mean? So it's, we actually have, as part of that 4-day training, we actually have a crime scene, a staged crime scene in a hotel room. And we ask the students to go in and analyze the evidence that's there, collect evidence, photograph the evidence, and then interpret the evidence. So crime scene evaluation is part of what I do, and it's part of what the Institute does, and it's part of what I teach.
And I'm going to place state page 80 of your curriculum vitae, which, by the way, this is a complete version of your experience, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Not that piece of paper with 3 paragraphs on it.
That is correct.
Page 80. Let's scoop that up. And I want recognized areas of expertise, state and federal courts. What does that mean?
That means that the judges in those courts have recognized me based upon my education experience or training to be qualified to render opinions in those subject areas.
All right, and just go ahead and read them down the line, please.
Emergency medicine, forensic medicine, penetrating trauma, which means knife, gunshot wounds, entrance versus exit, range of fire, bullet, path trajectory, shooting reconstruction, inflicted versus self-inflicted injuries, officer-involved shootings. Blunt force trauma, pattern injury recognition, inflicted versus accidental injuries, motor vehicle trauma, injury mechanisms, occupant kinematics, which means how do people move in cars, accident investigation, determination of occupant role, driver or passenger, restraint effectiveness, airbag-induced injuries, strangulation, suffocation, asphyxia, torture-related injuries, elder abuse and neglect, child maltreatment, forensic toxicology, wound injury reconstruction, stage altered crime scenes, and sexual assault.
So you have been declared an expert before or recognized as
Well, Money just did say it was a SMEX crime, so maybe there was some penetrating going on.
an expert in the area of staged.
Enjoy your sleep. See you in the mornings.
And altered crime scenes.
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Is that synonymous with crime scene analysis?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And then finally, you actually teach on the subject of staged or altered crime scenes.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And who do you teach?
I trained at the Louisville Metro Police Academy, the police officers and detectives. Again, most recently trained FBI agents, federal prosecutors out in Wyoming. But I'm training Department of Defense, the Judge Advocate Generals, the JAG Corps for the Department of Defense, doctors, nurses. It's part of what I'm training somewhere in the country twice a month.
So if someone wants to consult with an expert regarding staged crime scenes, they come to you. Objection, Your Honor. Your Honor has just testified that everybody.
I'll sustain you.
Your Honor, then at this time, in addition to the other qualifications and expertise, we would tender this witness as an expert in crime scene analysis, forensic medicine, emergency medicine, and strangulation.
Court will permit you to proceed forward accordingly.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Smock, you were invited here today by the state of Ohio, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And to render an opinion involving the remains of Emily Noble.
That is correct.
Are you being compensated for your time here today?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
And now you've actually been involved in this case since May of 2021, or prior to that even.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, let me start. When did you become involved in this case? You tell the jury.
I believe it was in the end of 2020.
Hold on a second. We'll get to your report.
Okay.
Is there something that would refresh your recollection at this point?
No, I don't have any dates on the report other than when the report was written.
All right, we'll get there then.
Okay.
So you were involved in the remains of Emily Noble, though, prior to the date you authored your report.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 146. I think that might be
148.
Thank you. Your Honor, can we put something on the record outside bar real briefly, please?
Sure.
Thank you. In the matter of Emily Noble.
That's correct.
And what did you, is it a fair and accurate copy of your report, sir?
It is.
All right. And what did you review prior to forming your opinion?
I reviewed the Montgomery County autopsy report of Emily Noble, reviewed the autopsy photographs of Emily Noble, reviewed color photographs of the USB cord, reviewed reports of the Westerville Police Department and Ohio Attorney General's Bureau of Criminal Investigation, reviewed the forensic autopsy or anthropology report, reviewed an addendum to the forensic anthropology report, reviewed color photographs taken by the Westerville Police Department and BCI, reviewed color photographs of Emily Noble taken on May 24th, 2020, reviewed dental x-rays of Emily Noble, and reviewed the 3D scan of the scene.
And what was your purpose in conducting that review and authoring this opinion?
Purpose was to look at what evidence we had, to look at the scene, look at the injuries, look at the injury mechanisms, understand how the type of injuries that Emily had occurred, when do they occur, when don't they occur, look at the ligature, look at all the evidence surrounding her death, body position, ligature, injuries, and analyze those based upon the current forensic and medical science to determine, if I could, what happened to Ms. Noble.
And after authoring your report, did you review additional materials?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Does that include a forensic anthropologist report authored by Dr. Heather Garvin?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Does that include a report authored by John Bolte?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
And he's also a doctor, but just so I'm clear, they're PhD doctors for Mr. Bolte.
That is correct.
And a
And
PhD.
Dr. Garvin,
And-
PhD. That's correct.
And then a report authored by the University of Tennessee regarding Ms. Noble's remains.
Yes, ma'am.
Do those additional documents that review change your opinion in your report at all?
No, ma'am.
Now, your opinions offered today will be made to a reasonable degree of medical and scientific certainty?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and now, before we turn specifically to Emily, I'm going to talk, actually, I want you to talk about the basic anatomy of the neck. I'm going to hand you a demonstrative aid. I'll hand it to you. I will warn you, it's a little worn on that side. And so can you please explain the basic anatomy of the neck, and if that demonstrative aid is helpful to you, please use it.
Yes, ma'am. So think of our neck. We got a lot of things in our neck. We got skin on the outside. We have bony structures and cartilaginous structures. We have arteries. We have veins. We have structures that keep us alive. So if we start with the skin, okay, we all got skin. If you put your finger right on either side of your voice box, that's your carotid artery. That takes oxygenated blood to the brain. And right on the outside of that is the jugular vein. They're basically side by side. So good blood up, bad blood back to the heart.
Ejaculate vein? What?
Heart and lungs. And then in the middle we have our trachea. That's a fancy word for our windpipe. That's our airway. Connected to our airway is our voice box, Adam's apple. It's that big thing right here. More prominent on men than women. Above the voice box and protected by the jaw, if you put your fingers, you have to lift your chin up, put your fingers underneath your jaw, your mandible, and swallow. What you're going to feel between your thumb and index finger is your hyoid bone. So do that and swallow. What you're feeling is this bone in between your thumb and index finger. So it's right up there underneath the jaw. We have our esophagus, which is when we swallow, the food takes from our mouth and throat down to our stomach. So that's kind of the basic anatomy. Skin, blood vessels, good blood up, bad blood down. Voice box, called the laryngeal cartilage, hyoid bone up here underneath the jaw that helps us swallow and helps keep our airway open. And there's some muscles in there too that help us turn our neck.
Do you have your report with you at the stand right there?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Take that so I can use it to refer to on the stand. Do you have a copy of your report with you?
Yes, ma'am, I
All
do.
right. And in your report on page 10, just to zoom in, you actually have a diagram, a close-up of the skeletal structure. Can you review where the hyoid bone is at?
Yes, the hyoid bone is right up here underneath your jaw. So the way you get to it is, you extend your neck and then swallow. You'll feel it right there at the edge of your jaw, right up here. And then,
And you
That's
also
right.
have marked on that diagram, oops, sorry.
I'm sorry, that's not going to mark. That's correct.
All right, and so what have you just circled?
I've circled the hyoid bone. I'm sorry.
And I'll clear that. And then the next box on that diagram is the superior horn thyroid cartilage. What is that?
Yes, ma'am. That's part of the voice box. We call it the larynx, is the whole thing, called the laryngeal or thyroid cartilage. And coming off the back of the thyroid cartilage is what's called a horn. It sticks up like a horn, right there.
Now, with that basic anatomy in mind, I'd like to turn now to your evaluation and opinion regarding the crime scene analysis in this case. And in your analysis of crime scenes and your expertise, are there factors that you consider, what do you consider in differentiating between a hanging and a potential strangulation?
When you look at a crime scene, there are lots of things when you have a hanging that you have to evaluate. Is this a suicide or is this a homicide? So things you got to look at. So things that I look at are what what is the scene? What does the scene show us? Is there any evidence there that's going to help us figure out what happened? When you see the hanging itself, what type of hanging is it? Meaning it's what we call a complete hanging or an incomplete. Now, what that means is a complete hanging means complete and full body weight on that ligature that's around your neck. Incomplete means that some part of your body is in contact with the ground, so that means less pressure on your neck. Then we're going to look at the ligature. What is actually around the neck? Is it thin? Is it wide? Because that's going to tell us information about what kind of pressure is being applied to the neck. When you have something that's thin, it's a lot of pressure in a smaller area. When it's wide, it takes that pressure and spreads it out over anatomically what's there. So look at that ligature. Does it have any characteristics? For example, is there any pattern imprints from that ligature that gets transferred to the skin if the skin is intact? Then we want to look at, are there any injuries either internally or externally? So we look at that. In this case, let me just say, we look at injuries. If they're internal injuries, what type of internal injuries are there? Are there any broken bones? If they're broken bones, how many broken bones? And where are those broken bones or cartilage? That's important to figure out where pressure had been applied to a particular neck. And then there are other things that are also important, is what did the patient or victim weigh? Because that's very important, because the more you weigh, the more pressure is going to be applied to whatever's around your neck. How old are they? What is their sex? So all those things come into play. And then what you do is you take, or what I take, is I take all of that evidence, and then I look at, based on what we see, have I seen something similar in my experience? I review the medical literature. Are there other cases in the medical literature that describe a particular type of injury, internally, externally, whatever? And so when you take knowledge, experience, training, literature with the facts that you find at the scene, the medical facts, then I call that the totality of the evidence. Is there enough information there for me to render an opinion in a particular case?
So I want to walk through each of those factors now with the remains of Emily Noble and have you kind of discuss your analysis. And the first one you mentioned was a type of hanging. And can you describe those two words again that you used to differentiate between the types of hanging?
Yes, ma'am. So it's what's called complete or incomplete hanging. So it's really full body weight on that ligature or partial body weight on that ligature. And then under the incomplete hanging, meaning some part of your body is touching the ground, there are 4 different subcategories. And they fall into, is the patient standing? Is the patient kneeling? Is the patient sitting? Or is the patient lying down? And each one of those, again, are important, either from experience or from the medical literature, saying what type of injuries do you see in someone who is standing, sitting, kneeling, or lying down. And so that you take your experience, you take what's in the doctors from around the world have written regarding those positions. And what's particularly important in Emily Noble's case is that was kneeling. So that's an incomplete kneeling position, which is very important when we analyze the evidence here in this case.
And so the type of hanging dictates the amount of pressure on someone's neck.
Yes. So the complete hanging, and so you think of somebody who jumps off a balcony with something around their neck. Okay, their full body weight is going to be suspended by whatever rope, wire, whatever they put around their neck. So all that weight, whatever they weigh, 200 pounds, 250 pounds, whatever, it's all right here. So that's the complete. Now, so that incomplete, meaning there is going to be less pressure. Whatever is around that person's neck, and depending on what position they're in, it's going to go from, standing is going to be the most in an incomplete, and then it gets less as you go from, sitting, kneeling, and lying down. So that's just how much weight is along here, because that's going to dictate what do we see on the skin or inside.
And so it's critical when you're analyzing an incomplete hanging scene to understand the position of the body.
Absolutely, that is critical.
And you talked also about one of the factors you consider is weight. How does an individual's weight affect the pressure applied in an incomplete or complete hanging?
Again, the more you weigh, anybody, the more pressure is going to be on whatever is around your neck. So that is so important because we look at their doctors who have evaluated literature and hangings based upon the weight of the individual. And they've looked at cases where is there a breaking point where there are no fractures below a certain weight? In the medical literature, there is. There are no fractures in the neck below 110 pounds in an incomplete hanging.
And so it's important to know the weight of Emily Noble when you're conducting your analysis.
Absolutely.
So I want to move on now, though, from the type of hanging. You talked a little bit about that factor, and I want to go and talk about your discussion of looking at the ligature. That's an important factor in your consideration as you evaluate a crime scene.
Yes, ma'am.
And why?
Well, what is the characteristic of that ligature? Is it, what's its width? What's it made of? Does it stretch? How wide is it? Because what I would do is look at the width. So based upon a particular width of ligature, that's where that pressure is going to be applied. If it's an inch, that means we've got an inch of pressure. If it's a quarter inch, that means a quarter inch of pressure. And why that's so important to look at is looking at where are there injuries in a particular neck. If I've got, just as an example, a quarter inch ligature up here and I've got bruises and stuff down here, not consistent with a ligature here. Something else happened to that individual. So you look at that width and then see, can that width apply enough pressure to cause particular injuries in any particular case?
And you looked at the photographs from the crime scene where Ms. Noble's remains were found?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And you evaluated or you observed the ligature depicted in those photographs?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
All right, and you included one of those in your report on page 3, correct?
Yes,
all right, so I'm going to actually show you, though, the photograph from BCI agent Chad Holcomb, which I believe states 108G. Hand this to you so you can see it a little bit better. And are you able to observe the ligature in this photograph?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
And what observations did you make that were important to your analysis of the scene?
If we can we zoom in on that picture? What is...
Zoom in now. No, I need it back.
Oh, sorry.
More?
More. Okay, I think that we can see that. What's important when we look at this, we can see clearly there's a loop going down. Look at the loop on the left. This side, let me draw a little arrow to that one. Loop. That's a single cord, single loop. So that's the loop that has pressure. So we have pressure
what money
from a
says.
single cord. And when it comes back up the other side, there are two, but now if we can go down and look at the end of that USB. There's no weight on that portion of the cord. So one of those coming down on the right has no pressure because it's the one that goes around and comes down over her back. So one loop of USB cord is taking all the pressure.
And that, Your Honor, one thing I did do on my break was get out the USB cord. So I need a moment to do that from evidence since it was admitted.
Oh, it's fine.
109.
Same as
Oh, bring it.
yesterday.
Thank you. I'm sorry. All right.
But he saw the pictures 4 months after where she had dried up significantly from the day she did it. Wouldn't that change the position also? Because when the muscle and all the water leaves the body, wouldn't she fall over more?
Cord that was taken from the scene. The long part of the cord, though, correct?
I'm assuming it's the long end.
All right. And approximately what diameter is that cord?
It looks maybe a little less than a quarter of an inch.
And so, based upon your review of the ligature and the photographs involving Emily's remains, can you demonstrate wrapping that cord on this demonstrative aid.
Yes, ma'am. So if something's put around your neck and you lean forward, it will go to this area in here. That's where it will stop. And so what will happen is, in this case, there'll be pressure from a single loop being applied up under
Show it to us.
Emily Noble's neck, applying pressure to this part of the neck. Now, the question comes, is based on Emily Noble's anatomy, what will something less than 1/4 of an inch compress if it's pressed against the structures in her neck?
And ultimately, can that ligature cause the injuries in her neck?
No, ma'am. What we saw from the forensic anthropologist's report were those 4 fractures, different locations, here, here, and then here, down where this horn comes off, here and here. So you've got a significant distance between these 4 or 2 on either side, anatomical structure here and here. If you are applying pressure in a less than 1/4 inch area, it's physically impossible for you to apply pressure on here and here at the same time. Then there isn't enough, it's not wide. If this were a 1-inch ligature, yeah, you could apply pressure at both at the same time. But with a less than 1/4 inch piece of ligature, you can't anatomically put pressure on both at the same time.
I can't wait for
And
plus.
this demonstrative aid it's not life size, right?
No, this is
So-
many times life size.
So in your experience, and if you want to go ahead and put that over there, that's fine. Approximately, there is a distance between the hyoid bone and the thyroid cartilage,
Yes, ma'am.
and that is greater than 1/4 inch.
Yes, ma'am.
It is greater than 1/2 inch.
Yes, ma'am.
So even if that cord was wound around twice, it still wouldn't account for the entire distance between the hyoid bone and the thyroid cartilage.
No, ma'am.
All right, and a distance greater than 3/4 of an inch.
Yeah, we're probably getting closer depending upon anatomic size. You know, at autopsies, that distance between here and here is somewhere between 3/4 and 1 inch.
And so we've talked about the ligature and why it's a consideration for you.
Yes, ma'am.
And we discussed how the ligature, I want to jump ahead and I'm going to come back to the ligature.
Maybe if you
One of the
jump
factors
down
we
on her
talked about
knees.
were also examining the location and the nature of any injuries involved in a crime scene or someone at a crime scene, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you did that in this case with Emily Noble's remains?
Yes, ma'am.
And so discuss the location and the nature of the injuries.
So when we look at she had several. She had the 4 fractures, 2 of the hyoid, 2 of the superior horn of the laryngeal cartilage. She also had evidence of a fracture of her nose. So looking at those 5 fractures that we see, how are they explained? Clearly, in order for any part of the body to sustain a fracture, you've got to have some sort of blunt force trauma. There has to be some pressure applied to here, here, and here. So I looked at those and analyzed those, and that was part of my
Morning,
opinion.
Katie.
And so the fractures for the hyoid bone, where were those located again?
Actually, there's a good picture. You can actually see it.
On page 5 of your report?
That was part of it. Yes, we can look at page 5. That will be. So the circled red areas, left is the one on your right. It's the left side, and the right side is on your left. So that, and what's interesting, the fracture on the left is what we call a transverse fracture. It goes straight across. The fracture on the left, or her right, your left, is, and can I draw on the screen? So, thank you. So,
Well, Dr. Scott, let me just direct you a little bit if
sorry.
I can. Because I want to just stay general. We've already heard from the forensic anthropologist. How many fractures are on the hyoid bone?
there are 2.
All right. And would you consider those to be bilateral fractures?
Yes, ma'am.
And within those 2 fractures, that means there were 2 blunt force traumas or 2 pressures exerted to cause those fractures.
That is correct.
And then with regards to the thyroid cartilage, how many fractures were observed there?
There were 2.
And then same questions, were those bilateral
Yes, ma'am.
and requires separate pressure to cause each of those fractures?
That is correct.
Supposedly this one.
Now, when you were considering a
Well, he's
crime
gonna
scene
take off the
analysis
rest of
such as
the
this
day.
with Ms. Noble's remains, and you're looking at the fractures and you're comparing them to the literature, or excuse me, ligature, is it important to consult the literature
Yes, ma'am, it
while
is.
you do that?
Yes, ma'am, it is. Why?
No, I just
I'm
said,
sorry.
is
Yes,
it
I'm sorry.
important?
Yes, ma'am, it's important.
Now, in your training and experience, have you ever seen the same fracture pattern to a woman weighing less than 110 pounds?
No, ma'am. Never seen it personally, and it's not in the medical literature.
Have you seen any bilateral fractures to just the hyoid bones, in your experience, to a woman weighing less than 110 pounds?
No, ma'am.
So not even just the bilateral hyoid fractures?
No, ma'am. The medical literature that looks at types of fractures, in this case, women less than 110 pounds, there is no report anywhere that I've been able to find that says the type of fracture that Emily had in her neck was caused by a hanging. It's not there.
And you said fracture, but it's important to be 4 fractures.
4 fractures, bilateral fractures, both sides, here and here. I haven't found a case anywhere from hanging. Lots of cases from strangulation, but no cases from hanging. None.
And does the fact that, going back to those factors of your crime scene analysis, that Emily weighed 100 pounds, or roughly that's what the testimony has been, does that impact your analysis regarding the fractures caused to her neck?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
And is it your opinion that those 4 fractures with the weight of Emily Noble could not have been caused by an incomplete hanging?
Absolutely, they could not. She doesn't have enough weight to apply pressure to those structures to cause those fractures.
And is it your opinion then that the crime scene that you've reviewed?
Your Honor, can I object to the leading? Question
Oh,
would be,
wait.
what is your opinion?
Go ahead.
What is your opinion regarding the scene that you reviewed? Strike that. Let me lay a little bit more information.
Come on. Oh my gosh, she's so slow.
And then you indicated also that in reviewing those crime scenes, you consider the totality of all of the evidence.
That's correct.
And what additional factors, besides the literature, besides the 4 fractures in the neck, besides her age and weight, did you consider?
I considered the nature of the scene. I considered the fact that she had an additional fracture of her nose, at the edge of her nose. That the injuries that she sustained were not from a ligature.
No, they are saying he strangulated her, and then he made the crime scene look like a suicide. But they have never, with any of the other witnesses, tried to get in there that he might have had some violent tendencies. And now apparently he broke her face before he strangulated her.
The type of injuries that Emily has in her neck, the 4 here, are the type of injuries that you see with manual strangulation, not with a ligature. Doesn't exist in the medical literature. Never a reported case anywhere. Looking at that medical literature of thousands, more than 1,000 cases studied by forensic pathologists around the world, in women less than 110 pounds, it doesn't exist in an incomplete kneeling position. That's the totality of the evidence.
And so did you render an opinion then regarding the scene where Emily's remains were at?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
All right, and I'm going to review just
I just want to go to
a
cross.
few of those. Can you read that for the jury, please?
Yes, ma'am. Emily Noble's death was staged to appear to be a suicidal hanging.
And number 3?
Miss Emily Noble's death, did not die as a consequence of an incomplete, meaning partial body weight, suicidal hanging.
And number 4.
Ms. Emily Noble sustained at least one episode of manual strangulation which resulted in 4 separate and distinct fractures of the hyoid and thyroid cartilage around the time of her death. The complex bilateral fracture pattern is not consistent with a ligature strangulation from the cord documented at the scene.
Your Honor, we've been going almost 2 hours. Do you want me to keep going for a little bit, or do you want to take a break?
The only reason we've been going for 2 hours is you're so goddamn slow.
And a knot regarding the type of hanging, incomplete or complete, in the literature. In your review of this case, did you find a knot at Emily Noble's neck?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me show you the photograph. States 108P.
We kind of needed to set up, but she's just. It takes her forever.
108N, 108M, and 108I. Just look at those.
Only half an hour.
Those were part of the BCI photographs that you were sent.
The thoughtful, nice baker, not harassed
Photographs and re-ask it.
by Sue.
All right. 108I. In this photograph of Emily
I don't
Noble's
know.
remains, and I'll zoom in. Do you observe a knot in this area?
It appears it's right there. I'm sorry.
Is that a knot or the end of the cord looping out?
Maybe the end of the cord. It's hard to see from that photo.
I mean, the leading nature, John.
That's right.
What about up here?
Yes, sir. There's a knot.
Yeah, there was a lot of talk about in we have that common case to go back to. Karen Reed, that the witnesses, some of them seemed a little too well prepared, but at the same time, it also tells the jury that okay, this story is moving, boom, 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 and all of this is with a high degree of certainty, and the lawyers have all the papers ready. That was one of the things I loved by Alessi and Miss Little. Boom, boom, boom. Every time he needed a piece of paper to impeach a witness, she had it ready for him. So you didn't have this, I don't know. Do you know where it is in your report? It makes it better.
Right here?
Yes, ma'am.
That's important to your decision, though.
Objection, Your Honor, is deleting.
I'll rephrase that. Apologies.
That's an expert.
The nature of the ligature and how it hangs. What is the importance of that to you?
The importance is looking at what part of that ligature is in contact with the neck. Is it single or double? Is what's important.
Now, in your opinion that you talked about before we went to break, you used the words manual strangulation, so I want to focus now on what is strangulation.
Strangulation is the application of external pressure to the neck, blocking airflow, blood flow, or both. All depends on how pressure is being applied.
And can you demonstrate?
I didn't know he was having a fundraiser tonight, but with his newest antics, I would guess either a female lawyer or a female accountant.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I won't squeeze. So you can apply pressure to the neck in many ways. You can apply manual strangulation with hands. That would squeeze the neck. You can apply pressure with a bicep and forearm with the neck right here. You could put a ligature around somebody's neck and pull back.
It just
So
touched the
any of
evidence.
those ways
Yeah, hands
are
really,
in
yes.
strangulation because they're all putting pressure on the neck, blocking airflow, blood flow, or both.
And what happens to the veins and arteries in the neck when pressure is applied?
They collapse, meaning they close off, and they stop blood flow to and from the brain.
And so what happens to the blood?
It stops. If you block the arteries, nothing can get up to the brain. So what that means is through these arteries, your brain is seeing less oxygen. And when you block the vein, blood can't go back to the heart to be circulated back up again, reoxygenated back up again. So you block the good blood going up, and you block the bad blood, deoxygenated blood from going back to the heart and lungs.
And so when blood is blocked by the external pressure, what is the result of that in the human body?
What happens is, because the brain requires oxygen to work, in the cells in the brain, we have no oxygen reserve. So once the oxygen levels in the brain fall below a certain level, things start to happen. You see spots, because that says the part of your brain that helps to see isn't getting enough oxygen. And then in less than 10 seconds, actually, based on a study, it's an average of 6.8 seconds, a human will go unconscious when you deprive the human brain of oxygen in blood.
And so brain cells die.
For every second after you're unconscious that the brain is not getting oxygenated blood, cells die. And there are different types of cells in the brain, so some cells die first, and some cells are more resistant to the lack of oxygen, and they die last. Because we have different types of cells in the brain that do different things. So yes, but for every second the brain goes without oxygen, after you're unconscious, brain cells are dying.
And can that cause medical conditions?
Oh yes, ma'am, it can cause brain damage, and if it goes on long enough, death.
And in your training and experience, those medical conditions, are they considered serious?
Oh yes, ma'am, serious, life-threatening.
And what are the risks?
Well, depends on
Brain damage or death, he just said it, Lally. Listen to his answers so you don't ask twice.
how long the brain goes without oxygen, up to death, brain damage and death. If you tear the arteries in the neck, it's called a carotid or vertebral artery dissection, you can stroke and then die, or just stroke and live, depending on how much of your brain dies. You can have tears in your windpipe that can cause problems. You can have hematomas, which are collections of blood in the muscles of the neck. You can have tears in the esophagus, so the tube that takes the food from the throat to the stomach can be ripped and torn. Anything in the neck, vocal cord paralysis, vocal cord damage can occur when you put pressure on a human's neck.
What about fractures?
Fractures, absolutely.
Where?
Depends on where that pressure is applied. If you squeeze the hyoid bone, you can get fractures. You squeeze the larynx, the voice box, you can get fractures. If you squeeze down here, you can get fractures of the cricoid cartilage, fractures of the trachea, the windpipe. So it all depends on where you apply that pressure, what is going to get injured underneath that manual strangulation.
And what is the amount of pressure needed to cause the injuries you've described?
To block blood flow from the brain in the vein, it's 4.4 pounds. To block blood flow going up to the brain, the carotid artery takes 11 pounds. To fracture the hyoid bone takes less than 10 pounds. To completely close the trachea, the windpipe, takes 33 to 34 pounds of pressure. So depending on where you put the pressure and how much will then dictate what structures will be damaged, closed, fractured.
And what is the pressure of an average handshake?
Average adult male handshake is 80 to 100 pounds of pressure. Average female handshakes are 60 to 80 pounds of pressure.
Both of those are sufficient to block the veins and arteries.
Oh, way more, up to 10 times over.
The only problem I have with all of that, because it's so easy to just choke someone. But where is all his injuries? Because they have been asking about, did he get scratches when he walked into the foliage? But if that's one of the things you will see a lot of if you have someone who is strangulating someone. They will have defensive wounds on their hands, especially from a woman. You will have, if she has long fingernails. You don't just go up there and 6 seconds later they're dead. For those 6 seconds, your body will do whatever it can to get just one little more breath of air. You will have so much adrenaline spiking through your body that you can move a car. Where the marks after her kicking him, the scratches, even if she was sleeping and he started, when she can't breathe, it's a natural reaction to try and free your throat. You'll wake up and, oh, he had no scratches, no nothing. The longer she was there, wouldn't the weight break her after stop breathing? Well, the bones looks like they were broken at the same time as she still had a little bit of elasticity in it. She wouldn't have that later on.
And what happens physiologically to the body when blood flow to the brain is cut off?
The brain won't work. So, the first thing, I don't know if you've ever fainted, when you experience fainting, what do you experience? You see stars. What that is not enough oxygen getting to the brain, not because you're being strangled, but because your blood is pooling into your legs or some other part of the body. So that's the first symptom. And it could be that you just can't breathe if the pressure is being applied to your throat.
Because it sounds really easy to just strangle someone because they'll pass out in 6 point something seconds. First of all, 6 point something seconds is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's a whole lot of time you trying to get them off of you. But I think we heard in another trial the average time to go from unconscious to dead is 1.5 minutes to 2 minutes. And that's with constant pressure. Your autoimmune system will do whatever it can to try and make you get air. So she would be fighting and thrashing around. That's one of the things, if you see movies where they strangle people with a clear plastic bag, it's because you go into shock because you just want to fight. It's a fight and flight. So the easy thing would just be ripping a hole in the plastic bag. It's just a plastic bag. But because you don't think at that point, you will just try and get it off your neck. But the easy thing would just open the plastic bag. Then you can't strangulate in it.
To your windpipe. But most strangulations are blood flow. So you start having changes in your vision, feel lightheaded, dizzy, and then you go unconscious. And after you go unconscious, if that pressure is maintained, things will happen to your brain as it begins to die and shut down. You lose control of your bladder, and you will pee on yourself if you have urine in your bladder. You will defecate, poop on yourself if you have stool in the rectal vault. And then if that pressure is maintained somewhere between 1 and 2.5 minutes, then the part of your brain that controls your ability to breathe dies. It's part of the brainstem. It's the last part of the brain to die. So if pressure is maintained for long enough, somewhere between 1 and 2.5 minutes, then you will stop breathing, and then you're dead.
And would those physiological responses of a body, would a witness observe that if they were to see it?
Yes, ma'am. They're going to see someone, depending on how the pressure is applied, could be struggling to breathe, could be seeing their eyes roll back and the individual go unconscious, then see them pee on themselves if there's urine in the bladder, or poop on themselves if there's stool in your rectal vault, and then stop breathing.
And what would happen if someone sustained those fractures you talked about?
The fractures here, you won't be able to speak because it's any broken bones. When you have any bones and they rub together, it's painful because in our bone ends we have sensory endings, so you're going to have extreme pain to swallow. You're going to have difficulty talking because the structure, if you have fractures of your laryngeal cartilage, that's going to inhibit your ability to breathe and to speak.
And to scream?
And to scream.
I'm placing on the overhead pages 8 and 9 of your report. And included in the report are these photographs. And were these photographs significant to your analysis?
Yes, ma'am, they were.
And why?
These photographs were taken the night around May 24th. Emily's, I believe, was her birthday. And what it shows is there's no trauma to Emily's face or neck.
And with the fractures that she sustained to her neck, would you expect to see that had it occurred?
Had those
There is no DNA evidence at all. They said that, defense said that in the opening statement. There will be no evidence on any of the items found at the scene from him. There's no DNA in the cars or anything. There's no indication how any of it happened. They just believe he must have unalived her somewhere and then got her into the woods in perfect condition and hung her up. That's the state's theory. There's nothing to indicate how or why.
fractures she would be having difficulty breathing, speaking, and should be in the emergency department for emergency treatment, probably an emergency airway.
Yeah, that could be, but no, she didn't drink vodka. She drank that bubbly shit.
Yes, ma'am. This is a physiologic timeline. Time zero being when pressure is applied to the neck, blocking blood flow to your brain. What happens to you or to any human when blood flow stops flowing to your brain? So first thing in time zero is
you wouldn't test the clothing most likely for urine and feces. Remember, they also took a soil sample underneath her body. Because of the decomposition of the body, it would be really hard to tell which part all the stuff that would be on the clothes. Because remember, she sat there for 4 months. So at some point, something would have come out of her anyway. So there's no reason to look specifically for urine or feces, because if she's been there, even if she lost bladder control and stuff like that, she would still have had, when she starts to decompose, because your internal organs will just drip out of you. So there's no reason to look for that.
pressure applied to the neck. Blood flow to the carotids stopped. So within 5 to 10 seconds, the average of 6.8 seconds, a individual will go unconscious. After they go unconscious, if pressure is maintained on their neck, then they have what's called an anoxic seizure. This is where some part of their body will shake. It could be an arm, could be a leg, could be the whole body. Will shake for a very short period of time. And that occurs an average of 14 seconds. The range, based on studies, is somewhere between 11 and 17 seconds is when that anoxic seizure will occur. Then, if pressure is maintained at 15-second mark, as the brain begins to die and your bodily function shut down, the ability to hold your sphincter for our bladder releases, and we will pee on ourselves. Then at that 30-second mark, other sphincters, other brain damage is occurring. Then our rectal sphincter dilates, and if we have poop, stool, we will defecate on ourselves. And then if pressure is maintained somewhere between that 62-second and 150-second, 7-second mark, then you will stop breathing.
And so 157 seconds, you're dead.
That is correct. Somewhere between that 1 and 2.5 minute mark, you're done, because your respiratory center in the brain damage has occurred, and you will not breathe again.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to demonstrate by setting a minute on my watch. Do you have a timer with you? When you apply, yes,
60. Presence or forearm on somebody's neck on the outside, there may be no marks on the outside of the body. The presence or absence of marks on the neck all depends on how that pressure is being applied. If you put a bicep and forearm on somebody's neck, you will not see a mark. They can be dead and no marks on the outside of the neck because it's a broad surface to broad surface. If you put a hand on somebody's neck, sometimes you can see fingertip impressions, circular bruises. Sometimes you can see scrapes from the fingernails. Sometimes you can actually see what we call a pattern imprint, where if a finger is being pushed up against a part of the body, what happens is where there's pressure from your finger, when you take the finger away, it's white underneath, and you can see an outline of the fingers. So it depends on how that pressure is being applied. If you take a ligature and you put it around somebody's neck and you pull, then you're getting that all that pressure is in that one small area, and then you expect to see a ligature mark of some sort. So it all depends on how pressure is applied. You can be strangled to death and have no marks on the outside of your neck, zero. So it depends on how pressure is being applied, whether you're going to see injury or not.
does it also include the state of the body in which you're examining?
Yes, if there are other things that come into play. How much is the victim able to fight back and resist? Pull perpetrator's hands or arms or ligature away. How much can they fight? How many times was that pressure being applied? Was it one continuous pressure, or was it pressure and then hands come off because the victim's able to fight back, comes on again, back and forth? So there are lots of things that will dictate the presence or absence of bruises. Medical condition, patient on any medications, aspirin, blood thinners, those all come into play as well.
Did you observe any of those on Emily's remains?
No, ma'am.
And were you able to make those observations based on the state of her remains?
No, ma'am. She was decomposed. You could not evaluate the skin.
And what are the internal signs of strangulation that could be found during an autopsy?
It depends on where and how pressure is applied to a human's neck. If you've got pressure that's down here, collapsing the airway, at autopsy you may see nothing. I've seen cases where I know the airway was completely collapsed because it was on videotape, and at autopsy there were no marks to the windpipe itself. You can see hemorrhage of the muscles of the neck, If you squeeze a particular set of muscles hard enough, you can cause them to bruise. And so at autopsy, you will see hemorrhage within the neck. If you squeeze the voice box, you can see fractures here. If you squeeze the hyoid, you can see fractures here. So it all depends on where pressure is applied. You can actually see, when you see pressure way up here, you can actually at autopsy see hemorrhage at the base of the tongue. It can go that high. So it all depends on how the pressure is applied, how much pressure is applied, how many times that pressure is applied, what injuries you're going to see at living or dead.
Did you observe internal injuries on the remains of Emily Noble consistent with strangulation?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What?
The fractures, that pattern of bilateral fractures of the hyoid and of the laryngeal cartilage, that's the type of injury that you see when you're manually strangled, because pressure has to be applied to both sides. Something has to squeeze pressure on the right and left to cause those injuries. So the injuries that Emily had, they are what you expect to see, and what I have seen in many cases of manual strangulation, those exact same injuries.
When someone is being strangled, strike that. Answer that one. What happens if the pressure is released while someone's being strangled?
It depends on how far down the timeline they've gone. When pressure is released and blood starts flowing back to the brain, depending on how long they've been unconscious and how much brain damage has occurred, will dictate how quickly do they wake up.
The thing is, there are 2 breaks on either side that he says is inconsistent with that thin wire. So it couldn't have happened that way. We have to wait for Cross to see if they can get a way to explain it, because that's the only evidence so far that has really said it couldn't have been a hanging, that it must have been a choking. But again, we don't know. Maybe because again she was stuck, and maybe she did this and came back and went forward again and broke it the second time. I just have a lot of reasonable doubt to this, because the only thing so far that says he could have done it is that she has 2 breaks instead of 1 break on each side, and that's impossible. But that still doesn't put his hands around her neck. That's kind of where I try to go. It's a 2022 case, 2020 case, because if she's kind of in a position where she is. Remember, she grabbed her ankle. Bender isn't that flexible, but she grabbed her ankle with the cord around her neck, and she goes forward and breaks it, but because she goes into spasms and tries to fight back as the body normally will, she gets back. She tries to get her feet out under her because her legs were kind of to the side, and then falls forward again. Could it have happened that way? I don't know. I really don't know. Yeah. Exactly, Sue. Because you can move a car when your adrenaline hits, and your body will do whatever, even if you don't want to be here anymore. Your body will try to do whatever it can to stay here, because that's what the body does.
And so if you put pressure on somebody's neck for 8 seconds and they go unconscious, and you take the pressure off, they're going to wake up. However, if you put pressure on somebody's neck for 15, 20, 30 seconds, brain damage has occurred, and part of the brain that helps us create memory is going to be damaged. So, but depending on how far down the timeline you've gone when blood starts to reflow, is going to show us what the degree of injury did that person sustain during that strangulation.
And the continuous pressure increases their life-threatening injuries.
Yes, the longer the brain is deprived of oxygen, the more brain damage is going to occur from blood flow. But you can have life-threatening injuries even if you didn't go unconscious. If you squeeze and you fracture the larynx, the hyoid, that's a life-threatening injury. And that could be done like this, and it would never go unconscious. So, again, it just depends on where and how that pressure is applied.
And in non-fatal strangulation cases, have you seen victims require hospitalization?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Page 9 of your report up. And you indicated that there's no neck injuries depicted.
That's correct.
And from your review of the materials, there were, in your works, facial fractures?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you expect to see those in this photograph?
Yes, ma'am. There was
External evidence?
external evidence on the nose.
Because you don't help the defense when you are a state witness. The state will most likely bring that up. The defense will bring that up.
All right, now, returning back to your opinion. And again, you were able to form this opinion to a reasonable degree of medical and scientific certainty.
Yes, ma'am.
And I believe you already reviewed 2, 3, and 4. But can you review number 5, 6, and 7?
Yes, ma'am. Number 5, Ms. Emily Noble sustained significant blunt force trauma to her face, resulting in an acute facial fracture sometime after 4:18 p.m. on May 24th, 2020. I agree with the autopsy. Number 6, I agree with the autopsy findings and opinions of Dr. Ann Castellone-Richmond and Dr. Lee Lehman. And number 7, I agree with the findings and opinions of Angela Harden, M.A., and Amanda Agnew, Ph.D.
And again, is it your opinion to a reasonable degree of medical and scientific certainty that Emily Noble was strangled with continuous pressure for more than 62 seconds?
Yes, ma'am.
And that this pressure to her neck was so great as to cause 4 fractures?
Yes, ma'am.
In your opinion, is that her death was not a suicide?
Objection, Your Honor, ask him to answer more than 10.
I think he's answered the question.
No further questions?
Thank you. Cross, please.
Making sure that we're making sure that things are accurate. So this is not representative of a 5-foot woman that's 96 pounds, right?
Anatomically, it is correct.
That's not my question. Size-wise, sir.
Okay, no, you didn't say size, but size-wise, you are absolutely correct. That is not the size of a 5-foot woman.
Okay, so here I am, 5'8", right? Just so we have some scale, right? I'm 5'8", let's just hypothetically say. So you can put that down. I want to go back,
Objection to the editorial about Ms. Manasci's size. Move
Next question.
Thank you. So many times I heard you say, and I want to make sure, no literature, no.
Because Sue lives there, and she have told me she knows where there is an alligator, and she will make sure I meet him.
No literature that says that you could not have the bilateral fractures in the 2 different locations and it to be a hanging. And you said there's no literature that says that about weight. Do you remember all that times?
Yes.
So I want to be sure then, showing the witness what is going to be marked as defendant's II, you must not, well, let me back up. I want to really make sure that literature is something that's published.
That is correct.
Okay. Showing you what's been marked as defendant's II in the American Journal of Forensic Medicine and Pathology. Let me scoot that down so you're sure to see the whole thing. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sure you were familiar with this literature since you testified at great length that there is not one thing, nothing, nowhere.
You're asking,
The-
can you remove your sticky notes, please, from the screen?
Just move it so they are removed. I'm sure you're aware of this study. 1995, a total of 109 cases of suicide or accidental hangings. And let me, if I can, just go right to the data in the chart with respect to the 109 cases. I'll let that focus. Of the 109 cases, between the ages of 21 and 30, there was one person that had the 4 fractures. 31 to 40, there was 2 people that had the 4 fractures. 41 to 50, 1 person. 51 to 60, where Emily's Noble's range was 3 people. I'm sure you're familiar with that study, and that study does not ever mention weight, does it not?
Well, I'm not familiar with that study, and I'm not sure whether this study actually broke down the difference between complete and incomplete. And so if it doesn't break those down, and particularly the incomplete, then that article is worthless. Because what we have to do is look at what is the literature associated with the injuries that we see in Emily Noble? So
let's go
if
through
let's
this.
yeah, if you can show me that this says
Sure,
the
go
article
ahead. Let's go
is
through the
incomplete.
article.
Wait, if I can answer my question.
You'll have an opportunity on redirect again. Let's go through the article, right?
Please.
Especially in 7 cases with all the horns of the throat, the knot, and the highest point of the ligature was localized in the center. Do you see that right there? Here's why I asked you about that. Isn't it true that all this discussion that you were asked about, there is no picture showing how the ligature was around her neck, correct?
That is correct. It's folded over.
You were not at the scene to see how the ligature was around her neck, correct?
That is correct.
There is no one that saw that, right? Well, the pictures we don't have any. And you were not there.
That is correct. I was not there.
You also were not there and do not know if, over the course of 4 months, the ligature began in one place and ended up in the other as the corpse went from a 90-pound woman to being 18 pounds of skeleton. You do not know that either because you were not there.
That is correct.
I like this woman. I like this woman.
Just to go back here to in our series, 7 of 9 individuals, so 6%, showed fractures of all horns of the throat skeleton, supporting the observations that such injuries can occur in hanging. Do you see that sentence? Yes or no?
I do see that sentence.
Now, I guess you brought up the weight argument because in your report, no, lower my voice. Can't help it. In your report that's dated May 27th of 2021, you would agree, and let me know if you need a copy, you would agree that nowhere in that report do you even mention, not even mention, Emily's weight.
That is correct.
And now today, all these important findings are based on her weight that you've talked about. Would you agree with me on that?
No, not all the important findings.
And I want to just talk about why now weight has become important. It's because after you issued your report, you had a chance to review the expert report of my expert, Dr. Heather Garvin. Isn't that correct?
I did have the opportunity after I had written my report.
And since you were asked about reviewing the report, you then know that Dr. Garvin, in her report, cited literature which specifically said the 4-fold fractures, 3 cases from 6, were incomplete hangings in that type of double fracture, right?
That is correct.
But I guess your distinction is now is that those articles are for adult males that weighed more than Emily.
Yes, the article that you're referring to, there were 3 individuals, some weighed as much as actually 2 weighing 242 pounds to have that.
So I have a question about that line of testimony. Just want to get to your report. So it was my expert that brought the literature to your attention, and now you're addressing the literature that my expert brought to your attention. Does that sound about right?
No, that sounds inaccurate because the attention to the literature is something that I did way before I ever saw Emily.
One moment. I just want to make sure that the articles that I showed you. Oh, here it is. All right. Just thought of something as you were going over this. This is your report. I mean, so I guess then, we're talking about, since everything has to be, what we needed then was a study of
Objection to the editorial. Is there a question?
bilateral fractures on just women that were 52 that weighed 92 pounds. And we don't have that study, do we?
Oh, no, ma'am. We do have information regarding that exact question.
Okay, and I'll get to that in a second. I want to ask you about the back page of your report. You talked about this thing where the prosecutor and you, 62 seconds. I looked at this and it hit me. Well, 6.8 seconds is based on what you have in this chart as an adult male. Do you see that?
That is correct.
But you're still sitting here using the tick, 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 right? Even though it says adult male. I mean, would you agree with me that your calculation isn't for a 96-pound woman that's 52, right?
No, those calculations, those studies were all done on adult men, actually 126 males, actually 132
But you
males.
still use the tick, tick, tick. And I want to talk about that.
Objection, Your Honor. Is there a question there or a statement from counsel? You still use the tick,
Mrs.
tick, tick.
Cross-exam, ask your question.
I want to just talk about that exercise where you were doing the clock. You testified in this very courtroom in 2020, did you not?
Yes, ma'am.
Same prosecutor did your direct examination.
That is correct.
Strangulation case, you testified for the state of Ohio. You came up here, you probably sat in that same witness box.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
You did the same, let's set our clock, tick, tick, tick. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that kind of like when you testify, do you have sort of like a shtick or like a thing that you do kind of in every case?
No, ma'am.
So like in that case, you brought in like the strangulation Sally doll. Do you remember that?
Oh, very well.
Yeah, and then there's like Normal Amanda or Amanda Normal or something like that.
Abby Normal?
Abby Normal. And then today we have, instead of the dolls, we have this.
That is correct.
So I'll just go. Your testimony.
There's nothing really in the Proctor motion. It's just you already had over 100,000 pages of text. We haven't even looked at them, but it's overly broad what you're asking for. It's a standard dismissal, and it's just that, hey, even I don't know how shitty my client is, and then they will say this for everyone will deny it by or trying to deny it, saying it's overly broad what Karen Reed is asking for, but there's some good parts, and I might take it in as a part of a night show or something. It's not worth making a show about. It's just, hey, you already have all the stuff you want. You want more than we think it's fair, and even we don't know how much shit we are in because we have a bad client.
Ivy case. About the time if someone is being, pressure is being applied to someone's neck. And you indicated, do they not? You were asked questions about what could happen in that 6.8 seconds or 7 seconds. And you were asked the question, could they run away, right? Do you remember that?
No, ma'am.
And you said no, but they're fight for their life. They're trying to get that pressure off their neck. And then you were asked a question, were you not? Have you ever had experience in seeing cases where victims have fought back? And you said, did you not? Depends on how they're fighting back. They're trying to take the hand away so they can breathe. They're reaching out to gouge out the eye, scratch the person who is attacking them, trying to get them to stop, punch them, scratch them, whatever they can do.
That is correct.
I want to go through your report. Now, I asked you when we were doing the board here that you're not a pathologist and you're not an anthropologist.
That is correct.
Okay. I Googled, I typed in this website. It's just, I typed in that website. Would you be surprised to know that there's no website there and it just says, right?
Not at all, because I purchased the domain but have never activated the website.
Why are you so happy?
Then let's talk about the Institute, in quotes, Medicine, Law, and Justice for the Living. You see that?
Yes, ma'am.
And of course, this is a case about the non-living.
That is correct.
Just want to go just because accuracy.
What's ladies, I'm going to turn to you because apparently you have an ick meter that we men probably would have. We should have. The way he acts, he's creeping me out. He's the kind of guy who would stop Jamie on the street and tell her that he had puppies in his van. The way he's, I didn't activate it. Oh yeah, that's right. He seems like someone who's trying to pick up Jamie's around the block with puppies in the van. And he's too happy. I don't like happy people. Be miserable like me. I'm gonna turn to the camera all the time.
Is everything, right? Accuracy is everything.
Can you be more specific?
Well, was accuracy not ever important?
Oh, it's important.
And you write this report, you write these reports, because how many times this year alone, maybe we can, have you testified in a courtroom? It's August. How many times have you testified for the state in this year alone?
Probably 10 times.
10 times. And you've written a report in each of those times?
If the report was requested, yes, ma'am.
And you understand, of course, that a report is so important because it's given to the defense, and you know this through the course of your work, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's the basis upon which questioning can be done of you when you testify.
That is correct.
Now, you know, just accuracy. Emily's 52. You know that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I just want to make sure. I'm going to do a lot of circles here. Photographs. 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 Okay. You see all those times I circle photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
Just want to make sure. Because the issue has been made about whether decisions can be
Jamie, if he said I had puppies in the van, you would still go in and just to take a look and see if they needed water or something. Don't you try and, oh, no. I wouldn't get in a van with us. Iris could sweep you off to Mexico claiming you're going to Ireland and you would still be, oh, I never thought they had sombreros in Ireland. I thought they drank Guinness, but salt beer and sombreros for me.
made on photographs. You never went to the scene on 9/16 of 21.
That is correct. I did not.
You never went to the scene in October, November, December, nor did you go back in March of 2022 when some additional remains were collected.
That is correct. I did not.
So your entire conclusions and analysis are based on the documents and the photographs that you've seen.
No, ma'am. My conclusions and analysis are based upon many things: education, experience, training, the documents that are listed in my report.
Fair enough. So my question should have been better, and that's on me. The materials you reviewed of the scene are photographs.
That is correct.
There is no video.
No, there is no video.
In fact, there's not even a video or photographs when she's actually cut down from the ligature.
That is correct.
I want to just make sure. This right here is the purpose of your review, was to examine the injuries, injury mechanism, forensic and medical issues. Do you see that section of your report?
Yes, ma'am.
The next page, page 2. Just because when the jury has this, I just want to make sure we're clear. This section, the history section,
Yes, ma'am.
this is based on hearsay. This is what the detectives have told you they believe is the evidence.
The history is going to be based upon the documents that I reviewed from the Westerville Police Department.
Well, I'm curious then, because you must have reviewed the Officer Hollis videotape and/or Detective Grubb's investigative summary that said that John Kramer saw Emily Noble going for a walk on the 25th between 9 and 10 a.m.
I do not recall that.
You don't?
No, ma'am.
And you just testified that she must have been punched in the face the night before. Not that it couldn't have happened, but you talked about the accuracy. She had no injuries between 9 and 10 in the morning. You have to shift your timeline. This makes you look stupid in front of a jury because you didn't do your homework. This is Shannon Burgess's all over again.
It's not included, right?
That is correct.
Nor is it included that she was seen at 8 p.m. on the 24th by John Kramer going for a walk. Nor is it included, would you agree, that we know now from the cell phone data that Emily did, in fact, go for walks and not take her cell phone. That's not included either.
That is correct.
Nor is it included that she's found in different clothing when she is found in the woods than she was wearing the night before on her birthday when it was well photographed. That's not included.
That is correct.
Nor is it included that the clothing that she was wearing the night of her alleged manual strangulation is taken from the house, the shirt of Mr. Moore and the skirt of Emily Noble, and there's no forensics whatsoever. There's no rips, there's no tears, which I realize aren't forensics, but there's no serology, saliva, nothing.
Not that I'm aware of.
No, so that's not in it.
That is correct.
And then I'm just curious, because of accuracy, because
it's not a phone charging cord, it's a USB cord.
That is correct.
Resting, I'm assuming by resting you mean kneeling,
That is correct.
but the word resting is used. So then I want to just go to the next page. Page 2. Oh, page, I have these out of order. There we go, page 3. They were just out of order. I want to go through your report page by page. Page 3. Okay. You indicate the autopsy and forensic evaluation. Now, obviously, you weren't at the scene, but I'm going to ask anyway. You were also not at the autopsy in this case.
That is correct. I was not.
So this section right here, after post-mortem examination, it begins, Ms. Noble's remains were transferred to OSU. That's what this paragraph is summarizing right here.
Yes, ma'am.
And, Hardin's name is spelled wrong, but I just mentioned it. So I want to talk here about this paragraph. Showing the witness what's been marked as defendant's exhibit BB. But first, we'll leave it here for a second. Perimortem fractures of the left and right greater horns with clean, jagged fracture marks. Do you see that you are reiterating the findings?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we know you're not an anthropologist, but I'm assuming, do you cut and paste this information into your report? How do you draft it?
Now, I would rely on the information from other experts in using their words to describe what they saw.
So then, you're aware, are you, because I remember when you were being asked about your qualifications, showing you what's defendant's BB, and this is a textbook that was asked about with Dr. Agnew, that when we're talking about antemortem, perimortem, and postmortem fractures, this sentence right here says, does it not? Compared to post-mortem fractures, let me move it up so I'm sure you see it. Fresh bone fractures are often straighter, whereas dry bone fractures tend to have a more jagged appearance. And I'm assuming that since you've testified as to the extensive work you've done, while you're not an anthropologist, you know that dry bone is indicative of post-mortem. Dry, right? We're in the post zone.
Dry would be post-mortem. That is correct.
Dry bones have more jagged appearance. So then going back to the report. So we have your findings with respect to, or the restatement with respect to perimortem, jagged, perimortem, jagged, perimortem. And I noticed that you didn't discuss a lot about the antemortem fractures and displacement of the nasal bones and left maxilla and nasal spine. This, again, just so I understand how you draft your report, you just cut that, you take it from one report and you pop it into yours? Is that what you do?
No, ma'am. What I do is I will read what the other expert has written and may take their language or paraphrase it and then put it into the body of my report.
You put things in your report that you rely upon in your findings and conclusions, do you not? That's why they're in your report.
And specifically for this, yes, did I rely upon the report of Dr. Agnew? Yes.
Have you ever heard the expression garbage in, garbage out?
Yes, ma'am.
Not to kink shame, but I just figured out what he looks like. He looks like a guy who would smell clean underwear from a woman. He wouldn't do that. Oh, could you wear them to the gym for like 2 days and I'll buy them? He would say, no. Go make sure they're spotless, clean, and please use this detergent.
And in your reliance, you use the photographs.
Great point, Sue. Great point. Because they were at the house the day she disappeared. So either he had her stuck somewhere hidden, but if he unalived her in the house, she had a fracture on her chin and her nose. Her nose would be pissing blood. Trust me, I have my nose broken. It pisses blood. She would be bleeding everywhere. When she dies, she would have release of all her bodily fluids. And there's not one single. The police is at his house. We've seen the video. Yeah, he had 6 hours from she's last seen. No, that's not true. 8 hours from she's last seen till he reports her missing. But he doesn't go out there. It makes even less sense when you think about it, because I think I have the timeline from what we have heard so far correctly on this one. She leaves the house between 9 and 10. We know he checks his phone at around 11, and he says he get out of bed at 1 o'clock, and at 6 o'clock is when he calls the police. So if she leaves, let's just say she leaves at 9, has he run after her and kills her out in the wood, runs home? He doesn't bring his phone because there's no indication his phone is moving a lot in that time. So she leaves, he grabs a USB cord, runs to the woods, unalives her, stages the crime scene, runs back home, and then really doesn't do anything until 6 o'clock. Is that the theory? No one sees him run down the street to get after her, and we know the nosy neighbor was out there looking. So he runs to the woods, kills her, and staged the crime scene. Or she comes back somewhere between 10 and 6, and he kills her, cleans up the entire house, hides the body, and then at a later date goes down and sets up the crime scene. How is it supposed to be? It just doesn't make sense, because we know she leaves the house. We have the state's own witness says she's leaving the house. And if he runs after her and kills her, wouldn't he have seen her as well? We know his phone isn't moving because we saw the movement data of his phone. And again, he must have cleaned the house completely so well, if they ever used well, I don't know if I probably didn't do limonol. Yeah. You know, that old neighbor has a box of all kind of cord from the 80s till now. Probably didn't have like a 10-foot USB cord, because he would be USB is the devil. I don't have an accent. I have an attitude. What am I doing? I am replying to something dumb on the Twit thread, and then someone is demanding I turn over Greenland to them, replying to that as well, and saying, because they are like, oh, Greenland isn't on the North American tectonic plate. Neither is most of California, and you still claim that one. So doesn't make sense. And if we're going to take back land, we were the first Europeans in America. Give it back to us. Well, technically, you didn't reach America. You reached Newfoundland. Shut up. Oh, shit. I forgot to turn it on. Well, it was really interesting. Sorry, Sue. I was just trying to answer a question. It's been 4 and almost 5 hours. Sometimes mistakes are made. This is why Jamie needs to be here, so she can yell at me and say, have you tried putting the trial back on? And I can say, shut up, Jamie. I was fighting for Greenland. Normally, I'm willing to give it away for 500 million. You can deposit it on my bank account. Starting a poll. Only poll I'm going to start is how Sue is mean and evil to me. Valhalla, you're not even on Twitter, so you should just enjoy that you saw someone reply on Twitter. I'll never live this down. Oh, I've done dumber stuff on this channel. This doesn't even reach top 10. I had Sue on once. Come on now. Let's get back and get his testimony. It's riveting.
That's why they're in your report.
Crispy, you're not new here. You know everything is Sue's fault.
Specifically for this, yes, did I rely upon the report of Dr. Agnew? Yes.
You ever heard the expression garbage in, garbage out?
Yes, ma'am.
And in your reliance, you use the photographs of Dr. Agnew from her report on page 5, do you not?
Yes, ma'am.
They're even, the words are even right from her report.
Yes, ma'am.
You include on page 6 this picture right from Dr. Agnew's report, do you not?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And same, descriptor of the picture, that's straight from her report.
Yes, ma'am.
I know how to get Baker's attention.
The jurors, where
Hold my
you
baguette.
see the plastic deformation.
Where I see the displacement and the fracture is in this area here along.
Did you, I know there was a bit of a delay before you started testimony. Did you and Dr. Agnew have a chance to speak outside in the hallway?
No, ma'am.
You did not. So let me pause there. Would you agree that
Congratulations to, well, when she's only 29, she's not quite crispy yet. So young, undercooked bacon with her 29th birthday. Happy birthday to you. And happy birthday, Crispy, for being so lucky that you have a 29-year-old when you're 23 years old yourself. Kind of like my virginity, it is a miracle. Genuine. I like it here. Well, Sue will make sure that goes away, but thank you so much. Sue is just nice to you because she found out you are in South Carolina. She hopes you're a fellow Gamecock. If you're not a Gamecock, she might take you out and show you, as she calls it, her alligator and evidence pond. But thank you so much, Genuine, for liking it here. People like when I get harassed. And Gabby just sent me the picture of his doll that he did. He uses for presentations. I can't confirm, but I'm pretty sure if you use the luminol on that one, you would find DNA evidence on that doll. If you know, you know. Whoops. Everything's going great right now. Good thing we only have an hour left.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? And we were just talking about nasal fractures, but the sides are called the maxillas. Is that right?
The maxilla is the area of the cheekbone. That's the maxilla, and the upper jaw is the maxilla.
The one that Melissa showed?
It's because he has a part-time job. When he's not making a website that has no content, he's also a famous doll hairstylist, and every doll is styled after his own head. It's a cosmetology head. Call it what you want. He calls it love. Call it what you want, baby.
So we've got the plastic deformation, which is essentially it's indication of something being like displaced or off kilter or bent. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I want to just show you what's in your report on 9. And of course, the jurors have this picture so they can tell for themselves. I know you were asked about whether or not there was bruises on her face, but you weren't asked just with respect to whether there's a deviation in the left side of her nose in that picture. And there's another picture, is there not? Thinking, I'm not sure it's in your report.
Objection, Your Honor. Is there a question, and will the witness be given the opportunity to answer that question?
Sure.
Right now, we're narrating his report without formulating a question that elicits an answer.
Mrs. Cross-examine, ask your question.
Back to that displacement with respect to, or rather deviation, in the left side of her nose. Would you just agree with me that this side of Emily Noble's face would be her left side?
That is correct.
And this side would be her right side. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to go back to this same page here, just so this is additional history. You just note facial injuries. Would you agree that you don't specify the facial injuries?
I'm sorry, you're talking about paragraph 2?
Yeah, where you just
Yes,
start
where I
with
say
the facial injuries and fractures documented, right?
Yes, meaning documented at autopsy.
Well, there were no fractures documented at autopsy. The only fractures that you, and findings and conclusions you relied upon were from Dr. Agnew.
Yes, now the anthropologic autopsy, not the autopsy, but what Dr. Agnew documented.
And it's those documented fractures that you include and rely upon in your report.
That is correct.
Just want to talk now. Let me clear that screen. And it's in your report where you talk about your 35 years of experience in forensic evaluation of injuries and analysis of injury causation and crime scene evaluation. Do you see that in your report on page 11?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's go back to, I'm sure you remember.
Purple, never ever say sorry, because first of all, who says I'm right? I do. But we are watching trials. We are looking at the evidence with our eyes, our experiences, and our feelings. And that's the funny part about watching trials together. It's how do you read the evidence? And even though Sue will fight everyone physically, not verbally, you are allowed to have a different opinion on this channel. I don't run a safe space. I don't run a everyone must agree with me. Like last night, where someone came in and tried to put the N word in. Of course, I'll remove people like that. But if you're just saying you people are blind, he clearly did it because of that and that, and people say, well, I think you're blind because you're looking past this and that. Hey, we're all grown-ups. If you want a safe space, you should probably go back to being a kid. So no sorries for having a different opinion. 10% of you yesterday had a different opinion, and I'm perfectly fine with it. I don't know what's right. I wasn't there. I'm just looking at it, and so far, with what's been presented, I could not vote guilty. But that's me. That's just me. And what do I know? I don't know if this was a sex cult thing gone wrong. I don't know if it's the crazy friend who went foraging with her. I don't know if he did it. I just don't know that there's not enough evidence to get me beyond a reasonable doubt. But I am also very, 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 very focused on they need to get on beyond that ground, that reasonable ground. And I love it that people still stay here, even though we say, I don't think he did it. And you say, no, I think he did it, but I'll still stay here because you see something I don't see, and that's fine. It's kind of like in relationships. Some likes the mom, some likes the daughter. There's one for all of us. We don't have to agree. Because if we all agreed, we had an echo chamber, and echo chambers are the death. Because nothing will evolve in an echo chamber. Yeah, you're allowed to have a different opinion. Some people might discuss it, and sometimes Sue will hunt you down with her alligator sidekick and attack you. But it's in rare occasion. The only one so far is Brandon. That's why he had to move states and have a protection beagle. Other than that, she's just a little mean in chat.
That you gave a YouTube video interview on April 23rd of 2021. Do you remember that? You sat down. It was about a 14-minute interview. Do you remember that?
No, ma'am.
And so I just want to ask you some questions.
And that's what you want in a chat. You don't want all of these. I know some people think that everyone who's here must have the same opinion. No, they don't. Because it's really fucking boring if you just see those. That's why I couldn't watch the trial on Dawn and Crim, because everyone is agreeing everyone is guilty from day one, which is actually the opposite. You should start with not guilty, and then you should be convinced of guilty. But over there, everyone's guilty, and every defense lawyer in the world should just be kneecapped and thrown out of a helicopter.
Questions about, fair to say that you consult with when asked.
Hey, I didn't say it was wrong what you
FBI,
did to Lesko.
police agencies across the country to assist them in the investigation of violent crimes involving living victims. That an answer you would give in terms of who you consult with?
May I see my testimony?
Sure.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Since I don't have a copy of it and you don't remember it.
I'm being asked what a police surgeon is, and that's what you are. You're a police surgeon.
Yes, ma'am.
You're a physician trained in forensic medicine to assist detectives in cases involving living victims, living patients. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, ma'am.
And then when you were asked questions about, well, do you work on the dead as well as on the living? And tell me if you remember that you said sometimes we do. For example, if we're trying to determine who is the driver, who is the passenger in a motor vehicle collision where both occupants were ejected, one was clearly driving, which one? That is your answer as to cases for the non-living. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
This isn't a case about an accident, not about a car accident anyway. Right?
That's correct.
Then you were asked about whether, in your experience and knowledge and expertise, who is it, in your understanding, as to who can determine cause and manner of death? And isn't it true that the person that can determine cause and manner of death, as you've said previously, is the medical examiner?
That is one of the physicians that can. That is correct.
And I say what I'm about to say next because so many times the expression crime scene has been used. I am sure that you would agree with me that crime scene is a determination to be made. It is a scene when you arrive.
That is correct.
It is a scene when detectives first get there.
That is correct.
And then, when you were asked, what if people ask you, who is this Dr. Smock guy? You said, did you not, referring to yourself in the third person, Dr. Smock is a physician who has been concerned with justice and has been concerned with living forensics his entire career, training doctors, nurses, police officers, and how to evaluate the living victim who have been the subject of a shooting, a stabbing, or a strangulation. Let me know if you need to refresh there.
Yes, ma'am.
And with respect to your passion, it's the application of forensic medicine to the living patient that comes into the emergency department that has just as many forensics needs as someone who is dead, but they are alive. That's also what you said. Let me show. So,
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
you were asked about exterior evidence of strangulation, such as hemorrhages, right? That could be bruising. Hemorrhages could be bruising, but there could also be petechial hemorrhages, right? When someone is at a loss of air, they can get like little red dots around their eyes. Can they not?
No, ma'am. The petechial hemorrhages don't come from loss of air. They come from the obstruction of blood.
And the petechial hemorrhages are essentially busted blood vessels. Is that a better way to say that?
Yes, they are broken capillaries that pop from increased pressure.
And those are some visual signs that could exist if you had a case of a living person.
Living or dead, you can see petechial hemorrhage in both.
And I was just going to say, or a dead person where there was tissue still present where we could see those types of things.
That is correct, ma'am.
And we don't have that in this case.
No, ma'am, we do not.
Your hourly rate, what you're being paid, what is it?
I'm being compensated at a rate of $300 per hour.
And then do you have like a per day, per diem when you come here and testify?
It would be a maximum of 10 hours if I'm working 10 hours.
So $3,000.
That would be correct if I work 10 hours.
And I know that you indicated that your work in this case began in January. Was that your testimony of 2021?
Yes, approximately.
And that was when you first had that call with Detective Grubbs, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then in March 9th, you were on a Zoom with a number of people. Is that correct?
I don't recall, but I was on many phone calls. Probably Zoom.
And you remember, if you don't remember the date, being on a Zoom, how many Zooms have you been on with the prosecutors?
I don't recall any, unless the prosecutor's on the one.
And if you don't recall them being on any Zooms with you?
They may have been. I don't recall.
And do you recall how many phone calls you had with them?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
It's,
It's a cross-examination. Go ahead.
No, ma'am, I do not remember how many phone calls. Several.
did you remember how many in-person meetings?
I don't think we've had any until I came up for this trial.
And then you've had a meeting since you've been here. And I'm not getting into what you discussed. I just want to know the number of times that you've met.
In person, yesterday.
And how many calls have you had with Mark Hickman, the Delaware County coroner?
I have not. I had one meeting with him yesterday.
You met in person with him.
That is correct.
And how many meetings or calls have you had with Dr. Agnew?
None.
And how many meetings or calls have you had with defense expert Heather Garvin?
None.
How many meetings or calls have you had with the Montgomery County Coroner's Office, who was the entity that did the autopsy in this case?
None.
the photos, I noticed in the case history included in your report, I'll show you page 3 again. Thank you, appreciate it. You're aware, I presume, that there was a water bottle found on the left-hand side of Emily when she was found.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're aware that there was a vape pen on the left-hand side of Emily as well. I presume you're aware of that.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm sure you're aware that she was left-hand dominant, though she sometimes used her right hand.
I don't recall which dominant she was.
And you see the position that she's in that picture, do you not?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And she's kneeling,
Yes, ma'am.
showing you what's been marked as, and Your Honor, I forget the number, so. I'm sorry. R. This was one of the pictures that you looked at, was it not?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
And you were asked about knots on that cord, and you would agree that her shoes are knotted? I'm happy to approach if you'd like to look at it. more
Can you
closely.
zoom in?
Sure. I'm also, can I have the shoes? Can I have the shoes? I'd like to show you the shoes, if you don't mind. Back there, do we?
We do. You need some?
I would like one, and that'll do me. Thank you.
Okay.
I was in the courtroom with respect to chain of custody, and you didn't bring tape. I know, that's...
All right.
Do you agree with me as we're looking at it, that do you see the knot of how those shoes are tied?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm sure you're aware that the shoes were still found on the feet of the remains.
That is correct.
And so, with respect to, I'll take an expression with respect to a slow walk, but certainly the jury will have this. And this would have been the left shoe that was found on Emily Noble based on your review of the photographs and the evidence label.
Based on the evidence label.
Thank you. No need to open the other one, just wanted to. And I know I want to talk to you about the positioning. This is R, Defendant's Exhibit R, which is previously been marked. This is one of the photographs you reviewed, it's not,
It is.
and that appears to be the right companion shoe of the one that we just looked at.
That is correct, ma'am.
And the legs right here, just based from your observations.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're aware, with respect to the coroner's report, are you not, that she was found wearing a black tank top?
Yes, ma'am.
And the remains were only, was it about 18 pounds when they were found? Do I remember that number right?
Yes, somewhere less than 20, I believe.
Less than 20 pounds. So over the course of decomposition, Emily's body went from 95, 98 pounds all the way down to less than 20.
That is correct.
And I don't mean to say this as a word that is disrespectful, but it was almost like she shrinks almost, right? Like her body size decreases that much because she loses the fluids, the muscle, the tissue, all that kind of thing.
Actually, the better word is you collapse.
And so you're aware that there was a tank top recovered, a set of leggings, and then there's also like a white T-shirt that has fallen down and off her body. Do you remember that from the items collected at the coroner's office?
I do not.
Okay.
But there's probably a list of all the items.
All the items are listed in the report, which they recovered, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And we see that the legs are covered here. They appear to be pants.
Yes, ma'am.
And so I know with respect to your findings about staging, I just want to be clear that when someone is dead, there is an expression, is there not, dead weight?
Yes, ma'am.
Because if I'm dead and it's my hands, right? If you move hands, let's just say 3 hours, right? After I'm actually declared, and this is hypothetical, but actually I've been declared dead, and you've got dead weight, right? So it's harder to move someone because someone's body, right, can't move on its own. Would you agree with me?
That is correct.
And so I just want to talk about the positioning of the body, that first of all, if a body was dead, that they would first have to be positioned in the kneeling position, right? And they would have to be held up. Do you agree with me on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then we've got their hands,
and then we would have to like somehow put them back here, and then as you see in Defendant's Exhibit R, it appears, does it not, that the right hand is around the ankle.
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further.
One moment, please.
Take your time.
Report.
That is correct.
And their own expert agrees the fractures to the neck area are perimortem.
That is correct.
Now, you were asked about previous testimony in the Brandon Ivy, trial 2 years ago now.
Yes, ma'am.
And specifically, defense counsel was asking you about your testimony regarding when the victim fights back, injuries that you could see on the victim and injuries that you could see on the suspect. Do you recall that kind of testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
And those injuries you were describing in Brandon Ivy were from which viewpoint between the strangler and the victim?
I believe they were face-to-face.
Face to face? And so if you are seeing wounds on a victim like you testified to, scrape marks like this, or scratches, that perpetrator has to be in front of you.
That is correct.
Can someone come behind you and manually strangle you?
Yes, ma'am.
What if you're punched in the face before you're strangled? Would that impact your ability to fight back?
Yes, ma'am.
If someone came from behind you to manually strangle you, would you expect to see those wounds on a suspect?
No, ma'am.
Now, to talk about the literature again. Damn it, your study, please. Oh, okay. Which exhibit is it? Thanks. And defense counsel was saying that your testimony is that nowhere in the world are there 4 fractures. And that was not your testimony, was it?
No, ma'am. That was not my testimony.
And so, in your review of the literature, what literature is important to evaluating the fractures in Emily Noble's neck? Not the specific titles, but in generally.
When you review what other physicians have encountered and written about, and they write it up, you need to make sure that what you are looking at in the literature is what you are looking at a scene or in a case. And the issue is, yes, there are fractures of forebones in people that are 242 pounds. The question is, looking at the literature, are there any fractures ever reported in somebody who is less than 100 pounds? No. In a kneeling position, in an incomplete? No, it is not there. Lots of cases out there of manual strangulation, but you have to look at the literature. So you look at things like weight, and there is an article that addresses that specific point of hundreds of cases in this one case. Were there any with, actually let me look at it. I can tell you exactly, because this is,
Go ahead. I'm sure there'll be another question.
Just ask a question.
Dr. Smythe, let me ask you a question. So, from your review of the literature, what's important in evaluating Emily Noble's death is her position,
her position, absolutely,
what kind of hanging it was,
absolutely,
and what kind of weight.
that is correct, her body weight,
And quite frankly, you don't care about a 200-pound male that's fully suspended in a hanging.
absolutely not.
You care about what has occurred in the medical literature with females under 110 pounds.
It is still redirect, respectively.
Rephrase your question, please.
What do you care most about when you review the literature in Emily Noble's case?
I look at literature related to the issues of any particular case, in particular Emily's. I look at the weight. I look at the type of hanging. I look at the nature of the ligature. I look at the nature of the injuries, the fractures to her neck. All those are critical to make sure that when you look at an article, is it relevant to your particular case? Some are and some aren't.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Briefly, Your Honor, if I may, Mark. So, you said you look at the type of hanging it was. Just so I'm clear,
A ligature around the neck that is originally 98 pounds, when the body collapses, as you say, to be less than 20, things change, do they not?
Oh, yes, the body dries out, absolutely.
And so when you say that one of the things is you look at how the hanging was, you have no idea how this ligature around the neck was changed or moved in any way over the time while it was around her neck while she was in the woods.
What I have is the information that was found when she was found.
Which doesn't include a picture up in this direction.
Not that I recall.
And I just want to be clear about this, close the loop if I can, that the article I showed you, Defendant's Exhibit II, is an article that is addressing age, and the weights of those and the ages are not at issue in this article. And this is the number, as indicated by the literature, that had the 4 fractures. Do you see number of fractures?
I do see the number of fractures.
And you know that Emily Noble was 52 years of age.
That is correct.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, questions you may have for this witness, feel free to write them down now. We'll collect them. There probably won't be real consistency to
I love
where
questions.
I'm going here. Could fractures occur in the neck if Emily would have suffered a complete hanging instead of an incomplete hanging?
No. Even in the medical literature, there are no fractures in women under the age of 10, complete or incomplete. They don't happen because there isn't enough weight to create those injuries.
Yeah, basically, no.
No, no,
Okay.
no.
You talked about the time frame of asphyxiation and blood flow stoppage during strangulation. Does that time change if someone is under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, it does not. The brain, it doesn't, the presence or absence of alcohol, no. The time to unconsciousness and brain death is the same based upon our limited studies. Nobody volunteers for those studies.
If you know, what happens to a person's hands and feet when they die? Do they tense up?
Yes, you can get what's called rigor mortis, where your muscles contract. So yes, and rigor mortis can come, and then it may disappear. But yes, you can get contraction post-mortem.
And if you're holding something, and I guess the same circumstance, in death. If you're holding something, will you grab it tightly, or will it be released?
Once you go unconscious, then your muscles are going to relax. That's what it means to be unconscious. And then when you're dead, they're completely relaxed, and then the rigor mortis can come post-mortem.
During cross-examination, the defense asked you if you visited the scene when the body was recovered in September 21 and during the follow-up visit in March 2022. Do your answers, do the same answers apply to September 2020 and March 2021?
Meaning, did I visit the scene on either of those?
Yeah, do your answers, you use dates. Let me read the question. Defense asked the witness if you visited the scene when the body was recovered September 2021 and during the follow-up visit of March 2022. Do your answers remain the same to apply to September 2020 and March 2021? Just changing the dates.
Yeah, I did not go to the scene on any of those dates.
And so your testimony regarding the time frames remain the same?
Yes.
At least to that extent, okay. How did you determine the time of death was after 4:18 p.m.?
She is alive on the day before when that picture was taken. Clearly, she is alive. So that's the last time, at least photographically documented, where she is seen alive. So it had to occur after that time.
Okay. And your finding of fractures of the nasal area, would that result in bleeding?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Excuse me. It could. When you think about if anyone's ever been punched in the nose or anybody's been punched in the nose, a lot of blood vessels. So yes, could it result in nasal bleeding? Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. It's been a long day.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
That's all the questions the jury has. State, have any follow-up?
No, thank you, Your Honor. No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. Sir, you are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
May not be absolutes in life, but I will tell you, we're absolutely done today. Live by it. And
Nothing from
Going
the
into-
Your Honor. Your Honor, yes, we haven't provided a redacted copy of Defendant's Exhibit S. Before I release the witness, I just want to make sure I understand the court's order, that with the redactions as they are.
this is the Serenity report?
It is, sorry.
I got you.
This goes back to the jury as this is without me calling Angel Kessler the treating therapist.
That under its current status.
Okay, great. Then I will release the witness.
And I won't have any evidentiary issues with this. I just want to make sure before I release
I appreciate
this.
what you're saying. Yeah, well, I've
Okay, thank
made
you.
that decision on
Thank
that.
you.
Who do you have tomorrow? Witnesses wise?
We have Dr. Richmond and Dr. Hickman.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Have a good night.
Your Honor, can we approach it on one thing that doesn't need to be on the record?
That's fine. We'll
Okay.
stop right up here.
And I will just say, Your Honor, we have our out-of-town expert.
Why can't we hear this? Well, thank everything for the opportunity to just skip through these hours of absolutely boring dumbs. State will rest tomorrow. I think the defense will start tomorrow. And yeah, it's the only thing is that there's nothing in literature that provides any other way it could have happened. That's the only thing I'm kind of stuck on that he said. Other than that, I really didn't like him. He seems like a guy who would spend his nights at the morgue. Isn't it nice to just zoom and a boom boom? It is when we have the opportunity. It's nice to just skip through it, because I don't get why you need 45 minutes to tell that this guy is an idiot. Just get the cross-examiner up there and say, you are an idiot. I didn't need to hear what he studied back in 1963, the last time he had hair. But he cherry-picked those stats. Yeah. I know he cherry-picked those stats. But that's the only interesting thing he said. That's the only thing where I would say, okay, as a juror, I would potentially put some weight into his testimony, because the rest of it, he just seemed like, dead girls don't say no. That was the thing I was thinking about. At this point, I am saying what most of you have been saying the other days. Why did this go to trial? Why, oh, why do you want to say goodbye to half the kingdom, baby? Tell me why, oh, why do you want to say goodbye to rule a kingdom, baby? You and I, if I was your king, oh, you could be my queen. No, if I was your queen, oh, you could be my king. Oh. That's another Aqua song. Yeah, we're going to do it again tomorrow. It's going to be another long day tomorrow. It's going to be, I think the last witness will be that doctor who must be the coroner. The ME will be the last witness tomorrow. Maybe two witnesses. I haven't looked forward. So, OLR, that's my big thing with the timeline I made earlier. I don't know when he's supposed to have done it. I can't make it make sense. It's only 2 p.m. Well, it's 8 o'clock my time. So, yeah. Yeah. But I'm going to check you all in over at Hotel Mo, where you should all go and hang out she is covering the Las Vegas corn star realtor wife MILF. Oh, stepbrother. No, stepson. Why did you do that? All the good things that Devin, whatever case, I actually think she's going to get, is it today or something? She's going to get sentenced. Everyone, we're supposed to get a snowstorm tonight, so I don't know if I'm going to stream tonight or I'm out shoveling snow so my neighbor doesn't get stuck in the snow when he's taking his daughter to school. And yeah, go enjoy yourself. Take care of your sore throats if you have a sore throat, just like me. I need to go to a store buy. We have something that's called Gone Tomorrow. That's kind of because I have a little in my throat. My gay neighbor. No, my neighbor is from Kenya. It really ruined my because apparently I'm now a racist. So me getting out at 6:30 to shovel snow so my Kenyan neighbors could get to the car easy really ruins my reputation. I'm not sure I'm allowed back at the meetings. But you all should go enjoy the rest of your days and hang out with Crispy. It's annoying because it just feels like it's raw, but I think it's some kind of bacteria, lactic acid bacteria, whatever they call it, it'll kill whatever's there, hopefully. So I'll be a little less tomorrow. So I don't know if I'm gonna do can you get herbal teas like throat coat? Never seen that. Normally I'll just drink tea with honey when my throat is like this. That's what I normally drink. I like tea. I have a tea that tastes like Bailey's, so that's good. But yeah. The Chinese use some great sauce for that. Creamo some young guy. I will find some young guy and buy some cream from him. Maybe I can produce it myself. I've heard that at 27 you're still considered some young guy somewhere. And everyone, be back tomorrow for this riveting trial where we try to figure out why. I don't know.
I'm Jimmy. How y'all doing?
I know English is your second language, but you don't word
It's
the
my
questions
third,
carefully.
but I'm still better at it than you. You are
The most important people in this case that everybody seems to have forgotten in this room is the jury. So we're going to take a 15-minute break and both sides take a pregnant pause and think about